From the Barrel of a Gun. Gerald Horne. The United States. And the War Against Zimbabwe, 1965 to 1980. Contents. Preamble. Introduction, Rhodesia Retreats 3-1. Toward Zimbabwe Rs. Power. The White Atlantic S7. White Power 93. Policy 4. White House, Checkered Policy 133-5. The Business of War 169. People 6. Soldiers of Fortune 207-7. Africans and African Americans 241. Conclusion. Zimbabwe, South Africa, and the United States 265. Introduction. It was approaching midnight in mid-April 1980 in Harare, the newly proclaimed capital city of the nation about to be reborn as Zimbabwe. The 30,000-plus seats of Rufaro Stadium were filled, mostly with Africans, though also present were outsiders like Prince Charles of the United Kingdom, the former colonial power. Then to the stage came Bob Marley, the reggae music superstar of Jamaican origin, who unbeknownst to the crowd succumbed shortly thereafter to the ravages of cancer. His presence symbolized the fact that the liberation of Zimbabwe, the event being celebrated, had become a priority in the Pan-African world. The crowd became restless, eager for the hoisting of the new flag of Zimbabwe, which would mark a formal end not only to British colonialism but to the outlaw regime of Rhodesia, which had declared independence illegally 15 years earlier. The nervousness of security forces ringing the stadium rose along with the eagerness and anxiety of the crowd. Tear gas was used to control the throngs, but the wind shifted and billows of the irritant blew toward the stage, causing Marley, his body aching terribly, to retreat temporarily. It was somehow appropriate that even Independence Day in Zimbabwe, an otherwise joyous occasion, would be accompanied by turmoil and pain. 45 minutes later, however, things had calmed down, and Marley returned to sing one of his biggest hits, Zimbabwe. As the reggae beat pounded, at once hypnotic and terpsichorean, those assembled swayed to his lyrics, which warned of divide and rule. The Africans, who had fought an armed struggle for independence divided between two major organizations, resonated with these words, just as they resonated further to his admonition. Now realized that Africans liberate Zimbabwe. There were others, however, who did not appreciate the fact that Marley and his band also sang of the antics of the hated mercenaries, those whose depredations had caused so much harm to Africans particularly, and whose presence, notably that of those from the United States, had prolonged the war arduously. This is a book about the attempt to forestall the event celebrated by Bob Marley, the independence of Zimbabwe. The story it tells focuses overwhelmingly on the role of the United States in that attempt, beginning with the illegal effort in 1965 by the European minority to hijack the nation and declare their own ersatz form of independence. The actual independence of Zimbabwe, a nation that sits just north of the Republic of South Africa with a contemporary population of about 12 million, marked the conclusion of the era of colonialism. This era had begun in the 1890s when the pioneer column of Cecil Rhodes of Great Britain invaded and took control of the land. Eponymously called Southern Rhodesia, then later simply Rhodesia, this British colony resisted the temptation to become a province of South Africa, although inevitably its economy was linked with that of its more powerful neighbor. Unlike its counterpart in South Africa, the European-derived population of this colony, which rarely exceeded 4% of the total population, had relatively shallow roots, with many having settled there only after World War I. Even then, the minority population at its zenith probably did not exceed 250,000. By contrast, the European minority in South Africa had roots extending back to the 17th century, and by 1980 their numbers were easily in the millions. Most importantly, as in South Africa, the European minority in Rhodesia controlled the economy while largely depriving the African majority of the right to vote. These salient factors helped foment a bloody war, which culminated in elections and independence in 1980. Like South Africa, Rhodesia was relatively developed economically. The suburbs of the sun-drenched capital city of Salisbury, now known as Harare, would not have looked out of place in Southern California. Homes with swimming pools, vast and sparkling green lawns, and a retinue of servants were common. There were lush gardens that would not have seemed out of place in England, and, unlike in other parts of Africa, electricity was not irregular. Mines groaning with minerals that might have made King Solomon blush, and tobacco farms that competed favorably with the best North Carolina had to offer provided a steady stream of wealth that made Rhodesia seem a new El Dorado. Of course, this was just one part of a complex picture, for the suburbs were reserved for the European minority. The broad boulevards of the city were a stunning tableau of racial inequality. Trundling along in late-model cars were Europeans, while dodging them as they ambled along on foot were Africans. In sprawling townships the African majority lived in cramped quarters that often lacked modern plumbing. African servants ministering to Europeans in the suburbs often resided in tiny, dank hovels sitting on the grounds of these gracious homes. Africans in the countryside often resided in mud huts with little access to water that was not impure. The diet of Africans leaned heavily toward satsa, a dish so monotonous and bland that it made grits, the dish from the U.S. South to which it is often compared, seem spicy and scrumptious by comparison. For the African, life under colonialism was nasty, brutish, and short. From the beginnings of this colony there was noticeable participation by U.S. citizens. Coincidentally, the frontier was closing in North America as it was opening in Southern Africa. Those who had fought Indians in the former took to fighting Africans in the latter with a robust gusto. A common language, common religious ties, a common settler project, and a common British heritage united many Rhodesians and many U.S. citizens. Consequently, in November 1965, when the government of Ian Smith in Salisbury made an illegal unilateral declaration of independence, breaking away from Britain, it garnered immediate support in the United States. Rhodesia's UDI took place in the midst of a wave of declarations of independence by African nations, including that by Rhodesia's northern neighbor, Zambia, once known as Northern Rhodesia. Ian Smith resisted the winds of change blowing throughout the continent. In response, Africans and their allies escalated a guerrilla war that ultimately engulfed the entire nation. This book covers primarily the period from UDI in 1965 to independence in 1980. However, it concentrates heavily on the period following 1974, when the armed struggle was most intense. One simple way to understand Zimbabwe's progress toward liberation is to understand the chronology, with 1965 and 1980 being the key signposts and 1974 the crucial turning point. The period from 1965 to 1980 marked a major transformation in the United States, particularly in domestic politics. This 15-year period was a political roller coaster ride. The early liberal promise of 1965 was spiked in 1968 with the election of Richard Nixon and then resurged in 1976 in the aftermath of his forced resignation and the defeat of his designated successor, Gerald Ford. Conservatism made a comeback as the 1980 election approached. These two domestic ups and downs were clearly reflected in U.S. foreign policy toward Rhodesia. In August 1965 there was the remarkable concurrence of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 being ratified, followed swiftly by one of the most destructive episodes of civil unrest in U.S. history, the riots in the Watts district of Los Angeles. This led directly to the election of the conservative Ronald Reagan as governor of California in 1966. Reagan's election foreshadowed the onset of a new era of conservatism, which was to severely challenge earlier progress made on the racial front in the United States. This conservative challenge became easier to mount after the murder in 1968 of both Martin Luther King Jr., the tribune of the dispossessed, and Robert Kennedy, who was seeking to move in that direction. Just as there was a backlash to Watts, a similar reaction befell the unrest of 1968 that followed in the wake of these political assassinations. It may not have been apparent at the time, but 1968 was the high water mark for liberal progress in the United States in the last half of the century. The election of Richard M. Nixon in November of that fateful year signaled the arrival of a remarkable double-barreled approach, a Southern strategy and a Southern Africa strategy based on playing to the racial fears of Euro-Americans discomfited by the pace of racial change, be it south of the Mason-Dixon line or at the southern tip of Africa. These two strategies fed on and reinforced each other, grounded as they were in Cold War and Red Scare rationalization, which posited African Americans, and especially Africans, as witting or unwitting allies of communists. The oil shock of 1973, which was accompanied by recession, helped to fix in the minds of many in the United States the image that there was a dangerous Third World inimical to U.S. interests. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, comprised largely of African and Arab states, was painted in the United States as the villain in this plot. Those who were struggling for an independent Zimbabwe inevitably were tarred with the same brush in a U.S. environment where careful distinctions were not always drawn between or among African states. In April 1974, the Portuguese dictatorship, which had imposed colonial rule on the southern African nations of Angola and Mozambique, collapsed. This had significant consequences. Henry Kissinger is not far from the mark when he suggests that the resultant decolonization of Angola and Mozambique revolutionized the geopolitical context. The events in Lisbon signaled that the era of European colonialism, of which Rhodesia was an essential element, was falling apart. Moreover, the concomitant triumph of liberation movements in Luanda and Maputo the following year provided valuable support to their counterparts in Zimbabwe. The rear base provided to ZANU by Mozambique was essential to that movement's success. Second, the Portuguese refugees who fled to Rhodesia, often illiterate and bereft of funds, placed enormous strain on the Rhodesian government and complicated tremendously its effort to forge white solidarity. Third, the prominent role played by the Portuguese Communist Party in the collapse of the dictatorship increased Cold War tensions and convinced some in the United States that the western flank of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization was now exposed. These Cold War tensions complicated the environment for Southern Africans, who were a principal beneficiary of the fall of Portuguese colonialism. The following year, 1975, was quite consequential, and not only because of the anti-colonial triumphs in Angola and Mozambique. For it was in that eventful year that the United States was compelled to depart ignominiously from Vietnam. Like the fall of African colonialism, this hastily arranged exit had huge meaning. Many embittered veterans of this conflict felt they could redeem themselves and the anti-communist cause by deploying their skills on behalf of Rhodesia. Some U.S. policymakers likewise felt that a line had to be drawn in the sand, demanding that rebels against the status quo proceed no further. These tensions were heightened when Cuban troops were dispatched to Angola in the late fall of 1975 to fight forces backed by the United States, South Africa, and China. The role of Cuba too infuriated conservatives, as they charged that their troop deployment violated basic principles of détente worked out with the Soviet Union. This perception of declining U.S. strength in the face of a Marxist-Leninist challenge led in 1976 to President Ford's setback in the Texas primary at the hands of his more conservative challenger, Ronald Reagan. Weeks after this stunning defeat, the revolt in Soweto, South Africa, took place. It is true that minority regimes in Southern Africa had difficulty in crafting white solidarity, yet, the fact remains that Ian Smith's rebellion would have been smashed much earlier but for assistance from Pretoria. However, the uprising of June 1976 in Soweto, the sprawling African township outside Johannesburg which quickly spread nationwide, was a clear signal that the days of apartheid too were numbered. A fortiori this meant that Ian Smith's hold on power had become even more precarious. It was also in 1976 that Jimmy Carter of Georgia won the White House. From a weakened Gerald Ford with substantial support from African American voters, as symbolized by his support from the Atlanta Congressman Andrew Young. Young's appointment as ambassador to the United Nations and his active involvement in the effort to settle the conflict in Rhodesia angered many conservatives, who felt that he was much too forthcoming and forgiving to the liberation movements and their communist allies. Hence, his ability to influence profoundly U.S. policy was constrained. His presence, in any event, was outweighed by that of the National Security Advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who had a justifiable reputation as an anti-communist hardliner. It was in 1979 that Washington, despite severe pressure from the U.S. Congress, refused to lift sanctions against Ian Smith's government. This was also the year that Margaret Thatcher came to power in London, signaling the onset of a resurgence of conservatism in the Atlantic Basin. What was dominating headlines in the United States were divisive debates about busing to promote school integration. The heady days of civil rights marches seemed part of ancient history. Yet the Carter administration, by its own admission, paid heed to the cries of the international community and allied voices among black and liberal opinion in maintaining sanctions. This enraged U.S. conservatives and deepened their resolve to oust Carter from office in 1980, which they promptly did. Congress's yearning to revoke sanctions reveals another major theme of this book. The independence of Zimbabwe was accomplished primarily by dint of struggles by the Africans themselves and their regional and international allies. Washington was compelled to adjust its policy to this stark reality. The dramatic events from 1974 to 1976, the fall of fascism in Portugal, the U.S. defeat in Vietnam, the anti-colonial triumphs in Angola and Mozambique, the uprising in South Africa, and the coming to power of the Democratic Party in Washington in 1976 impacted the United States too, just as they spelled doom for UDI. Consequently, though this book ranges chronologically from the 1890s to 1980, it focuses predominantly on the mid to late 1970s. Many potent political realities, the strength of the Rhodesia lobby, the left-leaning political alignments of the liberation movements, a lingering sympathy toward white supremacy, and the prevailing anti-communist fervor made it difficult for Washington to align with the aspirations of the African majority. At the same time, the strength of anti-racist opinion in the United States made it problematic for Washington to throw in its lot wholly with the fervent anti-communist, Ian Smith. This rudimentary split in U.S. attitudes colored the actions of the government and citizenry alike. Tension and contradiction were the bywords in explicating U.S. foreign policy toward Rhodesia. Quite appropriately, U.S. policy during this period resembled a checkerboard, with a reluctance to align completely with either the minority regime or the African majority. Washington imposed sanctions against Rhodesia but did not actively enforce them, while U.S. mercenaries could travel to South Central Africa to fight with little fear of being prosecuted for violating U.S. law. Ian Smith was able to visit the United States during his illegal tenure, but spirited protests dogged his movements every step of the way. Liberation movements garnered significant support from non-governmental organizations in the United States but mostly received a cool reception in official circles. Fundamentally, Washington had difficulty reconciling the articulated, elevated aims of anti-communism with the discredited creed of white supremacy that sustained Smith's outlaw regime. The real and imagined tensions between these two powerful ideologies contributed mightily to the contradictions in U.S. policy toward Rhodesia. I argue here that the presence of nationalism, principally, but not exclusively, Afrikaner nationalism, complicated the evolution of a unified white community in southern Africa. Afrikaners in the region were reluctant to dissolve their distinct identity in a sea of whiteness, whiteness that in their minds was defined and shaped by their age-old antagonists, those of British descent. The United States was a stabilizing factor in this regard, as it exemplified the value of unity among those of European descent. That it was also a superpower, stringently anti-communist and English-speaking, not to mention a safe harbor for a modicum of white supremacists, provided this nation with outsized influence in Rhodesia throughout the course of UDI. Thus, ironically, apartheid South Africa confounded the forging of white supremacy in Rhodesia, while those who hailed from the ostensibly anti-racist United States were instrumental in fortifying this powerfully odious ideology. Gordon Wood has reminded us that more effort is needed to place the history of the United States within the setting of the entire Atlantic Basin. 3. In part, this book seeks to place fundamental constructions of race and whiteness within this setting, as it touches on Britain, South Africa, and Portugal along with the principal parties, the United States and Rhodesia. I maintain that the United States did help to nurture constructions of race and whiteness in Rhodesia and vice versa. These tumultuous developments in South-Central Africa took place at a moment 1965 when the United States itself was torn with racial conflict, as civil rights demonstrations and urban insurrections alike proliferated. As they gained the right to vote, the sentiments of African Americans which, unsurprisingly, were largely hostile to the minority regime in Salisbury had to be addressed. Those in the United States who were disgusted by the assault on white racial privilege in Rhodesia felt that by digging in their heels at home and resisting racial liberalism, they were reinforcing the global struggle in defense of white supremacy. The Cold War context also profoundly influenced the actions of governmental and non-governmental actors in the United States during the course of this conflict. Point 4 The war in Rhodesia occurred during the height of the Cold War conflict between Moscow and Washington. Smith portrayed himself as a vehement anti-communist, while his African opponents found considerable support among the then socialist nations of Eastern Europe, Cuba, China, Vietnam, and others. Many of the leaders of these opposition movements were avowed Marxists and Leninists. Point 5 During the Cold War it appeared that the defense of whiteness, if not whiteness itself, had been redefined on the basis of anti-communism. Apparent racial wars in southern Africa, where opponents of the status quo received widespread support from the so-called evil empire of communism, fortified this idea on the west bank of the Atlantic. Though one would expect that there has been extended examination of U.S. mercenaries, given their prominent role in southern Africa, in fact they have received surprisingly sparse scholarly attention. The activities of mercenaries globally and in Europe particularly have received significant scholarly investigation, but for whatever reason the export of this phenomenon to southern Africa in recent times has escaped close scrutiny. Registered This is unfortunate, not least because their actions had such wide-ranging impact. This inattention may be tied to the fact that excavating such activity, which by its very nature is furtive, is no small task. Records are thin or have been destroyed. Mercenaries should not be viewed as shadowy or peripheral criminals but as integral to the project of racialized conquest. Emerging as they did from the four corners of the pan-European world, mercenaries were living symbols on the ground of the viability, nay, the necessity of racial solidarity. As overt articulations of white supremacy retreated in the face of mobilized public opinion, covert deployment of mercenaries allowed for the defense of this ideology without incurring the wrath of an outraged international community. Still, some of these same mercenaries, as I write, continue to wreak havoc throughout Africa with impunity. Uncovering their names and actions, thus, is not just a task of historical and scholarly reconstruction, it is also a small step toward shedding light on their often mysterious activities and an attempt to ensure that their opportunities to continue pursuing this heinous trade are circumscribed. For it was not mere chance that led reggae superstar Bob Marley to chant about mercenaries during his epical performance in Harare in April 1980. It was not merely fortuitous that thousands in the crowd knew the words to his song, though they may have been unfamiliar with their own nation's newly minted national anthem. As the British flag was furled and tucked away, marking the end of an historical epoch known in Africa as colonialism, the words that began and ended Marley's hymn to Zimbabwean independence continued and continue to resonate. Africans, he suggested, got a right to decide own destiny. Mercenaries from North America and those who backed them were hell-bent on derailing this simple though profound reality. This book does not proceed in a strictly chronological manner, hence, readers may choose to go directly to chapters of interest. It is divided into 4 parts with the chapters of each part meant to be read together. Part I, the preamble, consists of the introduction and Chapter 1, both necessary for comprehension of the book as a whole. Chapter 1 sketches the broad context of the struggle and provides an overview of the major themes explored in succeeding chapters: the construction of whiteness, anti-communism, mercenaries, the role of the liberation movements, and the impact of the U.S. ethos generally. This chapter also seeks to explain what this book is not primarily about, that is, to clarify that this work focuses intently on those who supported Rhodesia, not on those like myself who opposed this policy. In other words, this book fundamentally concerns the U.S. war against the emerging nation of Zimbabwe, not the war against Rhodesia. Part 2, Chapters 2 and 3, concentrates on power and the overall interrelationships between the United States and Rhodesia. Chapter 2 provides historical background on the U.S. relationship to Rhodesia and traces this relationship through the war, focusing on the themes of whiteness and anti-communism. When one discusses the question of kith and kin in Rhodesia, inevitably one is assumed to be speaking only of familial ties to the United Kingdom. Actually, there were also significant familial ties between Rhodesia and the United States, ties that helped to heighten U.S. concerns about the fate of minority rule in Salisbury. Chapter 3 examines the cultural and ideological affinities between the United States and Rhodesia, in such realms as the academy, film and music, sexuality, and propaganda. Basically, this chapter seeks to explain how non-military means were utilized to strengthen racial hegemony in Rhodesia. For example, African American expressions of popular culture were not without impact in South Central Africa. As so often happens, racial hegemony was subject to subversion. Some cultural products from the United States could reinforce hegemony, others could subvert it, particularly those produced as a response to pressure from African Americans. How those of Jewish descent fit into the construction of whiteness has been an enduring question in Southern Africa and receives attention here. Chapter 3 always probes gender and psychosexual relationships. Like latter-day Bojests, many U.S. mercenaries were fleeing broken romances or other forms of anxiety implicating gender when they decided to go fight in a bush war in faraway Rhodesia. Interestingly, there was also a complement of gay men who fought as mercenaries in Africa. Part 3, Chapters 4 and S, focuses more specifically on the wartime period and U.S. policies of engagement. Chapter 4 traces the story of U.S. involvement in the Rhodesian struggle chronologically, from the Johnson administration in 1965 to the Carter administration in 1980. Chapter 5 concerns the question of sanctions generally and the relationship between U.S. business interests and Rhodesia specifically. Tobacco was the linchpin of the Rhodesian economy. Some tobacco interests in the United States were not displeased when one of their chief competitors was subjected to sanctions, while others were unhappy about sanctions because of their own investments in Rhodesia in this sector. Although the Salisbury regime rather successfully evaded sanctions, most notably the oil embargo, the discounts and surcharges it had to adopt to do so ultimately weakened its power. Part 4, Chapters 6 and 7, addresses a range of U.S.-based influences on Zimbabwe and other modern African nations, focusing especially on the people involved, including military mercenaries and those active in African American political movements. Chapter 6 analyzes the mercenary phenomenon in southern Africa as a whole. Before the UDI establishment of Rhodesia, Congo was the epicenter of the mercenary phenomenon, and after the declaration of Angolan independence in 1975, Angola too was rocked by an invasion of mercenaries. This chapter also deals with other forms of U.S. connected military aid to Salisbury. Chapter 7 examines the relationship between Africans and African Americans during the course of the Zimbabwe Liberation War. U.S.-style black conservatism and black nationalism did influence the scene in South Central Africa, the latter particularly influenced ZANU. The U.S. relationship with Maoist China also was a factor, in determining both the outcome of the war and the ZANU victory in the 1980 elections. Finally, the conclusion touches on the influx of Rhodesians into South Africa after 1980 and their continuing influence in that nation. It also looks at the contemporary relationship between Africans and African Americans and the nature of rule in today's Zimbabwe. The mercenary phenomenon has not disappeared. Indeed, in an era of privatization and assaults on the powers of government, this phenomenon has increased its influence in Africa. There are now full-fledged mercenary firms that have been hired by a number of African governments. In sum, the idea of power flowing from the barrel of a gun has not disappeared. Toward Zimbabwe. Lyndon Baines Johnson was elected President of the United States of America by an overwhelming margin in November 1964. By August 1965 he had signed legislation that finally would provide voting rights to the people who were to be called African Americans. In turn, they were expected to vote for his party, the Democratic Party. Apparently he did not fully recognize that this would alienate many within the Democratic ranks, particularly Euro-Americans. The latter's ire was inflamed most notably in that same month of August, when newspaper headlines blared that blacks in one of the nation's largest urban centers, Los Angeles, had revolted and sought to burn down the city. Thus, the Johnson administration was not elated in November 1965 when the rebel African colony of southern Rhodesia, led by a right-wing European minority, made an illegal unilateral declaration of independence from Great Britain. This maneuver could only serve to reinforce images of racial conflict already burned into the American mass consciousness by the searing events of Watts, and to remind nervous Euro-Americans in the Deep South about the uncertain fate that awaited some of them when African Americans received their civil rights. This was not the only complication that the Johnson administration had to contemplate. In Southern California, as well as in Southern Africa, there was an abiding concern that the reviled communists would be able to take advantage of racial unrest by effectively appealing to blacks on both sides of the Atlantic in the ongoing Cold War competition. Consequently, the Johnson administration was not overjoyed when it received a dispatch on June 22, 1966 from the U.S. Consul General in Salisbury, the capital of the rebel state. This startling message was filed by the consul after his meeting with a key representative of the Rhodesian head of state, President Clifford DuPont. The diminutive president was a lawyer, a keen snooker and billiards player, who was known to have a keen appreciation for a stiff drink or three. However, DuPont's joie de vivre had been disrupted by troublesome events in this erstwhile British colony. The U.S. diplomat wrote that he had gathered impression of discouragement and gloom from T.V.R. Barber, an aide to DuPont. Though Salisbury's propaganda was chirping about how the government and economy were doing quite well, DuPont already was suggesting that their only alternative to become fifth province of. But what particularly captured Washington's attention was the contention that Ian Smith, the Prime Minister of the new government of Rhodesia *, had been receiving letters from individual Americans that encouraged regime to believe that there would be shift in American opinion regarding Rhodesia and its policies in near future. The Consul General reported that he had disagreed when DuPont informed him about this alleged imminent warming of relations between Washington and Salisbury. His disagreement, he wrote, appeared to shake the Rhodesian leader, who said that he was going to mention this to Smith because he felt that the regime was not yet willing to accept this fact. Ian Smith had good reason to believe that his correspondence in the United States would be able to swing public opinion toward his government. However, Salisbury evidently did not recognize that white supremacy, racial solidarity, and domination by those of European descent was difficult to maintain as the United States was being forced to grant certain rights to its own citizens of African origin. The strategy of white solidarity and domination was precisely the kind of racial defense that Washington was in the midst of jettisoning. As a result, another ideological basis for U.S. support, the notion that Rhodesia was a bastion of anti-communism in a sea of pro-Moscow and non-aligned nations in Africa, became the de facto basis for maintaining white supremacy in Rhodesia. However, this approach only served to hand a propaganda victory to Moscow, which could claim with some justification that the anti-communist cause was just a new guise for old forms of exploitation. There was a palpable fear in Washington that a racial conflagration in southern Africa would have a deleterious impact on the always parlous racial situation in the United States itself, thereby handing yet another propaganda bonanza to the communists. Anthony Lake, who headed the National Security Council during the early years of the administration of President Bill Clinton, was well aware of this. In 1978 he fretted that if televised reports of black and white bloodshed were to enter American living rooms, it would be felt powerfully in the United States. Andrew Young, who served as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations after the election of President Jimmy Carter in 1976, was even blunter: if there is a race war there will be a race conflict in the United States. That's the frightening thing about Rhodesia. The racial makeup of Rhodesia guaranteed that the conflict there would be taken quite seriously in the United States. The Democratic Party of Lake and Young, which relied on an uneasy alliance between Euro-American and African-American voters, was troubled by the recurrent images of racial conflict emerging from South Central Africa. Such images could undermine the tenuous alliance that existed between the two major racial blocs in the United States. Ian Smith has claimed that only 6,000 whites were killed during the course of the entire war out of a supposed total of 30,000 casualties overall, but even this former leader, in his belated effort to diminish the tragedy of this conflict, would be forced to concede that the war in Rhodesia created transatlantic ripples that coursed far beyond the shores of southern Africa. Both whites and blacks in the United States were disturbed by the specter of what appeared at first glance to be a racial war. These ripples often seemed like tidal waves because this war was fought so intensely. Though Rhodesia did not employ the term apartheid, Judith Todd has reminded us that the country's Land Apportionment Act of 1930 resulted in numerous dual services, separate schools, hospitals, churches, residential and business areas, and even separate cemeteries. This important bill excluded Africans from the best farming land, which in turn obligated many to enter the labor market, working for subsistence wages in virtual servitude on farms and in mines and factories controlled by the European minority. Such legislation, in any event, served to ratify trends that were already evident. The causes of this war were many, but one that should not be forgotten is the desire of European colonists to maintain their affluent way of life, which was deemed to be threatened by African majority rule. Yet as the war proceeded, Rhodesian luxury increasingly resembled a gilded jail cell. To maintain their elevated position during the war, the Rhodesians in some ways built prisons for themselves. They resided behind high walls and formidable gates. There were bright lights to illuminate a darkness that was viewed as an enemy. There were sandbags and windowless rooms or windows festooned with mesh and wire. There were fierce dogs and rifles stashed in closets. This militarized atmosphere was enclosed by a mind-numbing tedium, or so thought the writer Doris Lessing, who spent her early years there. "I can't convey the horribleness of southern Rhodesia as a country," she acknowledged years later. Quite apart from being a tiny white minority, it was the most provincial, boring place you can imagine. No one ever talked about anything but sport or the problem of the natives. This monotony came to a screeching halt when the natives rose up against UDI. This malignant war left neither Africans nor Europeans unaffected. The Zimbabwean novelist Yvonne Vera has written movingly about the lingering effect of the bloodshed on her homeland, of the conflict that made a person a stranger to words. Describing how many Zimbabweans coped with the war, she wrote, "They shaped the truth which comforted them. The war changed everything, even the idea of their own humanity. They were shocked at what they witnessed and lived through, what they were capable of enduring, the sights they witnessed. They welcomed silence. The war made the people willing accomplices to distortions solitary and consoling. Yen This is fundamentally a story about the attempt to scuttle majority rule in Zimbabwe. Though it is not always foregrounded in the chapters that follow, one should keep firmly in mind that what was shaping and governing the actions of advocates of minority rule were the inflamed responses of the forces of African liberation. There would have been no need for the hundreds, perhaps thousands, of mercenaries from the United States but for the significant advances made on the battlefield by liberation fighters. There would have been little need for white Rhodesians to distort their own lives by imprisoning themselves behind high walls except for the inexorable drive of the Africans toward the goal of self-government. The focus in these pages on the United States should not be interpreted to suggest that U.S. citizens were the only foreign nationals backing Rhodesia, far from it. South Africans, French, British, Israelis, Germans, New Zealanders, Australians, and many others from the pan-European world rallied in defense of the outlaw state. Likewise, the focus here on support for Rhodesia should not be taken to suggest that in the United States there was unalloyed backing for the Salisbury regime. That is also far from the truth. Point 4 While living in New York City in the 1970s, I organized numerous rallies in support of majority rule in Zimbabwe, and these events were attended by a diverse range of individuals and representatives of various organizations. Point 15 However, The focus of this book is not on those who backed majority rule but on those who opposed it, and there is ample reason for this emphasis. The U.S. historian Patricia Nelson Limerick has reminded us that the rise in subaltern studies has accelerated a trend long evident in historical studies. We have become so ardent in addressing agency, in ferreting out all the ways in which a group of oppressed people still managed and directed their own destiny, she writes, that we have nearly silenced ourselves when it comes to referring to the ways in which they were taken advantage of and overpowered. The formula active agents, not passive victims, has unintentionally proven to be a good way to draw attention away from the agency, name, and responsibility of those who accumulated coercive power and used it to injure culturally enriched but economically ripped-off groups. 16. This work is a small attempt to draw attention to those particularly in the United States who accumulated coercive power and used it to injure. Nevertheless, this focus on those in the United States who backed minority rule should not be interpreted to mean that this war was the primary concern of Washington during this period. Certainly, the former Soviet Union, Vietnam, and Cuba were among the central foreign policy preoccupations of the United States during this period. In fact, at an important meeting in 1969 on Southern Africa that included President Richard M. Nixon, his vice president, Spiro Agnew, made statements suggesting he thought South Africa and Rhodesia were the same nation. Awareness of Africa was not necessarily the highest priority in the White House. Registered the same could be said for the U.S. Congress. Former Congressman Howard Walp reportedly asserted that during his tenure, which coincided with the height of the anti-apartheid upsurge, he didn't think there were 20 members of Congress who could name 5 African countries. 9. This ignorance could have divergent consequences. It could not only signal inattention, it could also signify high-level indifference, which could facilitate illicit activity by aggressive lobbies. Furthermore, it would be a mistake to assume that Southern Africa was the only region in the world where U.S. racial interests were invoked consciously by a significant percentage of the citizenry of this superpower. Nor would it be proper to conclude that so many U.S. citizens were hostile to majority rule for racial reasons alone. For example, historian Leonard Mosley notes that the famed law firm Sullivan and Cromwell, which included such prominent personalities as future Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, showed no concern at all about the savage political changes that were taking place in Hitler's Germany, where they represented clients. Some of Foster Dulles's friends, Mosley reports, were astonished at the complacency he displayed about the rise of fascism. Of course, the U.S. corporations that were in Germany, General Motors, Standard Oil, Remington Typewriter, etc., were similarly indifferent to the plight of the dispossessed there. In sum, those fighting to create Zimbabwe were often seen in official circles in Washington as attempting to create a Soviet Union, Vietnam, or Cuba in Africa. They were not perceived solely and exclusively as a racial threat. There was something more involved. This thinking was in large part a product of the resurgence of an anti-communism, deeply marked by conservatism, that followed World War II. The rise of this conservatism in the United States did include a concomitant backlash against the idea of racial equality. These two factors, white supremacy and anti-communism, often were intertwined in a manner that makes it difficult to unravel the two. One reinforced the other. Fear of the loss of property and luxury to African hordes often meant that Rhodesians and their U.S. supporters could not separate the two in their own minds. The fact is that solidarity with Rhodesia helped to generate opposition to racial desegregation in the United States. The erosion of racial segregation was a signal accomplishment of the United States. However, this was a contradictory accomplishment, as this liberal advance occurred as anti-communist conservatism itself was in the ascendancy. This brand of conservatism, which was buoyed by Rhodesia, ultimately could erode whatever progress had appeared to take place on the racial front. There were other contradictory tensions on the U.S. scene. Anti-communism was less influential among African Americans than among other Americans, even those who were part of the elite. Former UN Ambassador Andrew Young, who had marched with Martin Luther King Jr., was blunt about this. "Maybe that's wrong," he conceded, "but communism has never been a threat to me. Racism has always been a threat, and that has been the enemy of all my life and everything I know about life. As a result of opinions like that of Young, the Democrats particularly, and the words of former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, were under strong pressure from US black and liberal opinion to crack down on Rhodesia. 2 Of course, pressure from the right was, generally speaking, much stronger in Washington. Nevertheless, US supporters of Rhodesia had difficulty in eliciting pro-Salisbury opinion when such liberal viewpoints were found at such high levels. Simultaneously, just as the grating racial problems and viewpoints of the United States ineluctably colored Washington's policy toward Rhodesia, the same could be said for London. Britain stood generally to the left of the United States, which did not mean that the right lacked influence there. To the contrary, in 1947 the most celebrated soldier in the United Kingdom, Field Marshal Viscount Montgomery, secretly submitted a plan to turn Africa into a bulwark against the very great potential danger of a well-organized and growing communist movement on that continent. His grand design was based on a 2-month tour of 11 African nations, during which he concluded that the African is a complete savage and is quite incapable of developing the country himself. Africa would progress, he declared, only if there was an injection of fresh blood into each colony in the form of large numbers of men with brains and go-getters who would adventure courageously, as did Cecil Rhodes. 5 Among other things, this was a chiming endorsement of Rhodesia. This factor was relevant since Washington tended to look to London for solutions to the problems presented by this British colony. In the following years there were further signs of trends in London that Salisbury found appealing. As African, Caribbean, and South Asian immigration surged in London, the National Front gained in popularity on an explicit platform of white supremacy. In the view of National Front proponents, the indigenous British were deemed to be superior to all others. Like Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf, they warned that the alleged purity and superiority of the white race would be destroyed if its members began breeding with the members of another, supposedly inferior race. Like the outcome of mixing milk and water, the result would be a dilution and weakening of the strongest element, it was said. 2 Such a movement also buoyed Salisbury. In addition, the rise of nationalism in Wales and Scotland suggested that Rhodesia, which in some ways saw itself as a branch of Britain, should likewise pursue self-determination, or independence. 7 In other words, London, like Washington, viewed Rhodesia through its own unique lens, and this could play out to the advantage of Ian Smith. Nevertheless, anti-communism and conservatism did not resonate as strongly with the leading ally of Washington, London. Rhodesia was a British colony, and Britain was the leading power pressuring Salisbury, often with the assistance of Washington, at least during the time when the Democratic Party held the White House. However, according to Vet. Iran Labour Party leader Roy Hattersley, this relationship was not without contradiction. When the crisis began during the tenure of President Johnson, the White House sought to ensure that the price to be paid for U.S. support on Rhodesia was support for U.S. policy in Vietnam. Britain's Labour Party, however, was quite reluctant to enter this arrangement. 28 Generally, the political spectrum in Britain was farther to the left than that in the United States, just as Prime Minister Harold Wilson's Labour Party, which pointedly included socialists of various hues, was further to the left than its counterpart in the United States, the Democratic Party. Even conservative Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who was in office when Zimbabwe attained independence, had never been part of the Rhodesia lobby, unlike many of her right-wing counterparts across the Atlantic. Ian Smith was able to play upon these strains and differences between Washington and London in order to prolong the life of his regime. The Anglo-American alliance often was spoken of in hushed and reverent tones, but the Suez Crisis of 1956 suggested that Washington and London did not always have parallel global interests. The strident support of Rhodesia by an ascending U.S. right wing suggested once more that London and Washington would not always be in accord. Such divergences at times made it difficult for London and Washington to coordinate precisely policy towards Salisbury. Contradictory tensions did not end there. The dissolution of de jure racism in the United States had the added effect of helping to erode similar encrusted biases that Jewish Americans and even Catholics had been subjected to. As shall be noted, this entire process helped to bolster an evolving whiteness, which at once undergirded a kind of pan-European unity that could bolster Rhodesia, while at the same time it inspired forces in the pan-African world that were determined to dissolve racial privilege altogether. The contradictory nature of this historical process sheds light on the contradictory approach of Washington towards Salisbury, which veered from covert support to muted opposition. These contradictory tensions were resolved partially by the formula conceptualized, appropriately, by Andrew Young. He felt that a settlement would leave Africans in charge of the government and the European minority in control of the economy, an unsteady alliance that continues to hold in Zimbabwe. This was not distant from the similar formula that emerged in the southern United States, where African Americans gained the right to check into a hotel but did not necessarily gain the wherewithal to check out. They gained the right to eat at a lunch counter but did not necessarily have the funds to buy a hamburger. They gained civil rights but not economic rights. This dispensation has been challenged ever more noisily in Zimbabwe since independence and, intermittently, in the United States. This is a relentlessly U.S.-centric study, though the narrative focuses on a war in South-Central Africa. The major intent is to examine the actions of those whose roots were on the other side of the Atlantic. Given the role of the United States during the war and during the early history of Rhodesia, this approach, I think, will help to provide a better understanding of Zimbabwe. Indeed, the very process of scouring archives in the United States for material on Zimbabwe is important, not least because after the war ended, records in Rhodesia were, in the words of Ngwabi Beebe and Terence Ranger, burnt in a great holocaust of documents. 3°. The Australian scholar Michael Evans concurs, lamenting the destruction and removal of so many official records. Moreover, a significant percentage of Zimbabweans who were involved in this 1965-1980 conflict did so in exile, and, says the Zimbabwean archivist Angeline Kamba, no library in any country acquired everything that Zimbabweans produced abroad. There are other complications. Pursuant to the 1947 Yakuza Agreement between London and Washington, Washington is not able to release any documents that the British will not allow released. Historically, Britain has been less forthcoming than the United States in the realm of freedom of information. Asterisk. Unfortunately, records in apartheid South Africa, a nation whose participation in the Rhodesian War was important, also have been purged. 3+. Consequently, illuminating the U.S. side of this conflict is of even more value, in that it provides pieces of a puzzle that may never be completed. It helps to assuage the pain caused by the systematic puncturing of the collective memory of Southern Africa. Registered. Unfortunately, the U.S. side of this equation also lacks relevant detail. Only a tiny portion of the files of the administration of President Richard Nixon are available, for example, and libraries housing the papers of later presidents, such as Jimmy Carter, are still accessioning documents. Thus, this book should be viewed as being far from the final word on this topic. As ever, future generations will have to tell this story again. One outcome of this absence of key documents is that this important conflict has not received the scholarly attention it deserves. As Dumiso Dabangwe, a leader of the liberation forces, has observed, the definitive history of Zimbabwe's liberation struggle is yet to be written. This is unfortunate because the liberation war has had and will continue to have profound consequences for the future of Zimbabwe and other countries in the Southern Africa region. 36. This assessment is accurate. As the second largest economy in the region behind South Africa, Zimbabwe historically has been the pivot in the transport network of the region, with a network of tarred roads that are the envy of many of its neighbors. It has been a major exporter of food on a continent that periodically suffers from famine. Yet, Dabangwe could have added that this war also has had significant consequences for the nation that produced some of Rhodesia's most resolute supporters, the United States. For revolutions and counter-revolutions must be understood in global rather than purely national terms, particularly in a small nation like Rhodesia, which during the height of the war had a population that probably did not exceed 8 million. This external entanglement is central to the international civil war of an historical era that is as counter-revolutionary as it is revolutionary. The external entanglement of the war against Zimbabwe implicated the best and the brightest of the U.S. elite. Former Secretary of State Dean Acheson, leading economist Milton Friedman, leading intellectuals like William F. Buckley Jr., leading politicians like Ronald Reagan and Jesse Helms, corporate executives from various industries all supported Rhodesia *. Registered. However, this war also implicated riffraff, lumpen elements, who have traditionally been drawn to such conflicts. In 1968, the man who was eventually to be convicted for slaying Martin Luther King Jr., James Earl Ray, was only a few dollars short of escaping to Rhodesia, where he hoped to become a mercenary. He had gotten as far as Lisbon before he was apprehended *. Rhodesia provided a dissenting example, suggesting to those resisting racial desegregation in the United States that their ideas and actions were not peculiar and that they might all be able to prevail in the end. Simultaneously, Rhodesia evoked resonant 19th-century images of the forts in the Old West being besieged by Indians. It was difficult for the U.S. military to ride to the rescue, so U.S. mercenaries took their place. In fact, the most immediate and dramatic impact of U.S. supporters on the mutinous colony was provided by those who obtained the post that James Earl Ray was not able to secure. I speak of mercenaries, soldiers of fortune who enlisted to fight weapon in hand with the Rhodesian armed forces. Mercenaries should not be viewed as a sidebar, marginal to the main story of U.S. involvement in this conflict. They were the principal carriers of whiteness on the ground in South-Central Africa. Their diverse origins, Irish Americans and English Americans, Protestant and Catholic alike, and their very presence suggested that the age-old conflict between Britain and Boer could be overcome. Their status as de facto ambassadors of the prestigious United States also inspired others from the pan-European world to join what may have appeared to be a hopeless cause in Rhodesia, thereby extending the shelf life of the regime. Though it was late July R998 in Windhoek, the capital of Namibia, the weather was uncharacteristically grey. There was even a slight drizzle, which was unusual for this western neighbor of Zimbabwe, sitting as it does in a region heavily comprised of desert. I was in a nondescript building near downtown, chatting with W.T. Luckett, who had spent 2.5 years with the U.S. military in Vietnam, then did a tour of duty in Central America before arriving to fight in Rhodesia in the 1970s. Now he was a prosperous businessman, a Namibian citizen, who expressed the desire to be buried in his newly adopted country. With his thinning blonde hair, ample paunch, chain-smoking habit, splotched pink skin, and thick U.S. accent, he could easily have passed for a suburban Rotarian. But the experiences he was relating to me resembled something from a trashy novel, not a mundane suburb. Toward the end of the war in Rhodesia, he said, U.S. soldiers, mercenaries, were taking over military leadership, right, left, and center. U.S. citizens commanded all armored divisions, he claimed. Luckett wound up commanding a battalion of the Rhodesian African Rifles, Africans who fought for minority rule. Though one must weigh the point of possible national chauvinism, Luckett argued that U.S. military men were far superior to those they encountered in the Rhodesian military. The Americans were better trained and better skilled, he thought. This insight, however, was consistent with Rhodesian colonial history. Since the 1890s, U.S. citizens had been essential in exposing their counterparts in South-Central Africa to advanced skills and technology. Luckett contended stoutly that he received sanitized weapons, recoilless rifles, from the U.S. government, more specifically the Central Intelligence Agency. By sanitized, he meant weapons that were not traceable to their source. Why would the United States do such a thing? It was because of fear of a conventional attack by liberation forces based in neighboring countries. This would have meant, it was thought, an unacceptable advance by their patrons, particularly Moscow. Why would a U.S. citizen fight for Rhodesia? Luckett made it clear that he differentiated himself from any run-of-the-mill mercenary, because he had taken out Rhodesian citizenship. More than this, the circumstances for one in his position were not unappealing. We were paid well, he conceded, plus he had a house in Salisbury, a thoroughly modern city by virtually any standard, with a girl stashed away there. He could retreat from the bush war for meetings periodically and party like hell before returning to combat. Furthermore, he was addicted, in his words, like a drug addict, to the adrenaline that his body produced during the intensity of combat *+ for many reasons, not least his experience in Vietnam. Luckett represents a prototypical version of the US soldier who went to fight in Rhodesia. His hectic departure from there to participate in the war in Namibia is also not atypical. There were hundreds like him, he said. One of the lasting legacies of the war in Rhodesia was how its barbarity spread throughout the region, leaving the equivalent of minefields scattered promiscuously about, minefields that continue to explode to this day. Luckett claims, for example, that forces from the United States allied with Salisbury set up Renamo, the anti-regime rebels in Mozambique, who waged a brutal war of terror featuring the slicing off of noses and ears and limbs beginning in the 1970s. Luckett, a U.S. soldier who fought in Rhodesia and then leveraged his ill-gotten gains profitably, symbolizes a theme of this era. Even the dislike he developed for Afrikaners during his stint in Namibia corresponds with a major theme of this region. For I contend that forces from the United States, not just soldiers but films and the entire U.S. ethos, symbolized a synthetic whiteness, a lessening of tension between and among those of European descent, and the adoption of a racial identity that juxtaposed them with supposedly inferior Africans. The obstinate nationalism and ethnocentrism of Afrikaners was a major stumbling block hampering the construction of a U.S.-style synthetic whiteness in the region. For the United States was a centripetal force, bracing white identity. The difficulty in Rhodesia in assimilating seamlessly this attitude illustrates the frailty of the white supremacist project. Ethnic antagonisms, principally between those of British descent and those called Boers, had rocked the region with a bitter war at the start of the 20th century, and decades later tensions had not abated. White supremacy and white racism were awful realities in Rhodesia, but whiteness itself, if by that is suggested a united and solidly monolithic community of the melanin deficient, was a work in progress, fractured with hurtful division. This disunity was a major cause of Rhodesia's defeat. 43 The presence of U.S. mercenaries compensated in a way for this deficiency and succeeded in extending temporarily the life of a doomed regime. The very presence of ostensibly white U.S. mercenaries, Jewish and Gentile, of Western and Eastern European origins, was a living reminder of how ethnic and ethnologious differences could be submerged in the reinvention that was whiteness. *++ The Rhodesians, however, were not so successful in emulating this model. Instead, they were nagged by conflicts between and among Briton and Boer and Portuguese, not to mention religious differences. Indeed, other than the fierce will and determination of the Africans themselves, the inability to construct a viable whiteness by assuaging conflict between and among Europeans was probably the single most important reason for the defeat of Rhodesia. The mercenaries who descended on Rhodesia from the pan-European world, primarily the United States, South Africa, Europe, Australia, Israel, and New Zealand, were a living symbol that ethnic antagonisms could be overcome in the interest of whiteness and could best be overcome in the torridity of war. They were also a living symbol of resistance to the Africans in a way that U.S. politicians, journalists, academics, and corporate executives could not match. In many ways their presence prolonged the war in a more significant manner than did that of their non-military counterparts. Although official U.S. policy disclaimed responsibility for the presence of this plethora of mercenaries, the fact is that the unofficial U.S. creed of anti-communism and white supremacy, particularly its southern variety, buoyed the mercenaries as a rising tide buoys a life raft. Moreover, the privatization that the use of mercenaries reveals augured a larger trend in the United States, as the public sector was downsized in favor of reliance on the private sector. 45 Creating an army involves severe support costs, social taxes, medical insurance, and the like. Outsourcing military tasks to mercenaries is cheaper in some ways, not to mention that it distances the state from otherwise dirty business. Mercenaries, in sum, represent the cutting edge of a privatization trend that has become de rigueur in the United States. How many mercenaries from the United States fought for the rebel regime? Estimates vary. The lower estimates are that there were a few hundred, though the Rhodesian-born historian Richard Wood says, 40 is more like it 4°. But in the summer of 1979, BBC Radio reported that there were 15,000 mercenaries all told in Rhodesia, so percent more than in the previous year, including 2,300 from the United States. 47 During that same period, Shepard Nzambe wrote, 60% of the present white Army mercenaries. Number 8 In January 1979, Tanzania's Minister of Education, Nicholas Kahaga, told the Liberation Committee of the Organization of African Unity, that there were 13,000 mercenaries in the Rhodesian military, including 2,500 from the United States. The United States was second only to Portugal in supplying mercenaries, he said. In November 1978, U.S. reporter Malik Reeves wrote that there were 1,000 American mercenaries fighting in Rhodesia. In February 1978, Zimbabwean leader Joshua Komu claimed that there were 2,300 U.S. mercenaries fighting in his country. The inherently covert nature of recruiting U.S. mercenaries, a putative violation of U.S. law, makes it difficult to obtain exact figures on how many from this nation fought with the Rhodesians, though my guess is that the higher figures are closer to the truth than the lower. Likewise, the destruction of critical documents also complicates the task of detailing their exact number. Nonetheless, the larger issue is that there was significant sympathy in the United States for the rebellious regime, to the point where some were willing to risk their lives to save it. They were also willing to risk the lives of countless Africans. In 1978, Malik Reeves observed, many Americans in Rhodesia have been operating as pilots for the Rhodesian forces. The infamous airborne raids on the refugee camps at Kimoyo, Mozambique in late 1976, which left more than 100 dead, mostly women and children, included American pilots on the bombing runs. A crucial fact is that often U.S. mercenaries were in critically important positions, for example, commanders, pilots, and the like. The war in Rhodesia was an extraordinarily violent conflict. This violence was accelerated by an almost congenital thuggery, a messianic anti-communism, and a maniacal code of white supremacy borne heavily by mercenaries from the United States. The war seems to have attracted the worst and the wackiest from the United States. This is suggestive of the desperation of Salisbury, particularly after the collapse of the Portuguese dictatorship, which had ruled neighboring Mozambique and Angola, in April 1974. In late 1978, the liberation movement organ Zimbabwe's People's Voice complained that the most horrid mercenaries were pouring into Rhodesia in unprecedented numbers, describing them as vagabonds, rogues, and bandits with an insatiable hunger for prostitutes of all sorts. 54 Those who came to defend minority rule in southern Africa included a significant number of individuals with either a gangster background or gangster mentality. Plus, the military analyst Henrik Ellert agrees and adds that the Rhodesian military was stiffened during the late 1970s by the influx of several hundred men whose antecedents were never effectively investigated before attestation. Such men, writes Ellert, included the likes of an American named Robert Cariff, who in 1980, during the British-monitored ceasefire, refused to donate blood, arguing that he had come to kill and not to save lives. He kept a map of the world in his office where he marked with red crayon countries he believed had gone communist. Suspect countries were colored with a pink pencil. 55 Of course, it would be a mistake to ascribe the casual violence of the war solely to the proliferation of mercenaries. Even before the war, visitors were moved by the virulent racism of Rhodesian society, a racism that many mercenaries nonetheless contributed to and reveled in. John Roberts, a former police officer in northern Rhodesia who had fought as a mercenary in the Congo in the early 1960s, was no stranger to racial chauvinism. Still, after arriving in Salisbury many months before UDI, he was stunned by what he called the attitude he found. Always the answer to the racial problem was the same: the machine gun. I heard it from business people and from officers in the mess. 5 cents mercenaries with no long-term stake in the society contributed mightily to but did not create the cycle of violence. About a decade after Roberts's visit, as the war was heating up, Chief Riki Tangwana felt the brunt of this attitude. "We fear," he said, "we fear because they threaten to shoot us with guns. If you open your mouth you are hit with the butt of a gun. They show you the gun and threaten to shoot. You have no option but to fear the gun that you can see. 57 Still, one writer reported that American mercenaries, who operate in bands, have a reputation for particular viciousness. Perhaps because of their more extensive experience in subjugating colored peoples at home and abroad, U.S. mercenaries seem to many to be more savage and cruel than their comrades from the pan-European world. In a well-reported episode from the war, a French mercenary deserted because, he said, got tired of rifle-butting villagers in the mouth who were no more rebels than was *8 U.S. mercenaries often were terribly alienated from their own society and were fleeing to Africa to release their frustrations and anger. The writer James Howe reported that some of the U.S. mercenaries bogged down in the daily grind, regret getting married, or whatever. Others are boys who feel they have been deceived and betrayed, and are often unemployed. 5. Newsweek interviewed in Salisbury a Detroiter, a 26-year-old former Green Beret who had fought in Vietnam, who said he had come to Rhodesia to fight after being laid off from his manufacturing job. Jeff Stevens, 27, another mercenary interviewed by the U.S. media, said he was a bored real estate planner in Houston before coming to Rhodesia. Said Stevens, "I'm Jewish and I've worked on a kibbutz in Galilee. Israel and Rhodesia have a lot in common. I'm fighting against a Marxist regime and for a multiracial meritocracy." Degree when confused, marauding mercenaries were added to an already volatile racial mix, the nation was plunged into a vortex of ever-increasing violence. It would be overly simplistic to claim that power in Rhodesia flowed solely from the barrel of a gun, but it would be terribly naive to forget that armed might was a major bulwark of support for the minority regime, and the barrel of that gun was often to be found in the hand of a mercenary from the United States. Salisbury could not afford to be overly selective in recruiting its praetorians. Rhodesia's need for excessive violence was due in part to the fact that at various times, the European minority was outnumbered by Africans at staggering ratios, 25:1 at certain moments. In neighboring South Africa, by way of comparison, the ratio may have been 7:1. Maintaining anti-popular rule not only required many mercenaries but, as well, the indiscriminate use of a mighty arsenal. Despite the influx of mercenaries, the Rhodesians were pushed to the brink by the Zimbabweans. According to Jeremy Brickhill, near the war's close for the first time in Africa, a liberation movement began to prepare military forces which actually had the potential to achieve its stated political objective, to seize political power. Registered in other words, rather than facing a negotiated settlement, the Rhodesians were on the verge of being physically ousted from office. In turn, the military strength of the liberation forces gave Rhodesians further reason to rely on the bellicosity of mercenaries, thus contributing to a spiraling violence. In 1979, as the war plodded on bloodily, Edison Zivabgo of the Zimbabwe African National Union, referred to the ZANU idea, the gun idea. He added, in a barbed reference to African rivals, "Power grows from the barrel of the gun, not the barrel of the mouth." Registered even after independence in 1980, the idea let loose by this war had not expired, that power should be seized forcefully and that discussion the barrel of the mouth was not the only option. By 1995, Joshua Komu, then a vice president in the Zimbabwean government, was warning a handful of junior ministers at his Munhumutapa offices last week to guard against elements who want to unseat the government through the barrel of the Sons. The ordinary fierceness of maintaining white supremacy was quickened during this war. Mercenaries with no ties to the country in which they were fighting and, at times, wildly psychotic dispositions, made a profound contribution to this process. Africans were obligated to respond, and Zimbabwe society continues to be marked by the violent culture that resulted. Were these mercenaries sponsored directly by the U.S. government? This is a difficult question to answer. Mercenaries are emblematic of an ongoing trend, a covert U.S. foreign policy that operates on a track congruent with, though separate from, official policy. John Stockwell, a former top CIA operative in southern Africa who now has come in from the cold, maintains that U.S. policymakers were complicit in the dispatching of mercenaries to the region but were reluctant to acknowledge this for fear of an adverse domestic and global reaction. Thus, he says, these soldiers of fortune were termed foreign military technicians, allowing U.S. officials to deny any knowledge about mercenaries in Africa. Degree 4. The burning of documents makes answering this question even more difficult. Interestingly, the sharp sword of prosecution hung precariously over the necks of those from the United States who traveled to Spain in the 1930s to defend that republic against the scourge of fascism. Degree in 1980, the U.S. authorities seriously contemplated prosecuting a delegation led by former Attorney General Ramsey Clark after he dared simply to visit Iran for a conference. The U.S. Senate passed a resolution urging prosecution. Registered yet, U.S. citizens were fighting in Rhodesia with stunning regularity and, as shall be seen, these mercenaries recognized that they could join Salisbury's military with impunity. In any case, U.S. policy towards Salisbury did fluctuate between 1965 and 1980, with Democratic administrations, which were heavily dependent on African American voters, tending to be more hostile than their Republican counterparts, who were not so indebted and, moreover, were more heavily dependent on certain business interests. Degree 1. Has to be cautious in answering this question about U.S. sponsorship of mercenaries in Rhodesia, for in the year preceding UDI, it turns out that the U.S. government was, contrary to popular opinion, covertly aiding mercenary forces in the Congo. Throughout this period, Washington also was sending secret commandos into Laos and Cambodia, though this was hardly known in the United States at the time. Registered *. Furthermore, there was evidence to suggest that European mercenaries in Rhodesia had ties to European government figures. Degree. Influential personalities advised Washington to emulate this practice. The noted U.S. conservative Ernest Van den Haag, writing in the pages of a journal published by the influential Heritage Foundation, argued that since U.S. forces were allegedly inferior to those of the Soviet Union and its allies, Washington should consider the creation of a mercenary force. Helpfully, he outlined how this could be done quite easily. Degree. Certainly France had shown the value of maintaining ties to mercenaries. French citizen Bob Denard had helped to overthrow the government of the Comoros and in 1977 attempted to overthrow the government of Benin. When such swashbuckling illegality led him to a courtroom in France, the former French ambassador to Gabon, Maurice Delaunay, and Jacques Foccart, the eminence grise of Paris's policy in Africa, both spoke up in his defense. They were not deterred by the fact that Denard's men wore red armbands sporting the Nazi swastika on a circle of white. Their support may have been sparked by the fact that, in Denard's words, he was not a mercenary but a pirate. France's Pirate 71 were the U.S. citizens fighting for Rhodesia simple mercenaries or in fact pirates in league with Washington. 7. Whatever the case, their impact was deadly. Social psychologists and demagogues long have known that if ordinary citizens are to be provoked to violent actions against individuals or groups, it is necessary to sever the empathic bond with those to be attacked by painting them as different and despicable. Even before the war, Rhodesian colonists, by and large, had severed the empathic bond with the indigenous African population. Howard M. Halpern, former president of the American Academy of Psychotherapists, has noted, when our shared humanity with those with whom we disagree is stripped away, it becomes acceptable to blow them up. Plus Rhodesians pioneered in dehumanizing Africans, but U.S. mercenaries made a unique contribution to this process. Reputedly, the term "gook," a rhetorical way station on the road to dehumanization, was borrowed from the American volunteers who had joined the security forces. 75. Bishop Donald Lamont, a cleric born in Northern Ireland, was stunned by the raw fury that gripped Rhodesia during the war. At the time, he reported that the country was in practice a police state, strikes are effectively banned, the media are controlled, many political organizations are prohibited, whole communities are uprooted and forced to live as virtual prisoners in the so-called protected villages. Laws have been enacted giving the security forces a blank check for any atrocities they wish to Commit. Hundreds of people have been tried and executed in secret. Torture, intimidation and killings by the security forces are the order of the day. 7 degree. Another cleric in Rhodesia, Methodist Bishop Kenneth Skelton, was similarly critical. Fascism is a loaded word in political controversy, he began carefully, but I was not alone in seeing a gradual shift toward a Nazi situation during my 8 years in Rhodesia. 7. There were credible allegations about chemical and biological warfare, the use of napalm and the poisoning of water, beer, clothes and food crops were said to have taken place. Opponents of the Rhodesian regime linked this warfare to the presence in the country of a number of leading U.S. firms that were involved in making industrial chemicals, fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, and other types of chemicals. This list included Caltex, Cheeseboro Ponds, Colgate-Palmolive, Johnson & Johnson, Mobil Oil, and Pfizer. 8 Africans absorbed the brunt of this assault, but they were not the exclusive victims of bigotry. During the war, some members of parliament were counseling Rhodesians not to sell their homes to Asians. After a friend from the United States suggested that Rhodesia take in Asians who were facing difficulties in East Africa, Clifford Dupont sniffed, "It would be quite pointless to offer a refuge here for Kenyan Asians, indeed," he countered, "it would be national suicide." This argument was being made as Salisbury was in the process of campaigning vigorously to encourage immigrants from the pan-European world to come to Harare. Many property deeds in Rhodesia contained racially restrictive covenants directed primarily, but not exclusively, against Africans. Those of mixed race, or the colored population, also suffered proscriptions of various types. 8 degree. Just as Africans served with the Rhodesian military, coloreds and Asians did too. The latter two groups complained that they were paid less than European Rhodesian soldiers of a comparable rank. "Officers must be saluted and Europeans cannot countenance saluting a non-white," said one Salisbury Asian. On another occasion, reported in the press, Asian soldiers were told to wash their plates in toilets. They were provided different security briefings, since they were seen as not trustworthy. They were refused service in hotels and restaurants while off duty and, complained one, turned away from the very places we are supposed to be defending. Asterisk. Though eliminating discrimination against Asians and coloreds might have helped in sustaining minority rule, Rhodesia found it difficult to break completely with the strictures of white supremacy. Moreover, it was not as if all those of European descent were deemed to be on the same level with the British and English, who dominated Rhodesia. This was the irony of whiteness in Rhodesia. It was difficult to maintain a simple racial divide. Inevitably there developed an ethnic divide that could envelop and split the European community, thus jeopardizing white supremacy. The formation of Rhodesia itself was motivated in part by a desire to escape a suffocating Afrikaner ethnocentrism. With the collapse of colonialism in neighboring Mozambique and Angola in 1975, Portuguese refugees streamed into Rhodesia. Quickly, the Sunday Mail of Rhodesia reported charges of slum behavior, lowering of standards and neglect of property leveled at new Portuguese immigrants. 8. Just as the term white in South Africa was increasingly used during the apartheid era to obscure an attempt at Afrikaner supremacy, the term white in Rhodesia was deemed by many who were not of British origin to conceal a similar attempt at supremacy. The construction of whiteness in Rhodesia was similar to both its US and South African counterparts. The linchpin of this construction was quite simple: how to forge those who had warred against each other on the shores of Europe, English versus Irish, French Protestant versus French Catholic, Dutch versus German, into one overarching white community. And Laura Stoller has written persuasively of the urgency within a colonial context of creating new constructions of Europeanness, constructions that can unite an artificially assembled collage of whites in an alien environment. Subsequently, Stoller and Frederick Cooper extended this notion by concluding that the bourgeois project soon became by force of the British Navy as much as the sweeping conception of a political morality that free labor ideology entailed a pan-European one, and colonial slavery was one of the major questions over which a cross-national class ideology was worked out. Plus the attempt to save Rhodesia from majority rule after UDI was a prime example of a pan-European project that sought to submerge class tensions between and among so-called whites. The Anglo-Boer War of the late 19th century suggested that the pan-European project would not be easy to construct. This painful conflict between Britain and Boer in South Africa occurred just decades before war engulfed its northern neighbor. As war unfolded in Rhodesia, that nation too was still enduring these ethnic tensions, which were endemic in the region. One scholar recently conducting field research in Namibia reported that he regularly came across Afrikaners who voiced greater fear and enmity towards the British than they would toward Africans. 85 Afrikaners routinely and en masse echoed these sentiments. But just as tensions from South Africa were tugging Rhodesia centrifugally, forces from the United States were moving the embattled colony in an opposing direction, for emigrants and mercenaries from the United States helped to buttress a conception of whiteness in Rhodesia that was explicitly pan-European. After World War II, the United States was obligated to try to live up to its self-proclaimed image as a bastion of democracy. As such, it was compelled to retreat not only from the more egregious aspects of racism but also from forms of anti-Semitism and anti-Catholicism as well. 8 The election of John F. Kennedy as U.S. President in 1960, scant decades after a fellow Catholic Al Smith had been defeated in his attempt to win this same office, was evidence of how the nation had changed. The kind of anti-Vatican rhetoric that Governor Smith had to confront was not as evident in 1960. 87 This post-World War II evolution made for a truer whiteness than had existed previously, and it was this form of whiteness that was exported abroad. It was easier for this export to find a hospitable market in Rhodesia than in South Africa. First of all, both the United States and Rhodesia were nations where English and not Afrikaans predominated. More than this, the ruling elites of both nations had ethnic affinities. As early as 1917, Lord Robert Cecil of Britain had proclaimed proudly that the rulers of the budding superpower that was the United States were almost exclusively Anglo-Saxons, adding that this Anglo-Saxon East Coast establishment not only shared England's political ideals but literally loved England and English culture. Such a description neatly fits Rhodesia but hardly describes South Africa. 8 These affinities made it easier for Washington to influence Salisbury and vice versa. Though the term white was tossed around loosely, this construction often served to elide significant differences that existed between and among various European ethnic groups in Rhodesia. Peter Godwin, who served with the Rhodesian military, recalled that as a youth he played a game called Boers vs. Brits, in conscious evocation of the war that gripped the region as the 20th century dawned. Godwin has also spoken of the rivalries that resonated in Rhodesia involving Scottish and English. And the Boers. Portuguese in Rhodesia were called sea Kaffirs or porks, and he adds tellingly, treated them as though they weren't entirely white. Doris Lessing, who spent her formative years in southern Rhodesia, has written of the combative anti-Catholic sentiments of her mother and the forbidding anti-British attitudes in South Africa. In the United States, such tensions among various Europeans were mediated by a construction of a white identity that was grounded in antipathy toward those of a darker hue. A major contribution by the United States to Enlightenment discourse was its move away from the divine right of monarchs to the secular right of whites, particularly men with property. 3 Peter Godwin's words suggest that Rhodesian society, influenced by the United States, was evolving fitfully in a similar direction. Instead of playing Boers versus Britons, at times he and his classmates played cowboys versus Indians. Later he referred to sections of his war-torn nation as Apache country, indicating further how U.S. tropes influenced Rhodesia. A major weakness of the Rhodesian war effort was the nation's difficulty in collaborating with its Portuguese and Afrikaner neighbors in their common cause, and ethnic conflict was no small matter in explaining why their collaboration was not successful. If they had been able to collaborate more effectively, at the very least the Rhodesian War would have been extended. Ironically, if Rhodesia had been able to adopt the post-World War II model of whiteness existing in the United States, it might possibly have extended its lifespan. However, The post-war model in the United States involved concessions to those of African descent as a complement to lessening of tensions between and among those of European descent, and granting such concessions was precisely what Salisbury was seeking to avoid. Such was the irony of the strange career of whiteness in Rhodesia. In the United States, the movement toward racial equality helped to shroud, if not eliminate, the rougher edges of white supremacist doctrines, but those who were reluctant to adhere to the new order felt that Rhodesia would be a convenient abode for them and their ideas. And just as constructing whiteness can be seen as a progressive step away from monarchy, the advocates of white supremacy in Rhodesia were often perceived as more enlightened than their ethnocentrist counterparts. In fact, U.S. supporters of Rhodesia often favorably contrasted the leaders in Salisbury to their presumably less enlightened neighbors in Pretoria, who were portrayed as retrograde throwbacks. This notion of the enlightened Briton and backward Boer is somewhat misleading. The historian Roy H. Dupree has pointed out that it was London that enacted the first race laws in the region, when it took over the Cape Colony in the early 19th century. By 1987, he concludes, English-speaking support for the National Party, the leading proponent of apartheid, exceeded that of Afrikaners. Degree 5. Despite their own often tawdry roles in race relations, it was easier for the British, than the Americans, to portray their role in southern Africa compared to the Afrikaners as not narrowly chauvinistic but broadly all-encompassing. These perceptions did not leave the Africans unaffected. It was not uncommon for guerrillas to adopt noms de guerre that were explicitly anti-Afrikaner, though the Rhodesian state and ruling elite was overwhelmingly of British stock. Mabhanu Mujapara and Paradze Mabhanu were some of the milder appellations. Degree objectifying the British in such a fashion was not as prevalent. 7. Sir Roy Welonski was a Rhodesian leader who was Jewish, in a nation where anti-Semitism was not unknown. His peerage in the face of his Eastern European roots was suggestive of the fact that he had made his own peace with the British. All this may help explain why he, more than most Rhodesian leaders, was quite sensitive to what might be called the racial correlation of forces globally, and why he was keen to steer clear of ethnocentrism, instead stressing whiteness, pan-Europeanism, and anti-communism. Often he shared his ideas in this realm with former U.S. Secretary of State Dean Acheson. After President Nixon's trailblazing entente with China was solidified in 1971, most world leaders were interpreting this event in geostrategic terms, but not Sir Roy. He was worried that the Nixon visit would be seen as evidence of a flagging white supremacy, in that the United States would be seen as bowing to a colored nation. He told Acheson, "We whites seldom appreciate the extent to which the black and the brown man order their thinking on how strong or how weak they think one is, and it is, therefore, always unwise to start off on a basis that they think one is afraid of them. This may sound childish to you, Dean, but I've lived all my life where the whites have been outnumbered many times. I don't know the yellow man, but PM told that he is even more concerned about his dignity and face saving than the black man, and will always interpret our casual ways as being weak." Acheson fed and reflected this racialist thinking, telling Sir Roy, "I still cling to Bret Harte's aphorism that for ways that are dark / for tricks that are vain / the heathen Chinese is peculiar, but no more so than the heathen Japanese." At this juncture publicly both Acheson and Welonski focused like a laser beam on Moscow and the anti-communist cause, but privately they expressed grave concern about the global correlation of forces racially, not just in Africa but in Asia as well. Unlike more ethno-centric Rhodesians, they were not as interested in playing the age-old children's game of Boer versus Britain, but were more concerned about forging a synthetic whiteness to confront contemporary challenges. They were not alone. While the Nixon administration saw its opening to Beijing correctly as a club to intimidate Moscow, a number of critics on the right feared that the US president was upsetting the racial correlation of forces globally. This was no minor matter in Rhodesia, where it was known that China had close relations with both neighboring Tanzania and the indigenous Zimbabwe African National Union. In 1972, Dr. Jack Penn of Johannesburg warned, "It is obvious that the policy of the Chinese Communists is to eliminate the European by using the black tribes for this purpose." 1 degree. Just as Africans and especially African Americans often spoke of Pan-Africanism and a Black Atlantic that linked blacks around the world, the U.S. Southern African relationship exemplified Pan-Europeanism that linked whites around the world and across the Atlantic. Of course, the former was sparked into existence by the racism often associated with the rise of the latter, and as the former grew in strength and influence, the latter was forced to retreat and even redefine itself, but the parallels are no less striking. Doris Lessing has written of how even in the United Kingdom, the United States in those days, was continually and in 1,000 ways inspiring envy and emulation. A priori this was also true in London's colonial appendages. Constructing a racial colonialism, a pan-European community, in Rhodesia was enormously profitable, and not just for robber barons like Cecil Rhodes. Visiting Rhodesia a year after UDI, the U.S. writer Calvin Trillin noted how immigrants and refugees from the pan-European world were able to advance. "We are all up a notch here," he was told. "A bricklayer becomes a contractor. A bookkeeper becomes an accountant." Degree 3 The United Kingdom that many in southern Rhodesia were fleeing after World War I was an unforgiving place. Lessing recalled the scene. "Few people had central heating, we were a laughingstock in Europe because of our attitude towards it. Refrigerators were only just becoming common." Rubble from the war littered the landscape. The bone-chilling winters, rainy springs, and impenetrable fog of London contrasted sharply with the pervasive sunshine and cloudless, bright blue skies of Salisbury. The Methodist bishop in Rhodesia, Kenneth Skelton, felt that this unjust enrichment, the inevitable outcome of the construction of whiteness, ed insecurity, since the Rhodesians were so outnumbered, and, he added, they are at the top of a system dependent on exploitation of African labor. 15 Constructing whiteness was even more important in Rhodesia than in neighboring South Africa, in part because the population of European origin was so much smaller in Rhodesia and was in greater need of solidarity. This suggested that their unjust enrichment, perhaps their very lives, were in greater jeopardy. When London opposed UPR1, this helped undercut British nationalism in Rhodesia and facilitated the acceleration of a synthetic whiteness, a process aided by the increasing role of U.S. citizens in the rebel colonies' affairs. When the term dollar replaced the term pound as the designation for Rhodesia's currency, this was further confirmation of the fact that Salisbury increasingly was taking its cues from Washington. The United States had demonstrated well the value of forging whiteness and curbing narrowly chauvinist expressions by European ethnic groups. The necessity of maintaining whiteness could not be accomplished if Rhodesian women were mating with African men, hence, constructing whiteness inevitably meant reinforcing patriarchy and curtailing the sexual autonomy of European women. Racial privilege and the power upon which it rested could be rendered meaningless, it was felt, if these women were to mate without regard to race and color. European men, of course, were not so restricted. This patriarchal oppression, combined with the nervous insecurity generated by the inequitable enrichment of the white minority, fueled and at times perverted exploitation of the African body. 7 Ruto Gadisanwe, a Zimbabwean journalist, has taken note of this intimate tie between racial and gender constructions. The ruling class whites, she writes, created a white nation and an economy that gave unprecedented privilege to a disparate group of refugees, immigrants, fortune hunters, political and social exiles and other undesirables. They came from Greece, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland. They might have had differences of nationality when they arrived, but in the colony a Rhodesian nationality was created to unite them all as white people. After noting how colonialism also fed a construction of blackness, bonding Africans of varying ethnicity, she added, black women were silenced by both the black and white men and by some white women. Nationalism really focused on the rights of men, be they black or white. White nationalism did not focus on extending the privileges of white women, to make them equal to those of white men. Black and white men sewed black women into a tight bag out of which they are still trying to escape. 1-8 In short, racial construction of varying hues did not necessarily intend the liberation of women. Indeed, as women had to take on new roles propelled by the exigencies of war, many men of diverging backgrounds were torn with pangs of insecurity. The intense level of insecurity, psychological and otherwise, also generated a domestic arms race. The anti-apartheid movement of Great Britain charged that Rhodesia's white population is the most heavily armed in Africa and possibly even in the world. Degree. A local arms industry developed, fueled in part by U.S. capital. 1. Degree. The proliferation of weapons often turned minor disputes between neighbors or comrades at a tavern into wild shooting sprees, leading to the random shedding of blood. This was particularly true early in the colony's history, when women were greatly outnumbered by men and competition for their favors approached an excruciating intensity. Yet, bullets from the barrels of these guns were also the ultimate guarantor of a combined racial and gender supremacy. This combustible mixture of white supremacist ideology and weaponry presented Africans with a complex challenge. Like Africans throughout the region, they organized to combat their foes, and eventually two major movements arose: the once hegemonic Zimbabwe African People's Union and the latecomer, the Zimbabwe African National Union. Though ZAPU was thought to be dominated by the Ndeb ethnic group and ZANU by the majority Shona, this was not altogether accurate. However, real differences did separate the two groups. Unlike in South Africa, where an alternative movement to the hegemonic African National Congress did develop, namely, the Pan-Africanist Congress, or in Angola, where UNITA subsequently challenged the prevailing MP law, in Zimbabwe it was the Johnny-come-lately, ZANU, that prevailed. This did not occur in South Africa or Angola, nor did it occur in Namibia or Mozambique. In January 1969 in Khartoum, the dusty capital of the Sudan, an important meeting took place. There the World Peace Council, the Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Organization, and other so-called Moscow fronts decided that 6 liberation movements, ANC, MPLA, SWAPO in Namibia, PARS, FRELIMO, and ZAPU, were the sole and authentic representatives of their respective nations. Everywhere except in Zimbabwe, the liberation movements in the authentic 6, those christened by the Soviet Union and their allies, later became ruling parties in their respective countries. 112. The Khartoum decision was followed by delivery of massive aid to the authentics by the ruling communist governments of Eastern Europe. Joshua Komu of ZAPU acknowledged that aid from East Germany was the biggest compared with other international aid. According to Hans-Georg and Ilyana Schleicher's History of East German Involvement with African Liberation Movements, Communist Berlin supplied Komu's group with thousands of infantry weapons, ton after ton of ammunition, hundreds of anti-personnel mines, and scores of steel helmets and blankets. Much of the literature of both ZAPU and ANC was published in what was then the German Democratic Republic. Meanwhile, observed the authors, ZANU's political program in 1974 appeared confused to the experts in the GDR, who specifically disapproved of explaining the conflict between blacks and whites in Rhodesia as part of a worldwide confrontation between races. ZAPU's program itself, founded on an analysis of the social causes underlying the conflict in Rhodesia, was closer to their Marxist way of thinking. 3. Hans-Georg Schleicher, who once served as the GDR's top representative in southern Africa, was in a unique position to make this assessment. ZANU hooted at the decision of the Khartoum meeting, joining UNITA and POC in a blistering statement of condemnation. A few years later, as Cuban troops were pouring into Angola, China's paramount leader Deng Xiaoping met with President Gerald Ford in Beijing. The former Michigan football star told his counterpart, "I think it would be helpful in this frank talk with you if you could indicate the various places and ways, whether in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, or Africa, what your country is doing to meet this challenge, so we better understand how we can act in parallel." 1. 5. An escalation of the joint Chinese-U.S. effort to subdue the Moscow-backed MPLA ensued. Simultaneously, Beijing's aid to ZANU increased. Years later, Robert Mugabe of ZANU recorded that it was China that helped Zimbabwe, meaning ZANU, the most in weapons and training. 11 degrees. While ZAPU was quite close ideologically to the ANC of Nelson Mandela, ZANU had the same kind of relationship with the POC. The former two were non-racial while the latter two leaned to black nationalism. The POC, which was proud of its hostility to communists and which considered the ANC to be all too close to the Indian minority, had soured on the ANC to the point that it once considered the desperate stratagem of kidnapping the top leadership of this rival organization. 1 In return, Nelson Mandela asserted that because of the PAC's anti-communism, it became the darling of the Western press and the American State Department. 8 This despite the fact that the PAC's one settler one bullet philosophy clashed oddly with the United States' own stated non-racial ideals. ZAPU and ZANU had similar clashes. Yet, today the PAC's support in South Africa is microscopic, while 7 years after independence, a triumphant ZANU swallowed ZAPU whole after whipping it soundly in the 1980 elections. Why did this occur in Zimbabwe? There are many reasons, many of which soar far beyond the scope of this study. 9 But one factor that cannot be discounted is the aforementioned external entanglement. The Nixon overtures to China, which so upset Welensky, occurred as ZANU allied with Beijing and ZAPU was perceived as Moscow's surrogate. Partially as a result of these foreign alignments, toward the end of the war the United States and its allies began to view the triumph of ZANU as a lesser evil, despite ZANU's self-proclaimed reputation for killing more Europeans during the conflict and their supposed Marxism-Leninism. As Sir Michael Palliser of Britain's Foreign Office noted, we had an objective beyond an immediate settlement. It was to limit the expanding Russian influence in that part of the world. In which case, even though Mugabe himself was avowedly a Marxist-Leninist, you were inclined to discount that because of his difficult relationship with the Russians. Lord Carrington, the chief British negotiator at the time of the war's conclusion, agreed that Mr. Mugabe's coming to power, the man without Soviet patronage, actually helps to secure interest. 12 Another leading British official, Lord Soames, concurred, adding that Mugabe's victory was the best thing that could have happened, since Musawa was useless and Komu would have let the Russians in. As so often happened after World War I, the interests of London and Washington coincided. Of course, this begs the question of why, for example, the POC which Washington boosted did not prevail in South Africa. 2. A fuller response, which involves an examination of U.S. missionaries and other factors, can be found below. Nonetheless, this perception that ZANU was allied to Beijing and ZAPU to Moscow was no illusion. It can be glimpsed in something as mundane as the noms de guerre that guerrillas adopted. ZANU was based heavily in Mozambique, and ZAPU in Zambia. Charles Fouquet has observed, the Chinese influence was more pronounced in the Mozambican-based forces. The Russian influence was clear in the Zambian camp where there were quite a few Nikitas and Lenins. This reinforced a fundamental fact about the external relations of the two main liberation forces. 23. Because of these external relations and the priority that the United States placed on hostility to Moscow, Washington was highly skeptical of ZAPU. This was so despite the facts that ZANU seemed more hostile to the Europeans and all other minorities and ZAPU was non-racial. At the October 1976 negotiations in Geneva designed to bring an end to the war, each delegation including that of Rhodesia had colored, or mixed race, representation, with the exception of ZANU. 24 Unlike ZAPU, whose non-racialism mirrored that of their ally in arms the African National Congress of South Africa, ZANU was not adverse to deploying pointed rhetoric that targeted the European qua European. Evidently this held no unmanageable terror for the Euro-American elite that ruled the United States. Their eye was on the prize, and the prize was one's stance toward Moscow, not one's hostility toward whites, which in any event would be difficult at best to actualize in a way that could touch the United States. While ZANU sought diligently to create the kind of non-racialism that the ANC in South Africa exemplified, ZANU matched the attempt to sustain a construction of whiteness with its own construction of blackness. As it turned out, ZANU's effort may have struck a more responsive chord with an African population that was grappling with a repressive and racialized environment. In other words, many Zimbabweans evidently felt that countering the Rhodesians' effort to forge a community of disparate European immigrants in a crucible of whiteness could be done most effectively with a stolid and unyielding blackness. That ZANU's chief foreign ally was not white and ZAPU's was no doubt contributed to this perception. Interestingly, ZANU's racial rhetoric could have been lifted wholly from like-minded discourses then becoming popular among African Americans. Early in 1980 I was chairing a committee that was sponsoring a Zimbabwe emergency concert, to be held at a hulking cathedral on 112th Street and Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan, in the shadow of Columbia University and on the edge of Harlem. Over $15,000 was raised for the electoral efforts of ZANU and ZAPU, and I recall clearly the debates that enveloped this effort, concerning whether there should be an even split of this booty or if some other arrangement should be made. Black nationalists from the United States who were part of this committee argued adamantly that all of the funds should go to ZANU, fewer still of any ideological stripe argued that all of the funds should go to ZAPU. ZANU had the reputation which was bound to be popular in certain sectors of the African American community of being authentically black, less willing to compromise with the European minority. ZAPU, which was thought to be closer to white Moscow rather than colored Beijing, had an image problem in these circles that was difficult to mend. There were other differences between ZANU and ZAPU that were difficult to paper over. In the end, after spirited debate, the $15,000 was split between the two. The overriding point is that the war in Rhodesia should be viewed in a global context. For starters, it was a British colony. Thus, when Kwame Nkrumah wrote about Rhodesia during the height of the war, he barely mentioned the United States, though he did not neglect the United Kingdom. Nkrumah probably went too far, in that a distinguishing characteristic of the post-World War II dispensation has been the erosion of Britain's role and the accretion of the role of the United States. 1 degree There were other global aspects of this struggle. The Rhodesian question was caught up in pan-German politics, in that East Germany backed the liberation forces, while West Germany did not. That is not all. The ruling Rhodesian front was tied closely to farmers, who were hopelessly dependent on cheap African labor. These farmers were at times in political conflict with a sector of the international bourgeoisie headed by the United States, who felt that a settlement could be reached with the African majority that would leave pro-Washington forces in the driver's seat. Farmers felt that any settlement inevitably would mean a boost for their laborers and a decrease in their profits. 1.8 This became clear in 1968, when a leading Rhodesian banker and industrialist criticized UDI and called for a settlement along with a fresh infusion of foreign funding. Thereafter, a leading financial journalist was convicted of being a spy for the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. He was bailed out of prison by agents of the U.S. government. Even the foremost Rhodesian ideology of anti-communism was not of exclusively local origin. The United States remained the headquarters of anti-communism worldwide, and being able to speak in terms a U.S. audience could easily understand nourished the image and the longevity of the Rhodesian Front government. Strikingly, Michael Evans points to Acheson's friend Sir Roy Welonsky, who had an interest in combating anti-Semitism and was a premier proponent of whiteness, as being essential to the propagation of anti-communism in Rhodesia. In the United States, a flexible anti-communism had grown as a rigid anti-Semitism declined and the privileges of whiteness were expanded to include Jewish Americans. If Sir Roy were lucky, Rhodesia would emulate the United States. Thus, in its political culture, Rhodesia in many ways, including its version of anti-communism, was closer to the USA than the RSA. Though many contemporary analysts pointed to the parallels between Rhodesia and apartheid South Africa, it was often difficult for Salisbury to follow and emulate its southern neighbor. Instead, the words of UPI paraphrased the language of the Declaration of Independence in the United States. The Rhodesian Liberty Bell used to commemorate UDI was a gift from right-wing U.S. allies. Evans emphasizes that the Rhodesian ministries of Foreign Affairs and of Information forged strong links with ultra-conservative political elements in the United States. Included Goldwater Republicans, members of the John Birch Society, Christian Crusaders, Southern Dixiecrats, delegates from the Liberty Lobby, the American Legion and the American Security Council. The U.S.-based Friends of Rhodesian Independence had 122 branches with 25,000 members, according to one estimate. Rhodesian Front member P.K. Vander Byl, a Harvard graduate, became the dominant figure expressing the party's assessment of the communist threat to Rhodesia. The senior research officer for Rhodesian television hailed from the United States. 1% degree in Rhodesia, AU.S influenced anti-communism became a primary tool in the defense of minority rule. According to former Wall Street Journal reporter Jonathan Quitney, throughout the 15-year struggle for majority rule in Zimbabwe, the U.S. would not assert in a believable way that it considered racist rule the 5% white minority to be repugnant. The U.S. clung to the notion that racist rule in the reality was less objectionable than communist rule in the mere possibility. He concludes that the whole concept of a communist scare was largely phony. 31 Quitney may be right in regarding this concept as phony, but it would be hard to convince the droves of U.S. supporters of Rhodesia of that. William Yarborough, to cite one example, did not see the idea of a communist threat in Rhodesia as phony. A graduate of the U.S. Military Academy in 1936, he retired in 1971 with the rank of lieutenant general. In 1950 he did a tour of duty with the British Staff College. In 1956 he was in Cambodia, well before the United States began officially waging for a so-called secret war there. He was a commanding general at the U.S. Special Warfare Center and also served as Assistant Chief of Staff for Intel Intelligence in the Army during the critical 1966-68 period. He was a top U.S. specialist in psychological warfare. During his frequent visits to Salisbury, Yarborough met often with Ian Smith and his top military advisor, Peter Walls. He received security briefing from the head of Rhodesian intelligence, Ken Flower, and from the head of psychological warfare there. 3. Yarborough was also well connected in Pretoria and would meet with political leaders like P.W. Botha and military leaders like Magnus Malin during his visits there. 34. Yarborough found the mercenary recruiting journal Soldier of Fortune very attractive and highly professional and was considered for a post as contributing editor, military affairs for this publication. Registered. Though he was wed irrevocably to Rhodesia, he expressed grave concern about the emotional attachments of African Americans to Africa. 13 Cent. In short, this influential U.S. figure was a trusted advisor of minority regimes in southern Africa and had intimate ties to an important transmission belt for mercenaries. In 1974, as the tide was beginning to turn against Rhodesia, he told Robert Cornell of the Friends of Rhodesia Trust that if the leader of the liberation forces were to seek help from those with foreign combat experience as he is bound to do, it seems logical that Rhodesian security forces should seek advice and vicarious experience from those who have confronted these same enemies in other areas. In case Cornell did not understand what he was intimating, Yarborough became more explicit. It would be helpful, he suggested, to send some Rhodesian military and political personnel to Korea to look over the DMZ operation, but advised Cornell to keep all information out of the press, adding that there should be a good cover plan. He provided advice on the use of barrier fences and sensors. On the latter point he offered to send data and reports. Behind fences, he offered, there should be camouflaged and concealed fighting positions, channelized corridors leading to killing grounds. The Rhodesians, he recommended, should acquire some of the night vision devices that had been developed for Vietnam action. He warned the Rhodesians not to be complacent about radio communication, since the allies of the liberation forces, the hated communists, had developed significant capability in this realm. He provided tips on protected villages, based on his own visit to the Chiaus African Tribal Trust, and reminded Cornell that psychological operations were perhaps the most important factor in the defense of the homeland. 37 Thus, when Rhodesian Prime Minister Ian Smith acknowledged in early 1966 that he had significant support in the United States and that Washington's policy would be altered, he had a substantial basis for his opinion. He failed to understand, however, that Cold War pressures and his own white supremacist policies made it difficult for any U.S. administration to 47 support his regime openly and to the extent that the situation demanded. Nevertheless, support from the U.S. right wing extended the lifespan of Zimbabwe his regime and thereby extended the war against Zimbabwe. Given the pivotal role U.S. citizens played in the formation of Rhodesia in the first place, it was somehow fitting that they would be fighting in Salisbury to the bitter end as the regime collapsed. Power. The White Atlantic. Frederick Russell Burnham was born on an Indian reservation in Minnesota in 1860 and later followed the American frontier westward. As it was closing in Arizona and California, gaining along the way a well-deserved reputation as an Indian fighter. In his youth he learned from and worked with one of Quantrill's raiders, notorious thugs and terrorists who fought with the Confederacy to uphold slavery during the U.S. Civil War. In Burnham's eyes, Quantrill was a really great guerrilla. In 1893, in search of a new frontier, Burnham sailed for southern Africa, where he joined Cecil Rhodes's war against King Lobengula in the land that was to become Rhodesia. Burnham, a self-avowed advocate of white supremacy *, was quick to draw comparisons between the war that led to the expropriation of Native Americans and the war that led to the dispossession of the Africans. 5 Already by June 1893 he felt sufficiently confident to proclaim that the American element is growing and bids fair to be controlling one here inside 5 years. He envisioned a replay of what had occurred in what had become the U.S. West, dispossession of the indigenous people and stocking of the land with immigrants from the pan-European world. Still, he had trepidations about the ugly business that was unfolding before him. "But I am sorry to say," he said regretfully, "a lot of so-called Americans are here who are a disgrace to any country." Apparently, Mr. Burnham was unaware that the process of dispossession and expropriation historically has attracted the ignoble those Marx referred to as the lumpen proletariat. 7. The presence in North America of a sizable population of African descent attested to the fact that Africa was no stranger to the United States. 52. Power. The Mayflower, the fabled ship that brought some of the earliest European colonists to North America, may also have brought to the same shores captive Africans. Pirates and tobacco from North America were often found in southern Africa, as early as the 18th century. Whaling and commercial ships from the newly minted United States were also to be found in the region. There was some fear, felt by both Britain and Boer alike, that the United States was a potential rival and commercial menace. By the 1830s there was even apprehension that the United States would annex Natal. These fears were not allayed when the first Transvaal Constitution of 1842 was based on ideas of racial inequality borrowed liberally from the U.S. South. In the 19th century the United States made the first commercial treaty between Zanzibar and a foreign power, and by 1840 U.S. interests were growing millet and sesame there with slave labor, as concern arose that the young North American nation was exporting its slave mode of production abroad. By 1859 India and the United States accounted for nearly 2/3 of the total imports and exports of Zanzibar. Years before Cecil Rhodes came to what later was dubbed Rhodesia, mining interests from the United States came to what was known then as Mashonaland. A German-American, Adam Renders, visited Great Zimbabwe, the historic monument, in 1867. Renders was only one of many from the United States who had an impact on the land that was to be called Rhodesia, for Rhodes himself was surrounded by U.S. citizens. Maurice Haynie, a cousin of Edgar Allan Poe who, like Burnham, had also fought Indians in the United States, was one of the biggest businessmen in Rhodes's new African colony. Coleman Joseph, born in Philadelphia, built Bulawayo's first synagogue. U.S. citizens in the region tended to ally with Rhodes and the British in their conflict with the Boers, though admittedly there was significant anti-London sentiment in the United States, fueled in no small part by Irish Americans. Jameson's raid, a precursor of the Anglo-Boer War, involved a considerable number of participants from the United States. 2 U.S. citizens, particularly Californians, were essential in propelling the mining industry in the region, notably through their introduction of advanced technology. *U.S. mining engineers, like John Hayes Hammond and Gardner Williams, pioneered in the development of gold mines in the region. Plus one scholarly examination concluded that the state of California has provided much of the specialized knowledge, skill, and training that went into mining and agriculture, the two major economic forces in the region. 5. In one of his more expansive moments, Burnham concluded that the key to development of the region was Boer government, English capital and black labor by hundreds of thousands under the management of American engineers, using their superior methods of mining. 16. Burnham, who would end up living a good deal of his later life in California, where he became influential in the oil business, reflected what was taking place in a good deal of the region. Burnham was not alone in seeking to build the productive forces of the region. Before the arrival of railroads, stagecoaches manufactured by a California company were a prime mode of transportation in South-Central Africa, as technology in the region was literally born by the United States. 27. Not surprisingly, the pioneer column, which was in the vanguard of colonizing what became Rhodesia, also had significant representation from the United States. Registered one of these pioneers was Thomas Alexander Ross, son of an Alabama planter. Another was William Harvey Brown, born in Des Moines, Iowa, who came to Africa in 1890 on behalf of the Smithsonian but wound up allying with Rhodes and becoming a prominent Rhodesian and a member of the Legislative Council. Brown's ideas were representative of those of his compatriots, old and new. He considered Africans to be savages and barbarians and felt that forced servitude was good for them. He hinted at genocide against Africans, whom he compared to Native Americans, and spoke favorably of the Anglo-Saxon race, an expansive term that could encompass anyone with the proper complexion, English language skills, and surname even if adopted. Like many from the United States at this time, he was pro-London since, as he put it, the Portuguese are antagonistic to all except those of their own blood, a characteristic which is also true of the French, the Belgians, the Boers and the Germans. He foresaw Africa as replicating North America as an outlet for the overcrowded countries of Europe, with Africans more likely to vanish than remain. Britain had tried to burn down Washington, D.C., during the War of 1812, and tensions between the two states remained prevalent throughout the 19th century, a tendency that lasted into the 20th century. Yet, the approach of Rhodes, who leaned toward a synthetic whiteness in his call for a full complement of rights for all civilized men, was more appealing to many from the United States than the more ethnocentric appeals of, for example, the Boers and Portuguese whose land gauges, in any case, were alien to the English-speaking North Americans. Rhodes's dream of a union of the English-speaking was bound to resonate stronger with U.S. citizens than competing claims from Pretoria, Lisbon, and Paris. Brown's ideas were shared in large part by Frederick Burnham. By the latter's own admission, his skill in fighting Indians was useful to Rhodes's enterprise. Sir Robert Baden-Powell, a founder of the Boy Scouts, also felt that Burnham, having seen service against the Red Indians, brings a quite new experience to bear on the scouting work here. In fact, it seemed that the British colonizers, despite their extensive experience in India, Hong Kong, and elsewhere, looked to their U.S. counterparts as experts in subduing the indigenous. When Burnham met Winston Churchill, the future Prime Minister, the exchange had a special focus, questioned me sharply and minutely on my early life among the Indians and made me recount almost step by step every contact I had ever had with any enemy along the wide frontier from Texas to California. The Silas Scouts, who in the 1970s gained notoriety during the war against Zimbabwe because of their bloodthirstiness and terror tactics, were in some ways a creative adaptation of what Burnham and other noted U.S. warriors had transmitted to the Rhodesians decades earlier. Those from the United States had a keener recognition than the other chief colonizers in the region, the Boers and the Portuguese, that a synthetic and elastic whiteness was much more effective than a narrow ethnocentrism in broadening the base of support for the colonial project. The United States, particularly after World War I, sought to merge many Jewish Americans, Italian Americans, and other former targets of substantial bigotry into a synthetic whiteness. Plus in the 1890s the United States came to play an essential role in southern Africa, not only because of its economy and technology but also because of the ability of individuals like Burnham to deal more effectively with various English, Boers, Portuguese, and others than did many of his counterparts from the pan-European world. Like too many of his new compatriots, Burnham's fondness for whiteness was accompanied by a deep hatred for blackness. In February 1894 he confided that the one great stumbling block to this country is the presence of the nigger. These sentiments were not his alone. His spouse admitted that she had the wish that there would be no blacks in Africa, though she spared the squeamish by not revealing how this feat could be accomplished. Burnham's brother-in-law wrote in a letter that he didn't blame the whites for wanting to kill the nigs. Once Burnham told of how a fellow Californian, Andrew Hammond, just like in the Old West, had a 6-shooter and killed 5 niggers with it. 25 That the same slur used to describe African Americans was transferred so readily to Africans suggests that underlying Jim Crow attitudes facilitated the instrumental role played by so many from the United States in bringing colonialism to South Central Africa. Burnham was opposed to the Portuguese, in part because in his mind they were shameless race mixers. Every nation that has subdued any part of Africa and mingled its blood with the conquered natives has steadily deteriorated and finally perished from the continent, he remarked. St. Burnham proved to be as capable an African fighter as he was an Indian fighter in the war against King Lobengula in South Central Africa, not to mention his role in suppressing the Matabele rebellion in that same region. He also proved to be something of a Boer fighter as well, serving with distinction with the British and receiving the Distinguished Service Order from them after the war. Like U.S. mercenaries decades later, his service with the British did not cause a loss of his U.S. citizenship. 7. Burnham's ideas were far from unique to himself or his family. They reflected a widespread enthusiasm for the social Darwinism of the time, which viewed Africans as inferior. These ideas were shared by his good friend Theodore Roosevelt, a U.S. president who himself traveled extensively in Africa and shared racialist conceptions. When Burnham bumped into him in the 1890s, Roosevelt immediately inquired about F.C. Silas, a renowned Rhodesian whose role in subduing Africans was well known in informed pan-European circles. As Burnham recalled, almost the first question he shot at me was, "Do you know Silas?" And then he said, "I am greatly attracted to that man from what I have heard and from what I have read of his writings." 8. The U.S. President asserted further that Rhodes's work in Matabele land represented a great and striking conquest for civilization. Roosevelt's attraction to the staunch Rhodesian patriot F.C. Silas, for whom the Silas Scouts, the infamous Rhodesian military unit, were named, was a reflection of the fact that the United States, the budding power of that era, was critical to the success of the colonial project in Rhodesia, contributing technology, ideology, and military prowess. This contribution was in the service of a pan-Europeanism that preceded and in some ways prompted a pan-Africanism designed to counter racialism. In many ways Drury Pfeiffer, a popular writer and memoirist, was typical of those from the United States who wound up living in southern 3p. The White Atlantic. 56. Power. Africa in the era before Up One Eye. In his memoir, he reports that one of his forefathers, a Captain Pfeiffer, had been well regarded in South Carolina, having served as the officer in charge of General Robert E. Lee's personal bodyguard. Captain Pfeiffer loved General Lee and he loved the South. He loved Southern traditions, he loved Southern people, and he loved Southern soil, this during an era when the most prominent Southern tradition was Jim Crow. Drury Pfeiffer's father had managed the 3 biggest diamond mines in the world for De Beers during World War II. His uncle, Nick Martin Sevic, was the wealthy owner of 3 liquor stores in Zimbabwe. Though his Croatian roots meant that he was referred to derisively as a hunky, this uncle was fanatically racist and anti-communist. Afrikaners in the mid-20th century saw Drury Pfeiffer as the British enemy. They beat him often and called him the ultimate insult Kaffir, a term usually reserved for Africans. In turn, he recalls, he secretly assumed Afrikaner inferiority because of their rampant illiteracy and poverty. Though he evolved politically, as a youth, Pfeiffer felt that nothing was more fun than a Nazi rally. 3 degrees. Many African Americans who arrived in southern Africa challenged the racial status quo. This was less true for their Euro-American counterparts. During the Liberation War, Rhodesians developed a well-deserved reputation for murderous anti-communism. In many ways this ideology supplemented if not supplanted a common whiteness as the primary bonding agent uniting Rhodesians with their Euro-American counterparts. Yet, this anti-communism was something of a turnabout compared to the World War II years. #1, then, as loyal subjects of the British Empire, Rhodesians were in the forefront of the movement in solidarity with the USSR. During the war, Rhodesian friends of the Soviet Union included the elite of colonial society. Their propaganda proclaimed that all over the world people must have felt bewildered and betrayed, that from their newspapers and broadcasting systems they should have gathered so false an impression of the new Russia. The Soviet Union, it was said, was one of the most enlightened countries in the world. Yes, it was a dictatorship, but it had a positive purpose, to achieve the ideal of true democratic rule by the people, the workers themselves. 3. Unlike many of those who were latecomers to the Soviet cause, Doris Lessing and her spouse considered themselves to be of the left. But in other ways, the Lessings appeared to be typical Rhodesians. One of their friends from that era recalls that right up to the period when the Lessings left Salisbury, I do not remember ever seeing an African being socially entertained in their home. Recounting this episode is not intended to skewer Lessing, who was obviously among the best of a bad lot. It only underscores the provincialism and retrogression of Rhodesian society. This dearth of interracial fraternity even among those who supposedly believed in working-class solidarity was yet another factor bonding Rhodesia and the United States. Both Rhodesia and the United States were notorious in their inability to construct a strong trade union movement, which opened the door for various forms of heightened racial and ethnic consciousness. Though World War II marked the beginning of the end of de jure racial segregation in the United States, it had no such positive impact in Rhodesia. Unlike the United States, and perhaps because it did not have the global responsibilities and pressures of the superpower, Rhodesia did not aggressively seize the opportunity presented by the war to lessen forms of bias against whites such as Afrikaners, Portuguese, and other European ethnic groups in the interest of forging a wider base for minority rule. Perhaps because of the difficulty in constructing interracial unity and the dictates of the emerging Cold War, the admittedly small Marxist left in Rhodesia did not survive the war, and this too made more difficult the necessity to heighten class as opposed to racial and ethnic identities. Rhodesians were well aware of the racial implications of the war, particularly the staggering blows absorbed by Mother England at the hands of Japan, and they were sensitive to the possibility that this would embolden Africans. 3 Africans witnessed firsthand the sight of European troops fleeing from Japanese soldiers in Burma, and this could not help but weaken any remaining belief in white supremacy. One Rhodesian analyst worried that the war, which forced Salisbury to train Africans as welders, drivers, and the like, who perforce saw the world along with the Rhodesian troops they accompanied, was the biggest challenge for colonialism since the end of the slave trade. 3 Another worried that the prestige of the white man depends largely on his ability to do things better than the black man, and this prestige was shaken by the war. 37 The Rhodesian African Rifles, a prime fighting force for Salisbury, not only served in World War I and World War II but also took part in the quelling of the Ashanti Rising in 1900 and the guerrilla war in Malaya after World War II. By the time UDI arrived, Salisbury found that it was heavily dependent on the RAR, who, according to unit records, were mostly Kernga, recruited from the Fort Victoria region. #8 And there was justifiable concern about their reliability in fighting other Africans. This too impelled Rhodesia to recruit more mercenaries. In the run-up to UP1, Rhodesia, as a British colony, maintained proper relations with Washington. It was not surprising, perhaps not even coincidental, that when Garfield Todd was ousted by his United Federal Party in 1958, Sir Edgar Whitehead was recalled from his post in Washington to take his place. Serving in the United States was seen as a boost to one's career. 3 Rhodesian leaders routinely provided briefings for visiting officials of the U.S. National War College #degree as a matter of course. In 1962, men of the 22nd Special Air Service Regiment in Rhodesia traveled to the United States to train with American Special Forces. In North Carolina, West Virginia, and Florida for 3 months. *1 The relationships produced in such settings facilitated the perception by some in the United States that rallying to the cause of Rhodesia after UDI was right and just. Simultaneously, the embryonic pro-socialist attitudes that had been glimpsed among the European minority during World War II, attitudes which at least presented the possibility of the creation of interracial solidarity, deteriorated rapidly with the onset of the Cold War. Visiting southern Rhodesia during the 1950s, Doris Lessing found that white attitudes had hardened, in part because the Cold War still gripped. As a reliable U.S. ally during this titanic conflict with Moscow, Salisbury was bound to benefit. This perception of the rightness of the Rhodesia cause was also fueled by a common hysteria on both sides of the Atlantic about China, notably after the Communists came to power in 1949. As a nation both communist and colored, China represented the worst nightmare of supporters of Rhodesia. Even before UDI, Rhodesians had reason to believe that Africans were receiving military training in China for the purpose of overthrowing the Salisbury regime. One secret government report, compiled after interrogation of Africans detained after returning from Nanking, noted worriedly that the Chinese always identified themselves as a colored people and therefore sharing a common cause with the African people. In a number of personal and confidential notes, Sir Roy Welonsky kept the influential Dean Acheson informed about Beijing's advance in Africa. In March 1971, Welonsky alleged that there were now 13,500 Chin-A men in Tanzania. Primarily, he told Acheson, they were building a railroad, which would have quite an impact on the economy of both Rhodesia and South Africa, because up to now we have been sitting pretty. We have been holding the lines of communication for the other Central African countries. This will disappear now. I find it difficult to forgive the West for allowing John Chinaman to come in. We are going to rue the day that the West did not decide to build that Sina S4. Later Sir Roy confessed that he was somewhat obsessed with what is happening in Central Africa, but, he hastened to explain, he was concerned by the progress the Chinese are making in Tanzania and Zambia. 45 This claim that by fighting liberation forces Rhodesia was fighting the good fight against communism helped to drive many in the United States to support Salisbury. In December 1977, during the height of the UDI era, Rhodesia's Deputy Prime Minister Ted Sutton Price was asked about these allegations. He was circumspect but suggestive in his response. U.S. support, he said, was an imponderable. However, he continued warily, there is obviously a dividing line between physical involvement of manpower and the supply of material which could enable the resources already here to operate, shall we say, to better advantage against an enemy. Plus degree whatever forms of support were being provided by state and non-state actors in the United States. And Sutton Price's elliptical remarks suggested that there was some support. It was evident that a militant anti-communism was a motivating factor. This ideology was a primary reason why so many from North America decided to risk the ultimate sacrifice and take up arms to defend Rhodesia. Keith Nelson, a mercenary from the United States, was born in 1951. In late 1977 the American Security Council organized a press conference at which he spoke. Rhodesia is the front line against communism, he declared. He was receiving such attention, he believed, because he was a living embodiment of the sacrifice that would be required if socialism in Africa were to be repelled. He had gone to Rhodesia in February 1977, he said, not intending to stay, but had become convinced that this war in Africa was one worth fighting. So, he enlisted in the Rhodesian military. This resident of Sycamore, Illinois, like many of his fellow citizens from the United States, had something to contribute, as he was a veteran of the secret special forces maneuvers in Vietnam. In mid-June 1977, near the border with Mozambique, this self-described armed medic lost both of his legs in a landmine explosion. Helping to ease the pain of this loss was his having gained a Rhodesian fiancée, Mary Winship *7 Another medic from the United States had an experience similar to his namesake. Former Green Beret Keith Richardson was 28 years old in the summer of 1979, when he stepped on an anti-personnel mine in the operational area and lost both his legs. This happened 6 months after his arrival in Rhodesia. After his accident, the former sky and scuba diver, who had received a degree in biology from Northern Illinois University, enrolled in medical school in Rhodesia so he could make a larger contribution to his adopted homeland. He rewarded his new benefactors by attaining honors in biochemistry. Registered his fate could have been worse. Consider another case. In late 1978, Joseph Byrne of Kearney, New Jersey, a diminutive, 25-year-old serving with the Rhodesian Light Infantry, was killed near the Mozambique border in a battle with guerrillas. 49 Both Richardson and Byrne were lured across the Atlantic because of the perception that the struggle against communism required their fighting presence. The Land of Lincoln also produced Barry Lundgren, once a tough Chicago cop. Northside. He saw action in Vietnam after joining the U.S. Army at the age of 17 and collected 4 medal ribbons. But by early 1977 he was stationed with the British South Africa Police at Marandellas. According to Rhodesia's leading newspaper, he met a Rhodesian girl 3 days after arriving in Rhodesia last March, and now they are married. After meeting his beloved, Sally Searle, in March 1976, he found his calling when he joined the BSAP in August. 5 Degrees suitably armed and outfitted, he was now ready for confrontation with the communists. George William Clark had also come from North America to fight communism. Born in the United States, he had been taken to Canada at the age of 4, after that he lived in South Africa and Southern California. By the spring of 1977 he was 28 and single and fighting in Rhodesia. One of his comrades felt that Clark had lost faith in the U.S. According to another comrade, Clark felt that in Rhodesia the government is backing the army, not like in Vietnam where the army was sold out by politicians. 5. Soon, Clark had lost more than his faith. By the late spring of 1977 he was killed in action, then cremated, and another warrior in the decades-long struggle against communists, actual and imagined, had fallen. George Ray, a married man, left behind his wife and children when he left New York City in June 1977 to throw in his lot with the Rhodesians. This 37-year-old Vietnam veteran had formerly toiled in sales and marketing for the Mahler Steamship Company. It was the anti-communist cause that drew him to Africa. Rhodesia, he proclaimed, represented the last fight against communism. Others, however, questioned the verve with which he approached this cause when he deserted the ranks and returned to the United States after not being allowed to bring his family with him to Rhodesia. Others questioned his stability when he then returned to Rhodesia, where he faced a certain court-martial. He borrowed money from Robin Moore, the unofficial U.S. ambassador in Salisbury and the mercenaries' best friend, but these funds and the influential Moore's implicit imprimatur did not endear him to those who felt that the anti-communist cause deserved better. Like others from the United States, Darrell Winkler saw his prime purpose for coming to Rhodesia as the fight against communists. Winkler, one of the highest-ranking U.S. citizens in the Rhodesian military, declared, "Say 90% of the Americans who are here because they were unhappy about what happened in Vietnam." Of course, this tour of duty fighting communists was not the roughest. Winkler's salary was $10.87 per month, but there were low taxes. A nice house, 3 bedrooms, swimming pool, barbecue patio, and 3/4 of an acre, all for $174 a month. His wife, who hailed from Alabama, was not displeased with this arrangement. "I don't know if servants are a luxury or not," she pondered thoughtfully. "You don't have vacuum cleaners or floor polishers here. Servants replace those things." The anti-communism of the Winklers encompassed the idea that this style of life, African servants and all, was worthy of preservation. 5. According to one report, Winkler, a commanding officer in the Rhodesia Armored Corps, had been a field-grade officer in the U.S. Army upon his discharge and had served 3 terms in Vietnam and 3 tours in Germany. He knew of what he spoke when he referred to Vietnam as a motive force driving U.S. soldiers to come to southern Africa. T was embittered of the South Vietnamese. We all made a tremendous sacrifice for nothing, exactly nothing. He longed to get in a few more licks against the communists. This Ohio native, who was commissioned in Rhodesia in August 1977, reorganized his unit after that promotion. I was given a tremendous amount of responsibility, he reported. His unit wore black jumpsuits, hence their name the Black Devils. He was grateful, he said, for the formal military schooling that he received in the States, saying, "has helped me tremendously." His experience combined with that of Rhodesian and other foreign soldiers to create a powerful synergy. As he put it, a number of Western and Latin American countries have sent representatives to observe our tactics due to the success that we have had in employing armor with heavy anti-armor capability, but ultimately it was war against the communists that was his prime preoccupation. I don't care if the government is black or white, he argued ecumenically, as long as it is not communist. I am not here to simply fight but to fight communism. 54 John Asher, described by a reporter in early 1977 as a hulking 26-year-old from Detroit, had joined the Rhodesian Army near the time that Clark perished. A veteran of the Green Berets in Vietnam, Asher told how after he was laid off by General Motors in Detroit, he left for Rio de Janeiro, then to South Africa and Rhodesia as a tourist. Why did he join the Rhodesian military? His response was quick and blunt: "It's communism we are fighting here." To that end, he said, he happily jogged for 20 kilometers with 30 kilograms on back and carrying FN rifle, and added, "We also had to jump from a Dakota at only 100 meters. His 27-man squad included only 2 Rhodesians, and he reported, so far 12 Americans have deserted. But more recruits arrive every day. His fellow mercenary, Karl Lofgren, a Swedish-American from Minneapolis, summed up their feelings: "Some of us want to prove that there are still some Americans who care about standing up to the Soviets in southern Africa. We sure ain't here for the bread." Greater than 5 Early in 1976, an unnamed U.S. mercenary spoke reflectively of some of his compatriots. "Some of the men who went to Angola to fight were no more than 18 years old, and when they arrived they were plain scared. I helped put many of them back onto planes out of the country. They were scheduled to fight in Dambe, San Salvador, and Maquilo do Zombo and other flashpoints in Angola. The situation was so intense that, as one British mercenary recalled it, there were mercenaries among us who went so far as to shoot themselves through the foot to get out. Little wonder. Mercenaries faced the constant threat of severe maiming or death. But just as some fled, others adamantly refused to do so. Why? We fight because we hate communism and we can see it spreading throughout Africa," was his considered opinion. Somehow this ideology helped to steel U.S. mercenaries for the ultimate sacrifice. Many of these U.S. citizens were harboring a festering grudge because of their experience in Vietnam and avidly desired to make up for this bone-crushing loss. One Rhodesian summed up the situation neatly: "We've had many from America who were upset by the foul-up in Vietnam and who returned home to find a decadent society or a shortage of jobs." 5-cent Joe Belisario had served in Vietnam as a sergeant with the U.S. forces but was enticed to come to Rhodesia when offered a salary of $1,200 per month, free airline tickets, and a Rhodesian passport. He leapt at the opportunity but was soon moaning about the adverse conditions in Africa. Soon he and his colleague, Craig Ackison, were arrested in Botswana on a mission supposedly for the Rhodesian authorities. Both men had been leaders in Veterans and Volunteers for Vietnam, and both now had to survive at the sufferance of the Gaborone authorities. 57 At times, however, these soldiers' fervor in advancing the cause of anti-communism was difficult to distinguish from their enthusiasm for white supremacy. This was a reflection of the fact that after World War II the defense of white supremacy was recast in anti-communist terms. Frank Sweeney of the United States served for 3 years in the 3rd Commando, 1st Battalion of the Rhodesian Light Infantry. According to one account, Sweeney was a fan of Ian Smith, of white superiority, and of the need to defend both. He came to Rhodesia in part because, he said, the idea of fighting in the American army that's made up with black didn't appeal to me at all. I have a strong affinity with European culture. It is unclear how he reacted to the Rhodesian military, which also relied on African soldiers, but perhaps he felt the goals defended by the latter distinguished them sharply from their counterparts in his U.S. homeland. He felt that his fellow mercenaries were, like himself, racialists. Eventually he began to recruit mercenaries by putting advertisements in the U.S.-based publication Shotgun News. He received 300 responses in a brief period. 5** according to a report published in 1975, during Sweeney's tenure in the RLI his unit several times crossed the border into Mozambique to aid the Portuguese troops or raid guerrilla camps. He liked the pay he received $G9000 a month, tax-free, and he liked even more the fact that when he returned to the United States and told customs where he had been, no action was taken against him. 5. In December 1970, Sir Roy Welonsky, a former pugnacious pugilist, began composing another letter to his frequent correspondent Dean Acheson, the former U.S. Secretary of State. Matters racial occupied a good portion of their letters, and this missive was no exception. Living conditions for a European, began the former Rhodesian trade union leader, then caught himself and added, or should I say white. Continuing on, he wrote, present circumstances are very good because as long as are not stupid and say the wrong thing, you can live there for about a quarter of the price it would cost you in Great Britain or the United States. Servants can be had for 6 or 7 per month and life can be very pleasant. Degree. Of course, Sir Roy was simply reaffirming why immigrants from the pan-European world began streaming into Rhodesia. However, his conscious evocation of the term white and deliberate moving away from the term European may have been signaling something else. European did not necessarily encompass the United States, white did. The anecdote is often cited about white Americans as they preferred to be called in southern Africa during the era of strict racial segregation, lining up behind the non-European signs for services. When the term European fell into disuse in southern Africa after World War II, to be replaced by the term white, this was a loud signal announcing the growing role of the United States in the region and the eroding role of Britain and other European powers. Degree. As a geographical term, European also suggested that the privileged few may have hailed from a distant continent. Tellingly, the new term, white, was also the term used to describe those of European descent in the United States, a nation that was becoming increasingly involved with Rhodesia during the Nixon administration, particularly in 1970 as Welonsky took up his pen and the Liberation War began to escalate. In Rhodesia, racial appeals, which juxtaposed all Europeans against Africans, were more effective in constructing a stable colony than were ethnic appeals, which juxtaposed, for example, Boers against British. White signaled a growing sense of being Rhodesian as distinct from British, a process that was accelerated after UDI. As the war escalated, and it became apparent that London's Labour Party leadership was reluctant to yield to UD1, Washington began to be seen as the saviour of Salisbury. This sentiment crested in 1972, when Richard M. Nixon was re-elected in large part because of his Southern strategy. Degree, a conscious appeal for the votes of conservative Euro-Americans in the Deep South, who were disgusted by the perceived rapid pace of change on the racial front. Less attention was paid to Nixon's Southern Africa strategy, which likewise made a conscious appeal to Salisbury and Pretoria and others in the region who were disgusted by the perceived rapid pace of change on the racial front. Dean Acheson, a leading official in past Democratic administrations, sensed the import of this domestic and global racial strategy, telling Sir Roy that the U.S. attitude toward Rhodesia was unnecessary to appease our blacks and liberals, who have very little choice beyond the Democratic Party. In other words, Washington and the Republicans could pursue a pro-Rhodesia policy with impunity, since a presumed small band of black and liberals, the heart of the anti Rhodesia forces had little influence within the GOR and were obliged to accept whatever policy was devised by the Democrats. This dual racial strategy had the potential to polarize the United States racially, thus engendering or exacerbating social turmoil. However, from the point of view of the Nixon administration, the strategy had the perceived benefit of starkly appealing to the majority of the U.S. electorate. The Southern strategy fed the Southern Africa strategy and vice versa. Pro-Rhodesia sentiment in the United States was generated by the same cohort of voters who were attracted to the Southern strategy. Many of them were avowed white supremacists. Some were concerned that social intercourse among the races would lead to sexual intercourse, thus jeopardizing the construction of a white community. Others were worried that Africans on both sides of the Atlantic were becoming much too rambunctious in their challenge to the racial order. And still others felt that Africans struggling for freedom were an easy target of opportunity for communists. Nevertheless, it would take more than using the term white to bring a community of whiteness into being in Rhodesia, Welonski's words notwithstanding. In that arena, U.S. citizens could play a prominent role, as they were more experienced in building a white community and well aware that failure to do so could lead to vulnerability in confronting the indigenous *. Plus constructing whiteness would involve consideration of how to incorporate those who were Jewish, and in that respect Rhodesia was much closer to the United States than its neighbor, South Africa. The South African communist leader Govan Mbeki has written about the tack taken by Afrikaners in his country's power struggles, shifted the emphasis of their attack against British imperialism and projected an image of the Afrikaners striving to preserve white civilization when in reality to them white was synonymous with the Afrikaner, and white civilization with Afrikaner hegemony. The non-Afrikaner whites fell for it. *5 The non-Afrikaner whites, most notably the English, were moved by such racial appeals in part because they were, by some estimates, the most extreme segregationists, bent on what has been termed racial purity. And, of course, the English as well as the Portuguese and others from the pan-European world all enjoyed racial privilege in South Africa, which helped to assuage any lingering misgivings about a real or imagined Afrikaner supremacy. However, in Salisbury, particularly during the 196 SAD War, the Rhodesians were, in some ways, much more sincere about defending what they saw as white civilization than their Afrikaner counterparts, in that they were less willing to import tensions that basically were of European vintage, for example, that of Jew versus Gentile. Rhodesia's willingness to absorb a Jewish population was probably less influenced by ethno-religious bias than was the reception of the Jewish population in a good deal of South Africa. Degree 7 In this sense, Rhodesia was closer to the post-war United States than South Africa. Degree *. Another factor that helped to bond Washington and Salisbury was the often blatant Anglophilia of Salisbury's supporters in the United States. Consider Thomas Waring, the influential editor of the principal newspaper in Charleston, South Carolina, a man who hobnobbed with J. Edgar Hoover, Jesse Helms, and Strom Thurmond. Waring confessed readily that his journal had a long record as an Anglophile newspaper. He ardently supported the English-speaking Union, a citizens' version of what was once called the British Commonwealth. In the mid-1960s his wife was serving a second term as president of the Charleston, South Carolina, branch. Degree. He was also one of Rhodesia's most enthusiastic supporters in the United States. Particularly after UDI, when London was pilloried by Rhodesians, the idea of Salisbury identifying with London began to erode. When citizens from the citadel of the free world, the powerful United States, began to speak up in favor of Rhodesia, it helped to solidify both the pre-existing white supremacy and racialism and the pre-existing solidarity between the United States and Rhodesia. An analysis of whiteness was a staple in U.S. press accounts of Rhodesia. In an editorial appearing on April 13, 1966, the Phoenix Gazette expressed concern that the crisis in Rhodesia was the first since World War I that pitted whites against whites and the first since our own Civil War pitting people of Anglo-Saxon ancestry against one another. Of course, this editorial ignored large swaths of history including the conflict in Cyprus, the Civil War in Greece, and the Cold War itself, but the principal point is that an appeal to whiteness was seen as a persuasive argument. In the United States there was an explicit recognition of the existence of a pan-European community of which Rhodesia was an essential component that must be saved. In 1976 the influential U.S. analyst Kevin Phillips expressed the opinion of many when he said, "Up and down the British Isles, people will be rooting for their kith and kin in Salisbury and Bulawayo. So will many Americans. Your average white Rhodesian family could just as easily live in Toronto, Birmingham, Melbourne, or the San Fernando Valley." This perception may have been more accurate than he realized. Ian Smith, Prime Minister of the rebel regime, had an uncle who was well established in the United States and eventually lived in Southern California. When he met then Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and his wife, Smith noted, "Like me, was conservative by nature, had Scottish blood through ancestry and believed that we had much in common." 7. President Lyndon Baines Johnson was very interested in the Baines School in Bulawayo and wondered if it was part of a familial relationship. He could only trace the Baines branch of his family back to 1741 and did not know whether this meant that he too had relatives in Rhodesia. 72 Such intimate interrelationships could not be matched by the Africans. How many African Americans, if any, may have hailed originally from, for example, the areas now known as Harare or Bulawayo is unclear. But what is clear is that the evolution of a community of blackness during the course of the war could not match the real family ties shared by some Euro-Americans and Rhodesians. Strikingly, Smith, in writing about the great betrayal he claims to have endured, speaks of South Africa as the chief culprit, while speaking warmly of his relations with Kissinger and many other U.S. officials. The wife and in-laws of former Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, Dr. Chester Crocker, were Rhodesians. Interestingly, when Crocker visited Salisbury in 1979, just before assuming his government post, he pointed out that then President Jimmy Carter was concerned about losing African American votes if he were not sufficiently tough with Salisbury. But, reminded Crocker dryly, "We are a white majority government. Not a black majority." 74 Crocker, who warned repeatedly of an alleged communist threat represented by the liberation forces, spoke in racial terms, and the political and economic views he upheld from 1980 to 1988 reflected a decades-long campaign by the United States to uphold the perceived interests of the European minority in the region. Crocker's family ties in Rhodesia made it easier for him to espouse these pro-Rhodesia policies. Former Speaker of the Rhodesian Parliament A.R.W. Stumbles, like many leading Rhodesians, was born in South Africa, but his father Robert's great-grandmother was first cousin to America's first president, George Washington. The W initial in his name stood for Washington. Registered Sir Ellis Robbins, once a resident director of the dominant British South Africa Company, was one of the first U.S. Rhodes scholars and later, like T.S. Eliot, became, as one scholar puts it, as staunch a convert to the British conservative tradition as any religious convert to Catholicism. Angus Graham, a Minister of External Affairs and one of the more reactionary Rhodesians, proudly told Dean Acheson of the letter he had received from Mrs. Nora Acheson, a Canadian who married my mother's cousin, Patrick Acheson. Responding to this news of a Graham-Acheson connection, Acheson told Graham, "Our connection appears to start with two brothers Acheson. In 1603. One was her husband's ancestor and became, I believe, the first Earl. The other was mine." 7 *. The influential Yankee and the influential Rhodesian thought they were related by blood. Sir Roy Welonsky told Acheson, connected with the New York Times. 7. Such familial ties facilitated mutual visits in each other's homes in a round robin reaching from Salisbury to South Africa to London to Washington and the U.S. Northeast. Thomas Waring, editor of the News and Courier in Charleston, was an advocate of Jim Crow at home and of Rhodesia abroad and was near the center of this pan-European community. In 1965 he was planning a trip to southern Africa where he planned on contacting some relatives whose names are Pringle *. Thomas Waring referred to Frank Waring of the Ministry of Information in South Africa as Cousin Frank. "I am proud to claim kinship," he beamed, "even if neither of us can say exactly where in England we originated. Waring was a formidable force on Salisbury's behalf and a key link in a chain of solidarity with Rhodesia that spanned the Atlantic. Early in 1971 he wrote to leading Rhodesian politician Clifford DuPont, "A newcomer to Charleston is Mrs. Rodney Williams, a native of Rhodesia. Her maiden name was Barbara Slater. She grew up in Salisbury." 8. She was accepted into Waring's powerful circle. Journalist Ashton Williams spent most of his life in South-Central Africa, including Rhodesia and Nyasaland. Son of a British Army officer who participated in Jameson's raid, Williams was a frequent correspondent for the Richmond Times-Dispatch, often espousing avowedly white supremacist views. 8% His columns were praised widely, in part because a number of Virginians had kith and kin in Rhodesia and were predisposed to accepting his racialist views. Dean Burrows was a native of Norfolk, Virginia, who married an Englishman in 1932 and lived in his country for 14 years. In 1946, like so many from that nation, they immigrated to southern Rhodesia. After her first husband died, she married an Irish-born physician named J. Thompson Brown and by 1967 was living with him on an 800-acre farm 1 miles outside of Salisbury. Plus Burrows played a prominent role in the American community in Salisbury, which often placed pro-Rhodesian advertisements in U.S. newspapers. Registered in a 1976 letter to Senator Harry Byrd of Virginia, she described the terrific bicentennial celebration held by the American Women's Club in Salisbury. TV and radio were present, she said, as her mother, the oldest member at 88, had her picture taken with the Confederate flag. 8 These rituals certainly bonded many immigrant American Rhodesians closer to their new homeland and in turn helped to reassure other Rhodesians that they had a friend in Washington. The club's display of the Confederate flag rather than the U.S. flag was no surprise. Many from the U.S. South viewed Rhodesia's UDI as a latter-day version of their own attempt to secure independence a century earlier, which helps to explain why Rhodesia's cause found such willing support in this region of the United States. For many white Southerners, this ideological compatibility was sustained by blood ties. Calvin Haley of Clearwater, Florida, told Senator Harry Byrd about his relatives in Rhodesia, while explaining why the United States should become more pro-Salisbury. 8 Katrina DeWitt of the United States had cousins Darcy Baker Carr and family in that country too, and she was sufficiently worried about them to contact the avidly pro-Rhodesia Senator Byrd. 88 And A.R. Brown of Searcy, Arkansas, was another American sufficiently concerned about his father and mother, sister, and her family, and a brother and his family living in Rhodesia to contact Senator J. William Fulbright about their well-being. Registered. These U.S. citizens had reason to worry about their kith and kin in Rhodesia, for as the war accelerated, their relatives were not unaffected. In 1973 2 Canadian women were killed and an American man was injured at Victoria Falls on the Rhodesian side after being fired on, allegedly, by the Zambian army. Carol Strothers of Troy, Ohio, the wife of the injured man, was unharmed but still dumbfounded. "It was unbelievable," she told a reporter. "We tried to signal them. I don't know how they could have mistaken us for anything else but tourists." The group was under fire for 2 hours in the middle of the afternoon. Registered. The conservative Washington Star-News was irate in its denunciation of the Zambians. But the message sent was that North Americans might have to pay the heaviest of penalties for flouting the ban by the liberation movements and their allies against tourist travel to Rhodesia. Years earlier, Thomas Waring's friend Eileen Dalton had rationalized the 1960 massacre in Sharpeville, South Africa, because she felt Africans were brutes. A white friend of hers had been attacked in Zambia by an African who set her car afire as she was driving. The friend later died from her injuries. Writing from Rhodesia in 1960, Dalton was aghast at what she called the primitive, senseless, brutal savagery that has been shown by so many Africans. 9. Such deaths notwithstanding, the inescapable point is that Rhodesia could rely on kith and kin not only in London but in Washington as well. In fact, those in the latter capital proved in the long run to be more effective than those in the former. In 1964 Barry Goldwater of Arizona captured the Republican nomination for president. Though he was defeated in the November election, his candidacy summoned a remarkable rise of the Republican right, which was based in the South and West. In the South, African slavery had reached its zenith and had required a bloody civil war to extirpate it. In the West, memories of the expropriation of Native American land were still fresh. These two regions were the most conservative in the nation and produced most of the occupants of the White House and leaders of Congress in the second half of the 20th century. Increasingly, the Democratic Party, which was heavily dependent on the votes of African Americans, was losing strength in these regions. Likewise, the industries that were most likely to back the GOP were capital-intensive rather than labor-intensive and, consequently, less subject to pressure by unionized workforces, which were also more prone to back Democrats. The capital-intensive oil industry, which had extensive interests in Texas and blatantly violated sanctions in pumping petroleum in Rhodesia, was prominent in this regard. Plus, perhaps not surprisingly, some of Rhodesia's most enthusiastic supporters in the United States hailed from the South and West. Undoubtedly, those who displayed the highest form of support for Salisbury emigration to Rhodesia tended to come from these GOP bastions. They were the facts on the ground in Rhodesia that signified a tectonic shift in U.S. politics. In his 1977 book Rhodesia, Robin Moore profiles a number of U.S. mercenaries in Rhodesia. Before arriving in Rhodesia in 1976, Edward Wandel Jr., then a 31-year-old U.S. veteran, had done a lot of riding while working in Arizona. Married and the father of one son, Wandel hailed most recently from Pennsylvania, but after trying many different jobs most recently in the restaurant business, he joined the Rhodesian military in December 1976 and was assigned to the rural, so-called tribal trust territories. Most of didn't go for a black government, he contended. They are pretty happy with the way things are, right now. They don't need cars, they have their beer blasts. They go off into their little huts, drink this beer they make, and they dance and beat their drums. James Tribble and his American Doberman, Thor, a graduate of the American Dog Training Academy and a veteran of a 6-month course in command, attack, and guard dog training, arrived in Rhodesia early in 1977 in order to assist the fighting forces. His wife, Donna, came a few months later. A former salesman and marketing manager for an electronics firm in Latin America where he lived for 8 years, this 35-year-old was reared on a Texas ranch, his mother a Panamanian diplomat and his father in the Navy. Like many U.S. mercenaries, he compared Rhodesia's struggle to that of the newly born United States of 1776. Suppose we had been forced to give majority rule to the Indians, he reasoned. Many from the United States participated in the demanding 5 months of intensive training and became full-fledged members of the British South Africa Police. Moore details at length the story of Wayne Walker, then 40, a veteran of Korea and of 20 years in law enforcement in the United States, who came to join the Rhodesian Army in September 1976. Born in West Virginia and having attended school in Trenton, New Jersey, he went on to Northeastern University in Boston, where he studied law enforcement techniques. He brought his skills to Umtali, where he headed the military police units there. John Martin, 19, of Bismarck, North Dakota, also spent time on the front lines in Umtali 13 months. His parents had lived for 5 years in Salisbury where his father, Norman Martin, worked as an architect. John's brother Gary also joined the Rhodesian military. John Martin had wound up in Umtali because he had found it impossible to get what he considered a decent job in North Dakota. California-born Richard Delaney, 40, had spent 3 years in Vietnam as a Green Beret and helicopter pilot. In Rhodesia he met and married a local, Glenda Williams of the Rhodesia Women's Service, an auxiliary of the fighting forces. Raised in North Hollywood and a graduate of Van Nuys High School, this fervent anti-communist was frustrated at his inability to use his piloting skills in Africa. The Rhodesians have difficulty relating to an American warrant officer, he thought. Jeffrey and Margaret Wasserman had a better experience in Rhodesia. She joined the Rhodesian Women's Service, while he joined the Rhodesian Light Infantry. These residents of Houston, Texas, had sold everything and moved to Africa. She was a registered nurse and, though she had a 4-year degree in nursing from the United States, she could not find a job, so she joined RWS. The intrepid Ms. Wasserman reported proudly, "We learned to shoot a 9mm pistol and the USI submachine gun. We learned how to break it down and put it together blindfold." Despite the need in his new home to develop keen expertise in the use of firearms, Mr. Wasserman, originally from Louisville, Kentucky, felt that Rhodesia did not present a case of race war. His wife, on the other hand, felt their biggest adjustment was getting used to Africans who aren't tense all the time, explaining, "You don't have to step onto the street when they walk down your sidewalk, and you don't have to worry about getting mugged or knifed." Houston's Negroes were altogether different, she intimated, and thus Rhodesia presented a respite from the rigors of the civil rights movement back home. Jeffrey was given light duties since he was out of shape. Despite this impediment, with typical U.S. self-assurance, he expressed grave concern that there was so much emphasis on drill and the study of classical warfare, which is not in any way a part of the Rhodesian Terror War. Despite her employment problems, Margaret liked Rhodesia. "It was just like being back in Texas," she gushed. They had rented a 3-bedroom house on a 1/4 acre in Salisbury for a mere $120 per month. Since they were making $400 per month, this was no great sacrifice. They were net mercenaries, they both insisted, for if they were, they would have been making much more, maybe $1,500 per month. Degree 5. A wide range of reasons led Americans to Rhodesia and elsewhere in southern Africa. Many of them were motivated by pecuniary concerns. Many of them were driven by a devotion to anti-communism and / white supremacy. And many of them were instrumental to the war effort, bringing highly developed skills to the region in keeping with a pattern of U.S. involvement stretching back to the 1890s. 6. This was the case for the Grey Scouts. Jeff Williams, a nom de guerre. In December 1976 he was 36 years old. Despite his Connecticut residence, he possessed a deep Southern drawl that, according to a newspaper profile, suggests he's wandered straight out of Gone with the Wind. He had ginger hair and intense blue eyes. He had spent 2 years with the Green Berets in Vietnam and eventually looked after the feet of the United States equestrian team horses in New Jersey. Like so many from the United States decades before, he brought innovation to Rhodesia. As second in command of farriery, he introduced chewing hot, an innovation in this part of the world. 97. The Scylla Scouts, a top fighting unit whose reputation for cruelty was unparalleled, also tended to attract U.S. citizens. John Early brought highly wrought skills to Rhodesia and the SS. In 1975 he was working as a teaching assistant at Southern Illinois University, within hailing distance of the old Confederacy and in the metropolitan region that produced Dred Scott. He received a call out of the blue about Rhodesia, hurried to Chicago, took a polygraph test, passed it, then was instructed to head for Zaire. His friend Dennis Uzures felt that Early had been approached by a government agency, saying it smacked of the CIA or something. He left for Rhodesia in May 1976 to train parachutists, where he improved their skills significantly. Early modernized their training methods and streamlined the school along the lines he had learned at Fort Benning, Georgia. He became a chief advisor to Peter Walls, the Rhodesian military chief, and was responsible for halo operations and parachute operations in general for the Rhodesian Army and Air Force. As a result, Moore reported in 1977, the Rhodesians have the best airborne capability in Africa. Eventually Early coordinated night resupply for the SS and, as time went on, assumed some responsibility for ground vehicle operations in Mozambique as well as other airborne operations. The unit he worked with was commanded by another American, Major John Murphy, a former U.S. Marine Corps captain and Vietnam vet. In early 1977, in what Moore calls the first Rhodesian large cross-border operation, the SS attacked Pungwe in Mozambique, killing 1,184 at a ZANU camp. Early also was involved in raids into Zambia and Botswana. Registered Liam Atkins, another U.S. mercenary with military background, was not able to escape Africa unscathed. This U.S. citizen and pilot had fought in Vietnam for 3.5 years in the airborne infantry before arriving to fight in Rhodesia in 1977. His background was similar to many of his fellow U.S. citizens who had arrived in Rhodesia. He had been dismissed from the police force in increasingly black Prince George's County in Maryland in February 1975 after he had unlawfully arrested a person, then failed to report property taken. Prior to that he had shot and killed 4 Seat Pleasant man in the deceased's own bedroom after responding to an emergency call placed by the man's wife. Before coming to Africa, he had worked in Saudi Arabia. The skills he had learned in the U.S. Special Forces, particularly his ability to pilot a helicopter, proved useful in Africa. Drawing on his Southeast Asian experience, he recommended that Rhodesia import boat people from Indochina to shore up the military. He felt that the only problem in the United States was that blacks working on welfare complained they were being deprived because of the presence of the Vietnamese in his hometown. However, by 1979 the idiosyncratic Captain Atkins faced court-martial on charges of having pulled a weapon on a fellow soldier. The Herald reported that he believed he had been under surveillance for a long time. Registered. His anti-black attitudes did not save him. Travis Tucker of Arlington, Virginia, served 4 years in the Marines, endured a disastrous marriage, then joined the Silas Scouts. According to a press account, he was well educated, conservative, and saw the war not as a black struggle for equality but as a communist plot. Vietnam weighed heavily on his mind throughout his stay in Rhodesia. The United States, he believed, had just sold out every boy who died over there. Victory in Rhodesia, he hoped, would vindicate this loss. As he put it, war was not easy, but it's better than getting a job as an accountant and staying in the same town you were born in and getting married and getting old and dying. One study of American mercenaries concluded that Tucker was not alone in his ennui. A large number of Americans and foreigners serving in Rhodesia are people escaping from things somewhere else, people in search of a sense of self-worth and self-importance. 1 degree. Often they were disillusioned refugees from the anti-communist war in Vietnam. Hubert Kirkendall was a self-proclaimed poor Texan with strong views who wound up fighting for Rhodesia. He explicitly questioned why a poor Texan should care about this African nation. "I should give a damn for those rich guys with their farms and their dough," he mused. However, he gave a damn because he saw larger stakes. "I'm fighting for them," he reasoned, in a manner that would have made Ian Smith proud, because they're white, and the white man is running out all over. The blacks think we owe them a living degree asterisk. Another like-minded U.S. mercenary had been drawn to Africa by an advertisement from a real estate company in Alabama, which read, "Settle in an area where the white people think as you do and are of the same Anglo-Saxon background." Captivated, he departed immediately for Rhodesia. 15 Mickey Wakefield was part of the group inspired by doctrines of white supremacy. During the summer of 1977 this 3-year-old was in transit in London on his way to Rhodesia. When he landed in London's Heathrow Airport from Sacramento, he was taken out of line because they saw my final destination was Salisbury. According to an account in Salisbury's Sunday Mail, he couldn't avoid getting into an argument with the immigration officials, since he obviously didn't agree with what they were saying. Told that the British government had already deported several other American and Canadian nationals who had been on their way to fight for Rhodesia, he was deported to California. Refusing to surrender, he bought another ticket days later for Rio de Janeiro. To do so, he waged a week-long battle with the airline which had sold him the ticket originally and finally won a refund. This time, avoiding London, he made it all the way to Bulawayo, where he joined the Rhodesian military. His wife had just died, and feeling abandoned and forlorn, he sought adventure in Africa. "The Rhodesian people," he said, "seem to have a sense of purpose that is lacking in America today." That was not the only source of his newfound Rhodesian patriotism. He desperately wanted to fight against communism. "Rhodesia is my country," he exulted. "We are all of European extraction. It makes no difference just because my forefathers sailed off to America and other peoples came here." He signed on for a 3-year tour of duty in order to defend this distant corner of the pan-European world. Degree Lawrence Myers was inspired similarly at first. In 1977 this resident of Berkeley was 30 years old and toiling for the Rhodesian military. He was becoming increasingly disgusted with this fighting force, since they were short of equipment and, besides, at least 10 other men deserted from his unit recently. So he deserted too, crossing the border into Botswana. Upon arrival he claimed that about 30% of the Rhodesian army was comprised of foreigners. Degree later, he claimed that along with a few other mercenaries from the United States, he had decided to switch sides and join the Liberation Forces. 1 Degree 8 By March 1977 he was back home in Berkeley and blaming the University of California for his joining the Rhodesian military, claiming that what had led to it was a letter of recommendation he had received from his commander in the university's Reserve Officer Training Corps. Specifically, he pointed the finger at Lt. Col. Monty Bullard, 40, an intelligence officer who had been a political warfare advisor in Vietnam in 1967. Bullard, it was charged, knew that Myers had emotional problems complicated by his divorce but helped to dispatch him to Africa anyway. Myers, now back in his old job in a fruit juice bar, had been described by Bullard in a letter as a natural leader, an impressive fellow, highly skilled in military techniques, a figure on the parade ground and a man that other students gathered around. This letter helped to get him a job with the Rhodesian Light Infantry that paid $800 per month. But this Californian was more comfortable in a juice bar than in an African bush war. He could not tolerate, he said, the brutality and racism he encountered there and described his commanding officer, who was a British mercenary, as a sadist. He was into whipping then he was really enjoying himself. He used to beat children. His favorite trick was to separate mothers and children in a black village and threaten the kids with guns or whips in front of them. When they broke down, he was satisfied, it kind of made his day. One day he killed 97 without one loss. Myers's application to fight in Rhodesia had apparently been processed by the Rhodesian Information Office in Washington, kept open in part because of the civil libertarian concern in the United States about the free flow of information. But this office also facilitated the free flow of mercenaries despite their bungling from the United States to Rhodesia. In the 1970s, these former residents of the U.S. South and West were following in the tradition of the American pioneers who had trekked to South Central Africa as the 19th century was coming to a close. Like them, they had a dismissive disregard for the African. However, unlike their predecessors, they were also motivated by anti-communism, as they feared that what had befallen the United States in Indochina would afflict the forces of Ian Smith in Rhodesia. Yet, even this ideology was not bereft of racial overtones, in that there was apprehension that Africans coming to power inevitably would dismantle racial privilege by seizing private property which, as they saw it, was difficult to distinguish from communism itself. Even when leading Rhodesians could not claim relatives in the United States, they had other connections that endeared them to the leading superpower. President Clifford DuPont met his future wife, Armnell Bennett, in 1962 when she was in Rhodesia in transit to New York. She at once fell in love with the country, worked at the office of the Rhodesia Front, and married her husband in May 1963. 2 degrees This love affair with the United States was not embraced by all leading Rhodesians, some of whom maintained a residual dislike of the nation. That was perceived as displacing the United Kingdom throughout the former British Empire. Sir Robert Treadgold, born in Bulawayo and later a Minister of Defense of Rhodesia, found a brashness about some Americans that repelled. The United States was, he said, the one nation in history that had passed from its origins to decadence without the intermediate state of civilization. Many Rhodesians, as a residue of their British heritage, felt vaguely superior to their counterparts across the Atlantic. They congratulated themselves, for example, that they did not have to resort to such distasteful practices as lynching, though they were a minority whereas Euro-Americans were a majority. They felt the United States was terribly hypocritical. What happened to the Red Indians, was the sarcastic and telling cry of many Rhodesians when they were instructed by the United States to ease repression against Africans. 1.3 Then, as the war escalated, the tack, at times, switched, with some Rhodesians complaining that the United States was much too spineless in confronting its own racial dilemma. One commentator, writing from Salisbury, scorned the United States because, he said, few in America have had the courage to stand up and say that black is not always beautiful. Yen Rhodesia supporters were not above pointing to manifest imperfections in the United States as justification for UDI. After U.S. Congressman Donald Fraser proclaimed that the United States had declared independence so that we could be free, one Rhodesian advocate professed himself flabbergasted. I thought to myself, how hypocritical can you get? The Declaration of Independence did not free one Negro slave. The Bill of Rights didn't lift up the position of one Indian or save one Indian's life. Only 6% of the white people of the United States had the vote. It was all, he said, a white autocracy, yet this same United States had the temerity to sanction Rhodesia as it sought to establish its own white autocracy. 45 Mr. and Mrs. John Scott of Albany, Georgia, concurred, telling their senator, Eugene Talmadge, the UN had been running things back in 1776, the most bloodthirsty anti-English Indian chief would have been installed as governor regardless of other qualifications. 46 Many in the United States viewed the Rhodesian experience through their own historical lens and simply could not understand why it was legitimate for Europeans to expropriate the indigenous in North America but not in Southern Africa, and why anti-communism could not justify helping Salisbury as the 21st century approached. Still others adopted the viewpoint that comparing Africans in Rhodesia and the United States was highly unrealistic. In the United States, said one commentator, Negroes are acquainted with civilization and govern. Meant, in Rhodesia, Africans live in the bush and are acquainted with neither civilization or government. 7 Such rationales were useful to pro-Rhodesian forces in the United States, particularly those who sought to justify the hanging of Africans in Salisbury as the war proceeded. But even the bitter Treadgold could be complimentary to the United States if the situation demanded. Not only did the United States and Rhodesia share blood ties, it was U.S. citizens who sought to bail out Salisbury when much of the rest of the world turned away in disdain. Again, focusing on the United States should not be taken to mean that this nation shared more blood ties with Rhodesia than did the United Kingdom or even South Africa, far from it. In 1969 a high percentage of the Rhodesian cabinet had been born in either Scotland or South Africa, while the United States was far down on the list of countries of origin. 1. In 1976 most members of the National Federation of Business and Professional Women of Rhodesia had roots in Scotland, Ireland, and South Africa, not the United States. 2 degrees Nevertheless, there were characteristics of the United States other than being a power whose currency, films, music, planes, and other products were influential in Salisbury that caused many Rhodesians to be influenced by it and gave those from the United States a special cachet. Doris Lessing has asked plaintively, what is it, then, that British white Africa-American? She intimated her answer by posing other questions. It is a society without roots. Is that why it has no resistance to Americanism? Or is being rootless in itself American? 17 As citizens of a settler state with comparatively shallow roots, a state also involved in subduing an indigenous people of color, U.S. elites could appreciate whiteness in a way that Rhodesians could and that Scots and Irish and English often could not. The biographer of former Rhodesian leader Garfield Todd has said that being from New Zealand, a society akin to the United States, one unburdened with the kind of stratified feudalism that characterized the United Kingdom, gave this elder statesman an advantage, for a while, in Rhodesia. He was closer to the typical characterization of those from the United States, pragmatic rather than stiff and formal, as British elites were regarded. Also, unlike some from the United Kingdom, he was less prone to view Rhodesians as the detritus of those who just could not make it in London. Such an open-minded attitude also came more easily to many from the United States, where social mobility and rags-to-riches stories were not unknown for many Euro-American men. 3. Moreover, those from the United States could sympathize with Rhodesia's Africa problem in a highly familiar way in which other Europeans could not, for as Rhodesia was undergoing guerrilla war, the United States was enduring civil unrest, largely inspired by those of African descent. Those who were sympathetic to the Southern strategy could more easily find common cause with the Southern Africa strategy. In the late summer of 1966, a scant year after Los Angeles had gone up in flames and a white backlash was said to have developed against the idea of African American equality, Clifford DuPont informed Thomas Waring that he had just entertained in Salisbury 23 women from the U.S. Friends of Rhodesia chapter, saying that 2 of the elderly ladies confided to me that they really were delighted to be here as it gave them a month away from the terror of our racial riots. 124. 3 years later, Waring thanked DuPont for showing leading U.S. General Mark Clark a good time when he was in Salisbury. Then he turned to the grim news of South Carolina. We are still under curfew here and the city is in some danger from vandals on account of a strike by hospital workers, mostly black. 25. DuPont reinforced the idea that a segregationist Rhodesia could withstand pressure, so why couldn't South Carolina? Rhodesia, he intoned, is a complete haven of peace, and even in the bad days of 1963 the violence was entirely directed by Africans against Africans, and consequently the European population here did not suffer as most of the whites in America appear to be doing. What a topsy-turvy world. Sent at this stage, when guerrilla war and turmoil seemed distant, Rhodesia appeared to many Euro-Americans as a living example of why the racial status quo did not have to change, and it was in the interest of Rhodesians to foster this wrong-headed idea. The United States was undermining Jim Crow while racial turmoil bubbled. In such a situation it became easier for Rhodesians to argue that these two phenomena were linked and that the way to eliminate racial turmoil was to uphold Jim Crow. At this stage, the confident DuPont could refer to Rhodesians by their geographic origin and was not sufficiently nervous to invoke the image of Salisbury as a bastion of white civilization. But referring to Salisbury as white would come to resonate more strongly in the United States than referring to this important capital city as European. Variations on the theme of white solidarity motivated a good deal of U.S. support for Rhodesia. In the spring of 1976, when U.S. President Gerald Ford was being assailed for supposedly wavering in support for Rhodesia, a letter from Fred O. Funkhauser reminded him, "The white people of these two countries are the finest in the world. They are one of the few that like us." 27. There was a decided fear that the rise of Africans meant a lowering of standards on both sides of the Atlantic and must be resisted, in the name of meritocracy, at all costs. J. W. Ledbetter, a physician and surgeon from Jonesboro, Arkansas, had visited Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, and Malawi before arriving in Rhodesia. In a letter to his senator, J. William Fulbright, he wrote that he could see very well the complications involved in turning a country over to black rule after development of the economy by European Caucasians, and concluded, "One has only to see the airport in Kinshasa to be thoroughly convinced that the desirability of black government is a completely impractical, over-optimistic, fantasy." 178. One voter in Georgia told the segregationist Senator Eugene Talmadge, "To say that I admire the Anglo-Saxon Rhodesians is putting it mildly. I wish we had a few 100,000 of them here." Another voter from Georgia, James R. Gamble, a textile magnate in Atlanta, worried that the Africans would drag the white people out into the streets and slaughter them as they have done in every other African country that has gained its so-called freedom or independence. This latter comment reflected further anxiety about the rising of the Africans on both sides of the Atlantic and a concomitant concern about the fate of kith and kin on both sides of the Atlantic. As ever, with the fear of desegregation, there was a concomitant fear that social intercourse would be quickly supplanted by sexual intercourse. H. R. Hart of Bulawayo had just visited the United States with a group of Rhodesians, accompanied by Ethiopians, Ugandans, and other supposed Cold War allies of the United States. He told Thomas Waring bluntly, I object to natives coming and sitting next to me on buses. I object to seeing them leering at young girls. At first these East Africans were distant, but soon, inspired by the comparatively open atmosphere of the United States, they had become all too cozy with the Rhodesians for Hart's taste. In his mind, a common anti-communist solidarity was not sufficient to justify race mixing. It was enough to turn one's stomach, he wrote, sputtering, "They call me a racialist." 151. In his response, Waring felt compelled to sympathize with Hart's distress. "We are getting it even worse over here," he conceded. "These are dismal times and I am incapable of forecasting the outcome." However, Waring was not sufficiently sympathetic to publish Hart's letter in his newspaper, since, as he explained, the circumstances in our countries are not exactly the same and many of our readers would not understand without more explanation than we can give. "We share your impatience with the liberal press, but it is not always practical to make frontal assaults on movements in full swing." Waring recognized that Cold War pressures made it difficult for Washington to condone once generally accepted ideas about race and racial inferiority. But Waring counseled Hart to be patient, predicting, "The reaction is bound to set in sooner or later." 152. He was correct. By the late 1970s, the Liberation War had escalated, and along with it the role of certain U.S. citizens in propping up Salisbury, while, coincidentally, measures to alleviate racial discrimination in the United States were also under assault. 33. Like Hart, K.W. Howlett, president of the Baptist Brotherhood of Cairo Baptist Church in Virginia Beach, Virginia, was uneasy about the social intercourse that desegregation had wrought. In a message to Senator Byrd in which he encouraged backing Rhodesia, Howlett added that the vast majority of Virginians and Southerners are in favor of our laws forbidding interracial marriage. 5+ As these Southerners saw it, their vaunted way of life was under attack. How could one construct a white community in Rhodesia or the U.S. South if there was constant mating between Africans and Europeans? How could standards be maintained if inferior Africans were accepted as equals? And just as Rhodesians felt they were upholding standards long since abandoned in Mother England, many Southerners felt that Rhodesia was similarly upholding standards that their own land was abandoning. These Southerners appreciated how the Rhodesians, in the early days of the war, could keep Africans in check, while African Americans seemed to be running amok. Likewise, there was fear that if African Americans were not checked, their messages of militance would eventually be heard by Africans. This was particularly the case before April 1974 and the heating up of the war in Rhodesia. Dorsey Ford, president of Pioneer Federal Savings and Loan in Colonial Heights, Virginia, fumed that when King makes one of his irresponsible references the American South as a cesspool of racial hate, this is featured throughout Black Africa. When Charles Thompson of McAllen, Texas, was traveling through South Central Africa in 1967, he encountered the U.S. activist then known as Stokely Carmichael at a rally in Zambia about November 11, 1967. With horror, he listened as this African American spoke in vitriolic terms of whites in general and the Rhodesian and South African whites in particular. 5 After April 1974 particularly, many Southerners were in no mood for patience when they perceived that their kith and kin were under siege by a bunch of Africans. In 1977 B.R. Frisbee of Kilmarnock, Virginia, with incredulity barely masked, queried his senator, Harry Byrd, "Are we to sit idly by while Africa is made safe for the black races to the detriment of all whites? If this is U.S. policy, then it would be equally right to reserve the United States or Canada or Europe for whites only." 8 He did not indicate how this racial cleansing might take place. Dewey Grally of Charleston, Virginia, was even more upset. "We Caucasians in the United States," he began, "are tired of black riots and the way our white girls are being raped and hospitalized." He pleaded to his senator, who needed no prodding, "You must support the white in Africa." Invoking the Confederacy that plunged the United States into civil war, he threatened, "We can march again in our gray uniforms," and warned, "You are dabbling with white revolution." 47 In his invocation of sexual violation and the sacred confederacy, Greeley was linking two powerful issues that resonated on both sides of the Atlantic. Martin Luther King and Stokely Carmichael were seen as violating racial order and making the nation more subject to penetration of all types by the communists and their presumed surrogates. Senators' constituents were so emboldened because the Solons themselves were unrestrained in their support for Rhodesia and their hostility to Africans. G. Thomas Turnipseed was elated when his senator, J. Strom Thurmond of South Carolina, cracked that most African nations haven't solved the problem of cannibalism. At the same time, he hailed the senator's investigation of communism in the so-called civil rights movement. 38 In certain sections of the U.S. South, those who felt that cannibalism among Africans was a gross canard were linked with the idea of a communist conspiracy to bring on desegregation. Similarly, the bestiality of the alleged cannibalism contributed to an image of Africans as supposedly perverted and a threat to the body and the body politic. If Africans could be accused of cannibalism, it seemed that this could justify any measure to halt them, and such ideas reinforced a pre-existing racism in the United States. This idea of Africans as exceedingly backward was a recurrent theme among Rhodesians and some Euro-Americans. Alice Widener, a contributor to the San Diego Tribune, Human Events, and other conservative publications in the United States, felt that primitive blacks in Rhodesia at best were urgently in need of beneficent paternalism as European children are in need of good fathers and mothers. 3 In 1966 Thomas Waring sent a friend an article by Colonel Ronald Waring, whom he described as a very distant kinsman living in Lisbon. As ever, race in the Atlantic Basin was the subject, with Waring adding admiringly, "T believe Britain shut off the flow of blacks in time to avoid much of the unpleasantness on the racial front that the United States was then enduring." This unpleasantness had compelled the South Carolinian to conclude that pogroms may occur in our country, unless some form of relocation to take the blacks out of the city ghettos is not undertaken. 4 degrees helpfully, his friend, John Dunn, forwarded an article to Waring on the carrying out of a pogrom in Tsarist Russia. 141 This casual talk of pogroms and racial cleansing in the United States was easier to discuss when Waring knew that the indigenous of southern Africa were being accorded a vile and harsh treatment. Rhodesia's example convinced many Southerners that their lost cause of the Confederacy, which glorified human slavery, was being revived, for, they reasoned, if an African majority could be subjugated in Rhodesia, surely an African minority could be subdued in the U.S. South. For decades, Rhodesians and Euro-Americans had shared trenches in fighting for a common cause, and these ties were hard to discard in the 19,708, simply because the White House might decide that Salisbury was a hindrance to another priority, the anti-communist cause. These Euro-Americans shared with Rhodesia a martial bond that was hard to sever. In a letter to columnist James J. Kilpatrick, David Macaulay of Annapolis, Maryland, home of the U.S. Naval Academy, told how he had served in a platoon during World War I made up initially of boys from what is now called Rhodesia. All of them had died, but, Macaulay recalled, one in particular gave his life to save mine, my section corporal. He had both legs severed at the thighs, where the trench mortar was brutal and very deadly. Now, said Macaulay, the children of these comrades had gone into the veldt, which was nothing but tumbleweed. In order to make a living, they irrigated the land, planted orange trees, cotton, and lentils, and succeeded in bringing prosperity. Why couldn't the Rhodesians be left alone, he wondered. 4. Further, why couldn't his government support them? Rhodesians and Euro-Americans had fought side by side in the two world wars, and now, it appeared to many, they were fighting together during the Cold War. So why was the United States distancing itself from a reliable ally? This way of thinking certainly influenced Chesley Peterson, a retired major general from the U.S. Air Force. He wrote to President Gerald Ford explaining, "I had invited an old friend of mine, a Rhodesian, a Royal Air Force comrade in arms during World War II, a friend while one was military and air attaché to Rhodesia in 1946-49, and a friend now in 1975 to visit me here in Utah. but this Rhodesian friend could not get a visa to enter the United States, and Peterson was upset. His friend's name was Ian Smith. 43 Peterson found it hard to understand why the president would not yield. He apparently did not understand that the United States would find it difficult to claim credibly that it was the paragon of human rights, virtue and liberty when it acquiesced to tyranny in Rhodesia. This perceived nonfeasance by President Ford placed him in jeopardy when he was challenged for the Republican nomination for president by Ronald Reagan in 1976, and this dilemma arose again at the volition of a self-proclaimed old friend. Charles Evanson from his hometown of Grand Rapids, Michigan, tried to deliver a note to President Ford from R.B.N. Wetmore of Rhodesia, but a White House aide would not pass it on, explaining that otherwise Evanson's white Rhodesian friends will think they have a direct link to the Oval Office. For it seemed to some that Washington was turning its back on those who had fought beside it, and this alleged unreliability could only impact negatively U.S. relations with others in Europe, Latin America, and elsewhere. Euro-Americans of the South in particular, could not understand why their kith and kin were not being simply left alone to rule. Thus, many in the United States urged the Rhodesians not to yield to majority rule. The historian Louis Gann had lived in Rhodesia, then the United States, and consequently had some idea of the realities of both nations. Anticipating UDI, in 1962 he suggested that Salisbury should hold its ground, because he predicted that Europe would be united eventually and then the pendulum might then swing the other way. Against Afro-Asians, this, he thought, might suddenly turn Europeans generally to a new militancy that could only aid Rhodesia. 4 degrees. This kind of pan-European consciousness was not the exclusive province of those with roots in Africa. When Ford Foundation trustee Charles Wiesanski, a federal judge, traveled to Africa in 1964 on a mission for that powerful establishment, he not only wrung his hands about the influence of communists and compared British rule on the continent to the North's reign over the South in the United States after the Civil War, he also expressed concern specifically about Chinese communists in Africa and worried about how this would impact the European minority in the long run. Perhaps, as a result, he concluded that hostility to Rhodesia or South Africa would be foolish. 146 Another member in good standing of the U.S. elite, former Secretary of State Dean Acheson, was quite worried about the growing tendency in the United States for black voters to vote for black members where practicable. With concern, he wrote, "We now face black urban government in many northern cities accompanied by white exodus." Acheson then arrived at his point, "We furnish a good forecasting model for Rhodesia." His friend, Sir Roy Welonsky, did not equivocate on this point, noting, "As I grow older, the less certain do I that an unqualified democracy provides the best government. Need I say it? I am no believer in one man, one vote." 47 This was the concern of supporters of Rhodesia on both sides of the Atlantic. Would newly empowered Africans push for a white exodus? Just in case they might, they should be deprived of the right to vote. Rhodesia and the U.S. South also shared the problem of white flight. In the latter it took the form of fleeing certain schools and neighborhoods when blacks arrived. In the former it took the form of fleeing the nation itself because of fears of impending black empowerment. In 1974 Salisbury discovered that its minority European population was dwindling, so it embarked on a campaign to lure 1 million more from the pan-European world in an effort that consciously excluded others. 148 Zanu charged that this was a thinly veiled effort to attract mercenaries. 4 degrees. This was prescient. The local press urged Rhodesians to check your address book. Old school friends, business contacts, pen pals, casual acquaintances. 15 degrees. Welcome to Rhodesia associations were established, and an assisted passage scheme mandated that those who chose to stay in Rhodesia for over 3 years could receive a 2-bedroom flat for $70 to $90 a month. Farms were available for as little as $15 per hectare in Matabeleland and up to $48 per hectare in Mashonaland. It was announced that citizens of the United States of America who enter Rhodesia as tourists or visitors do not require visas. There were also special provisions in this regard for Israeli nationals and nationals of Iran, Finland, and Iron Curtain countries. 5. Special efforts were made to stop rich Asians from settling. Such efforts may have forestalled racial conflict, but they did not prevent other antagonisms. Soon Rhodesian teachers were complaining that their pupils were being held back in their education because of the number of immigrant European children who are unable to speak English. Worse, the press reported that hostility was developing between local children and immigrant children who tend to congregate during lunch time and after school to speak in their own language. Registered 3. Many of these immigrants were Portuguese, who often themselves insulted and joked about. Though Rhodesia contained an ample population of educated Africans, the government preferred to import Portuguese, who, the Herald reported, in certain instances, are almost illiterate. 4. These episodes illustrate the manifest difficulty Rhodesia encountered in seeking to convert the white-hot rhetoric of race from the United States, which flowed like lava, into something more. By early 1975, the Salisbury regime was reporting that 31% of those attracted to Rhodesia in this special campaign were from the United Kingdom, 27% from South Africa, and only 1% from the United States. 15° U.S. citizens would come to fight to save Rhodesia, but they were less interested apparently in coming to live in Africa, at least in the mid-1970s. Moreover, ironically, those from the United States who were most enthusiastic about Rhodesia, the ultra-right, simultaneously hampered the cause because of their reluctance to dispense with anti-Semitism and other tendencies that hindered the construction of a broad-based whiteness. Determining who was to receive the privileges of whiteness was not an uncontested process. Though both Rhodesia and the United States probably did a better job than South Africa in absorbing the Jewish community into the white community, the fundamentally European import of anti-Semitism 5° was evident in both Washington and Salisbury. The Jewish community in Rhodesia did not proselytize like the Christians, but they were no less sturdy for that. They were among the earliest settlers in the colony, for, according to B.A. Koosman's History of the Jewish Community in Zimbabwe, there is no doubt that Rhodes was a Judeophile. Koosman notes that many of business and social acquaintances were Jews. 157 Rhodes's primary financial backers included Alfred Beit and the London Rothschilds, all of whom were Jewish. Rhodesia's philo-Semitism was further justified when Israel, unlike some of its neighbors, refused to align itself with anti-Salisbury forces, particularly after 1967, when many African nations broke diplomatic relations with Israel because of its occupation of Arab lands. Doug Cowan, who was Jewish, was son of the mayor of Salisbury, and by 1977 was a crack pilot for Israel. During the 1967 war, according to the Herald, the volunteer contingent from Rhodesia and South Africa was the second largest to reach Israel after the Americans. Cowan was introduced to the Israeli Air Force through the then Commander General Isaac Weizmann, later a president of the Jewish state, who learned to fly at Thornhill, Rhodesia. 158. Anti-Jewish sentiment was not as prevalent in Rhodesia as it was in South Africa, however, as in the United States, it was not absent. According to the former Rhodesian leader, Frank Clement, the Jew was not discriminated against by law, although he was barred from ownership of land in certain areas by a clause in the title deeds, a restriction which had not been tested in the courts. The Jews and the Greeks, whom I mention because they were numerically significant, were definitely among the lesser breeds. Anti-Semitism was as much part of the Rhodesian mental background as corrugated iron was of the physical. 45°. The novelist Muriel Spark, who was of Jewish ancestry, concurs. During her stint in southern Rhodesia in the early 1940s, she had a conversation with the Mother Superior of an Anglican convent school. This woman apparently did not realize with whom she was speaking when she snarled, "The problem with this war is the Jews." The stunned Spark remembered listening with incredulity to this woman who was thoroughly obsessed with the Jews. "Hitler's quite right," she said. "The war is all the fault of the Jews." 6°. As in South Africa, the Jewish population was often associated with those few radicals among them, like Leo Baron, whose office in Bulawayo was said to be located in Red Square. 16. Moreover, there was bias among Jews themselves, as at times Sephardim were pitted against Ashkenazim. The anti-Semitism of Rhodesians was reinforced by that of their U.S. counterparts. Paradoxically, those in the United States most predisposed to align with Rhodesia simultaneously compromised their cause with their vigorous anti-Semitism. Like many Euro-Americans, Harry Warren of Cape Charles, Virginia, was upset with then Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who he thought was either a traitor or a communist. Perhaps worse, he was a German Jew. Recalling a previous era, Warren wondered plaintively, aren't there enough well-qualified Anglo-Saxon people in our country to run this sort of job? 1 degree. Senator Harry Byrd of Virginia was equally critical of Kissinger's performance, though he did not mention his ethnologious heritage as a factor in his critique. The current iteration of whiteness in the United States considered such criticisms to be improperly bigoted, yet, pointedly, Byrd did not contest the anti-Semitism of his interlocutor either. The question of anti-Semitism was a hindrance in uniting the ultra-right, the right, and the center in the United States in a pro-Rhodesian alliance. In backing Rhodesia, Dr. C. W. Chamberlain of Waverly, Virginia, suggested further to Senator Byrd, since Jews pretty well control the Senate and House, maybe you could put a little pressure on them by suggesting reduction of aid to Israel unless they more rights to Arabs there. 63. This, he thought, might make them more prone to back Byrd's pro-Rhodesia legislation. As usual, Senator Byrd did not seek to refute this anti-Semitism, and this omission could leave the impression that he endorsed it, but he did blast away at Secretary Kissinger, the whipping boy of the ultra-right anti-Semites. W. C. Nesmith of Jacksonville, Florida, was part of this anti-Semitic cabal. He asked the conservative columnist James J. Kilpatrick, one wonders what the U.S. foreign policy toward Rhodesia and South Africa would be if the minorities there were Jews. Aside from the morals, are not Rhodesia and South Africa more important to the U.S. militarily than is Israel? 6. Plus these bigoted attitudes were mirrored in Rhodesia. Those who were most disposed to back Rhodesia compromised this bastion of whiteness by their reluctance to accept those who were Jewish into this exclusive club. After World War II, the general trend in the United States was a move away from anti-Semitism. This historic maneuver was a more difficult one to make for their Rhodesian counterparts. The unwillingness to move to Rhodesia in an ostensibly civilian capacity was not universal. Jeffrey Holland, a 47-year-old graduate of Harvard, came from the United States to live in Rhodesia in 1975. This town planning expert came from the gunmaking family of Holland and quickly found work as the provincial planning officer for Mashanal to copyright, but more typical was the experience of Michael Buckland, a commercial pilot from the United States. Though droves of pilots were reportedly quitting Air Rhodesia, somehow Buckland found it difficult to find work. 16 degree. He was not alone. An inability to find work was a common complaint from skilled workers in an inefficiently administered Rhodesia. When Vincent Lamprecht, the son of Nick Lamprecht, the top Rhodesian recruiter, fled to South Africa at the age of 22, saying, "It becomes very difficult to fight for something you don't think has a hope of success," he inferentially indicated why so few from the United States moved to Rhodesia to live. 67 Hence, constructing whiteness in Salisbury even with support from the United States was no easy feat. Though the European minority in Rhodesia was comparatively small, there was difficulty in forging racial solidarity even in the face of an overwhelming African majority. Perhaps it was due to the kind of European that came to Rhodesia. It was said that after World War II, when a substantial percentage of Europeans became Rhodesian via immigration, British officers moved to Kenya, while the enlisted men chose the wilder terrain of Rhodesia. Then, during the 19s, frightened Europeans fled from Kenya to Rhodesia in the face of the so-called Mau Mau scare. 168 A few years later, when the Congo erupted, Europeans came pouring into Bulawayo, with all their worldly possessions tied in precarious bundles onto car roofs, their children huddled in the back seats, some still shocked into silence by the terrible things they had seen. Copyright. Such immigrants heightened the quotient of hysteria among an already nervous European minority in Rhodesia. Those fleeing the former Portuguese colonies, the former Belgian Congo, and British Kenya were often less prone to compromise with Africans. This was a trait they shared with many of their Euro-American comrades in the U.S. South. Their hysteria may explain why when John Parker moved to Bulawayo from Britain in 1954, he reported that the buses were racially segregated, though this was not what he had recalled witnessing during the same period in Cape Town. 7 degrees Parker's recollection of Cape Town's public transit may not have been flawless, but the fact remained that the European minority in Rhodesia was so small that it felt compelled to adopt harsh segregating measures that could at once keep the Africans at bay while bonding the Europeans. But such measures did not work. The Africans were not cowed, and the Europeans, torn by ethnic and other differences, were not able to forge the kind of whiteness that the United States exemplified. The irony was that one reason Rhodesia lost the war to defend white civilization was because the nation's attitudes, particularly toward the Portuguese, Afrikaners, and those who happened to be Jewish, suggested that there was no enthusiastic endorsement of whiteness itself. A further irony was that although Rhodesians had the graphic example of the United States to examine when defining whiteness, they were unable to forge a racial category that could encompass seamlessly all from the pan-European world. Of course, this was not entirely their fault. The Afrikaners particularly were hesitant to be absorbed into a kind of whiteness that they saw as just a thinly veiled form of Anglophilia. The settling of Rhodesia had followed the settling of South Africa by almost 250 years. This was unlike the United States, where British settlers had been pioneers, particularly in the Northeast. If anything, the Afrikaners expected these latecomers to be absorbed into their community in a manner not unlike the way the Dutch and French Huguenots had merged decades earlier. Leading Afrikaners bristled at the very idea that they should submerge their identity in a British-defined morass of whiteness. Those Afrikaners who took this route were treated with thinly disguised contempt and regarded as regional versions of an Uncle Tom or Benedict Arnold. P.K. Vanderbilt, one of the top henchmen of Ian Smith, served variously as defense minister and foreign minister in Smith's government. Like many Rhodesians, he had been born in South Africa but by the 1950s was a leading tobacco farmer in Rhodesia. Although of old, wealthy Cape Afrikaner stock, Vanderbilt had adopted what he thought was an aristocratic English nasal drawl and imperial English mannerisms, which in the eyes of many Afrikaners were a treacherous abrogation of his Boer roots. Ian Smith's counterpart in South Africa, John B. Vorster, refused to even meet with Vanderbilt, whom he referred to as that dreadful man, despite his lofty post in Salisbury. Naturally, this hampered coordination between the two regimes and suggests how the inability to create a viable whiteness crippled Rhodesia. 71. White power. How was it that a European minority outnumbered 25:1 could dominate an African majority? Of course, the military advantage cannot be overestimated. Power ultimately did flow from the barrel of a gun. But that was not all. Before that ultimate point was reached, there were a number of intermediate stages that helped to determine why Rhodesians ruled. Principal among them was the power of culture and ideology. The political scientist Joseph Nye has distinguished between hard power, that is, the ability to coerce, and soft power or the ability to attract through cultural and ideological appeal. Soft power was instrumental in aiding the European minority in establishing hegemony. This panoply included religion, race, anti-communism, sexuality, even popular culture. Of course, all these ideas were subject to being subverted by Africans, particularly as the main engine for such constructions the United States moved away from racial rigidity. UDI was proclaimed at a time when the United States, Rhodesia's putative ally, was moving away from legalized white supremacy. Ineluctably, this meant that European hegemony in Rhodesia would be ephemeral, no matter how formidable their ideological and cultural arsenal appeared at first glance. The inherent weaknesses of non-military power also meant inevitably that the barrel of a gun simply assumed even more importance. The Protestant faith was influential in both Rhodesia and the United States. From the start, U.S. missionaries had been essential to the colonial project in South-Central Africa. The colonizers, it was said, saw giving land to British and U.S. missions as part of Cecil Rhodes's scheme for Anglo-Saxons to rule the world. He gave the U.S. missions land along the border of Portuguese East Africa, where it has been suggested he would be able to use them as a diplomatic cause célèbre in case of trouble with the Portuguese. Interestingly, Rhodes, the son of a vicar, was rarely found without a copy of Marcus Aurelius's Meditations and claimed to have studied all religions, though he regarded himself as an agnostic and did not attend church. There was an element of mysticism and nature worship in his thought that many Christians would have thought reeked of paganism. Rhodes was also notorious for suggesting that missionaries were much cheaper than police officers. 4 Despite this less than resolute view of Christianity, Rhodes embraced missions in a way that made it appear that he was a firm believer. This cynical manipulation enraged many Africans, and scalding criticisms of missionaries developed, most notably in the diaspora. Hubert Henry Harrison, a prominent radical in Harlem during World War I, scorned the white missionaries whose function, he said, was to spread that form of religion which will soft-soap the soul of black Africa so that the business of robbing and ruling it shall become less costly and less dangerous to those who do the robbing and the ruling. The manipulation of missions and missionaries has not escaped the wrath of contemporary Zimbabweans either. Tafatahanaapa Sipaipa Mahoso, for example, has provided a scorching critique of their activities registered, but the United States was not the only nation that provided missionaries to Africa. In fact, the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions was one of the very last missionary societies to send out missionaries to southern Africa. By the time U.S. missionaries landed in Cape Town in 1835, Moravians had been proselytizing the people they called Hottentots for a century. U.S. missionaries first came into contact with the Ndeb in Transvaal in the 1830s, and the experience of missionaries in that nation helped to provide the United States with a reputation for racial liberalism. For these missionaries, at times, objected to notions of racial inferiority of the Africans, though they also provided detailed reports on precipitation, trade patterns, topography, scenery, geology, and other matters that might be useful for those interested in economic exploitation. In short, if commerce was the crop, then missionaries often acted as the plow. The scholar Alan Booth has written that tolerance of other faiths was not a conspicuous characteristic of the American missionaries, which may be why during its first years in the region, the American Board could not claim a single African convert to Christianity. Later, however, U.S. missionaries had significant impact on the Zulus, who helped to spawn Ethiopianism, an ideology or theology that served as a basis for opposition to white supremacy. Degree, George Wilder, a self-proclaimed white African, retired in 1924 after spending 30 years in southern Rhodesia. A U.S. citizen, Wilder was born in Natal to missionary parents and was educated at Andover Academy and Williams College. In 1888 he had gone to Mundlekeze, capital of the noted African leader Umzila, near what is now the eastern border of Zimbabwe. His goal was to interview Gungunyana, Umzila's renegade son, in order to obtain a site for a mission, but he was not able to as Gungunyana was about to move his people to Shangaan country in the lower Limpopo. However, Wilder took credit for founding the missionary settlements of Mt. Selinda and Chikor in 1892. A scholar of the Zulu language, he also contributed to the language of the Enda, an ethnic group in Mozambique, many of whose members were to play a prominent role in opposing the ruling Frelimo party after independence. Interestingly, the Zulus, another target of U.S. missionaries, were viewed by some as a major source of opposition to the first post-independence government in South Africa in 1994. Wilder met with Cecil Rhodes, who offered to provide funding for his efforts. As it turned out, Africans trained at Mt. Selinda played a prominent role in both pro- and anti-colonial activities in Rhodesia. According to historian Carol Summers, the American Board of Missions was probably the most educationally effective mission in the country, aggressively seeking to show what could be done in African education if reasonable resources were devoted to it. Mt. Selinda was integrated racially and initially headed by a black American woman. American missionary education in southern Rhodesia was influenced heavily by the experience of educating African Americans in the southern United States, thus, there was significant emphasis on industrial training. As another scholar points out, Africans could not be taught building and carpentry without knowing how to measure, to count, and to write. Though U.S. missionaries were progressive compared to their British and South African counterparts, particularly in providing educational opportunities to Africans, it is striking to note that some of the leading Zimbabweans who collaborated with the Rhodesians after UDI emerged from U.S. missions. This list includes the Methodist Bishop of Rhodesia, Abel Muserwa. Plus, like most missions, those from the United States were not necessarily comfortable with the Marxism preached by the liberation movements. The Brethren of Christ, which originated in Pennsylvania, established a mission in southern Rhodesia, where they opposed the joining of labor groups and similar organizations. 5. This anti-labor emphasis made the missionaries attractive to the colonial authorities. In contemplating the impact of U.S. missions on the preservation of Rhodesia, one must consider how possibly the rivalries between and among them may have created or exacerbated ethnic tensions among Africans. 16 Almost all of the U.S. missions were on the eastern border with Mozambique, except those of the Brethren in Christ and African Methodist Episcopal faiths, both in Bulawayo. Rhodes, argues historian Persky Oldborg Hassing, was seeking to play on contradictions between the United States and Portugal in order to distract attention from his own hegemony and, in the process, was seeking to stoke Protestant-Catholic conflict. 7 Did Rhodes's game inadvertently or intentionally stoke tensions between and among Africans? Ngwabi Beebe has observed, for example, that Africans evangelized by the Seventh-day Adventists did not fight during the 1896 revolt. Those evangelized by the apostolics often tended toward sectarianism in nationalist political movements. Missionaries had a particular impact on specific ethnic groups, and the mission's different ideas impacted different ethnic groups differently, since these groups each brought a particular set of values to the missionary encounter. Thus, a question arises as to whether missionaries, particularly the U.S. ones working in the eastern part of the country, heightened and/or created differences among Africans. Of course, the antipathy toward U.S. missionaries often expressed by Rhodesians and Boers should indicate that their impact on Africans was not altogether negative. In particular, Rhodesians were quite apprehensive about the presence of African American missionaries, who often were viewed as carriers of a dreaded Ethiopianism. The South African regime, on the other hand, reportedly welcomed these U.S. blacks, feeling they could counterbalance the influence British missionaries wielded in African communities. According to historian J. Mutaro Chiranye, AME missionaries from the U.S. unwittingly aligned themselves with white missionaries in checking the spread of Islam in the region. In other words, African Americans at times found themselves in over their heads when they traveled abroad. To their credit, the educational opportunities they provided for Southern Africans in the United States eventually goaded the minority regime in South Africa to initiate Fort Hare University, the alma mater of ZANU's Robert Mugabe. Degree. The Watchtower movement, founded in Pennsylvania with its egalitarian heritage and oppositional ethics, was also viewed with suspicion by Rhodesian authorities. Compared to Dutch missionaries, who were wildly suspicious of highly educated blacks, U.S. missionaries must have seemed like dedicated revolutionaries. Still, Cecil Rhodes invited U.S. missions to the region because he felt they would reinforce colonialism, and, as one examines the role of Enda and Zulu leaders in the region, it becomes difficult to question his powers of prognostication. Certainly, during the War of Liberation, missionaries played a far from irrelevant role. Like Hubert Harrison decades before, the anti-Rhodesian journal Zimbabwe News in 1967 compared the Christian gospel to milk in tea, which weakens it and sends you to sleep. Indigenous religions, on the other hand, were compared to hot black tea. Thus, the news urged its readers, Christianity was designed to dilute us, to try and make us impotent and weak, 3. This negative attitude toward missionaries was not a solely Zimbabwean viewpoint. Govan Mbeki, a key leader of the African National Congress of South Africa, has observed, as far back as the 1930s, students at Fort Hare, Lovedale, and Healdtown, in their frustration with the ANC leadership, attributed their lack of dynamism to the bad influence of white missionaries on African intellectuals. The students argued that the influence of the missionaries helped to dampen the nationalistic fervor of African intellectuals, who were transformed into confused and hapless black Englishmen who did not share the inner feelings of the black people. For some Africans in Zimbabwe may have viewed U.S. missionaries with suspicion because some of the leading pro-Rhodesian political figures emerged from the U.S. Methodist mission at Mount Selinda, Abel Muserwa being first among them. Of course, Muserwa's pro-Salisbury stance was not consistent, particularly in the early days of UDI, but certainly by the time the war escalated in the late 1970s he was to be found on the opposite side of the barricades from the liberation movements. This idea of pro-Salisbury Africans emerging from U.S. missions may have been simply an historical accident, though some were not so sure about this coincidence theory. The Methodists in Rhodesia published Umboa, a journal that in between campaigns against miniskirts, Degree constantly sang the praises of Muserwa, the Moses of our day. 7. His denunciation of Joshua Komu in 1975 for allegedly splitting liberation forces was given maximum attention. In Umboa 8, which also voiced outrage at the subsequent vicious campaign to smear Muserwa too. The impact of U.S. Methodists in South Central Africa, in sum, was not small. Rhodesian leaders felt that Christianity, not just Methodism, was an essential part of their ideological armor, helpful in appealing to Africans and Euro-Americans alike. Rhodesian Government Minister Angus Graham declared, "The retention of Southern Africa in hands whose loyalty to the West will never be in doubt is now vital to the whole of Christendom." A look at the map should be sufficient to show anyone other than a fool or a knave that Rhodesia is the keystone to the defensive arch of this whole area. Degree. For his part, Sir Roy Welonsky worried that in slightly more than 50 years, communism has achieved more adherents than Christianity has done in nearly 2,000 years. Supporting Salisbury, it was thought, was not just a geostrategic must but a religious duty. The Church of Christian Liberty, a wealthy evangelical group based in the United States Midwest that operated Emmanuel Mission in Rhodesia, agreed with Graham. Formed in 1965 and claiming 80,000 members, this church rejected the principles of the World Council of Churches and was generally conservative. In 1978, Paul Lindstrom, executive director of the mission, was, by his own admission, sick and tired of cowardly terrorists attacking defenseless Christian missions and raping, beating and murdering innocent missionaries and their children. This outburst came after liberation fighters were accused of pillaging his mission. The enraged Lindstrom warned that the days of the Wild West in which all the mission staff would have a Bible and a gun would be brought to Rhodesia by these U.S. missionaries. The candid Reverend Lindstrom conceded that he had regular contact with military and quasi-military groups in the United States, Britain, and Belgium, and that his church had recognized the need, as did the Christians in ancient times, for a strong military element in its missionary work. Lindstrom may not have been engaging in puffery. A decade earlier he supposedly played a major role in rescuing some seamen from the USS Pueblo after they had been detained by North Korea. 9 The leaders of the Church of Christian Liberty collaborated closely with the Salisbury regime. In 1978, according to press reports, they sought to recruit Cuban exiles to fight in Rhodesia. In Chicago they appealed to Serbian exiles from Yugoslavia, a Romanian group which calls itself the Iron Guard. The latter had been accused of collaborating with the Nazis during World War II. They appealed to Czechs who were forced to work in the Russian uranium mines but escaped, Ukrainians and lots of others from the Eastern Bloc. Reassuringly, church spokesman Giles Pace added, "They are all American citizens." Though he acknowledged freely that the church was bombarded with mail from volunteers, he adamantly denied that he was recruiting a mercenary force. 34 In speaking to the Rhodesian newspaper, the Herald, Pace was less restrained, proclaiming, we will meet violence with violence and are not ashamed to admit it. If we can get our hands on the guerrillas, we will be more than happy to eliminate them. He promised that his bellicose missionaries would engage in hot pursuit even into Mozambique. Apparently this was not all bluster. This former Green Beret or member of the Special Forces of the US military had recently been halted at Heathrow Airport in London while wearing full army battle dress, combat boots, and his Green Beret 35 pace, who had fought in Vietnam for 8 years, saw his Christian mission as a logical extension of his previous mission in Indochina, fighting communists. He was battle-tested, having enlisted as a paratrooper in the US military at the tender age of 17. In Vietnam he served with Special Forces for 6 years, before receiving a medical discharge. He had worked with the ultra-conservative Dr. Carl McIntyre, a well-known evangelist, before signing on with Rev. Lindstrom. His initial visit to Rhodesia was in late 1977, followed by a second one in March 1978. 3 The mission he helped to construct in Rhodesia was a decidedly secular and martial one, described by one reporter as a triangular-shaped camp surrounded by barbed wire, bunkers, 3-cornered spikes for sprinkling on the winding access road and deep moats for tank traps. As promised, his missionaries were armed not only with the Bible but guns and rifles as well. 37 Though Pace promised to bring 300 fighters to Rhodesia, ZAPU claimed that the figure was closer to 1,500 and was part of an overall plan to increase mercenary ranks to 13,000. Others charged that his mission in Rhodesia was much more mundane, currency swindling. Whatever the case, his presence proved heartening to those who sympathized with Rhodesia's cause. The war in Rhodesia coincided with increased political activism by evangelical Christians in the United States. Initially, many of them supported Jimmy Carter, who openly professed his deeply held religious views. However, toward the end of his tenure, they had soured on him and were drifting inexorably to the firmer conservative, Ronald Reagan. These evangelicals were essential components of both the Southern strategy and its handmaiden, the Southern Africa strategy. They leaned to the right and espoused a militant anti-communism that was received with gratitude in Salisbury. Thus, the Church of Christian Liberty was not alone in rallying to the Rhodesian banner. The Campus Crusade for Christ, inspired by Henrietta Mears, a wealthy Californian, arrived in Salisbury in 1979. Other comrades in arms included the Full Gospel Businessmen's Fellowship International, started in 1952 in Los Angeles by Demos Shakarian, a prominent California dairyman. FGV had 600,000 members in 9 Taitwo nations and close ties to future U.S. President Ronald Reagan. World Vision International, which combined missionary work with relief work, all leavened by a fierce anti-communism, came to Rhodesia in 1969. Though the Unification Church was founded in South Korea, it maintained a strong base in the United States and came to Rhodesia in 1976. The moral rearmament movement long had taken a decided interest in Rhodesia. Rhodesia was replete with strange U.S. clerics. The list included the Reverend Jim, known appropriately as the Fighting Missionary. He was based near one of the flashpoints during the war, Umtali, close by the border with Mozambique, and was primed for battle. A reporter once asked him, "Do you always carry a gun?" Without skipping a beat, he replied, "Do I always wear pants?" Before arriving in Rhodesia in 1972, he had worked in the nation then known as Zaire, where he became, in his words, familiar with the terror campaigns there. Missionaries like the Reverend Jim were critical ingredients in a resurgence of religion that gripped Rhodesia during the war. Like the soldier who discovers religion just as his foxhole is about to be overrun, the prospect of death that accompanied the arrival of war inevitably drove some among the European minority to contemplate the hereafter. As James MacBruce recounts, in Umtali 3 new churches were built and dedicated during those dark days. Praying with the sounds of war in the background added a sense of urgency. Religion and war went hand in hand in Rhodesia during those hectic times. According to MacBruce, telephone chains were set up so that anyone under attack could phone in for immediate prayer. Plus it is unclear the extent to which these frantic and frenetic prayers abetted attacks, but this practice did signify the importance of religion and of U.S. missionaries particularly. During the war, not all missionaries from the United States were shameless shills for Salisbury. There was Janice McLaughlin, for example. From Pittsburgh and a graduate of Marquette University, she had been affiliated with the Maryknoll Religious Order since 1961. She resided in Kenya from 1970 through 1977. Then the 3-year-old nun moved to Rhodesia, where she quickly ran afoul of the authorities and of fellow missionaries who felt her stance was unduly pro-Zimbabwe. #2 She was arrested as Salisbury charged that her diary contained such revealing statements as, "I want a revolution." The Catholic Church, she maintained, is the largest church among the African population and the priests and sisters are in the rural areas. But Salisbury was unimpressed with her sympathy for the African population. 43 They claimed she was actually Maputo Sal, the mysterious American voice that broadcast anti-regime propaganda into Rhodesia from Radio Mozambique. She was a definite psychopath, they claimed. Worse, this Euro-American was said to be Afro-hairstyled. 4+ Sister Janice was quickly deported back to the United States. Her hasty departure blared the reality that clerics from the United States would not be allowed to play a prophetic let alone revolutionary role in Rhodesia. The authorities perceived such a role as incompatible with the reasons used by Rhodes to justify their arrival in the region in the first place. Self-styled clerics were not the only zealots trumpeting Rhodesia's cause. Indisputably, there were numerous other propagandists and organizational activists from the United States who eagerly supported the Salisbury regime. As early as 1967 their activity had attracted attention. Friends of Rhodesian Independence, AU.S-based group, was supported by the right-wing Liberty Lobby and included John Birch Society members. Anti-Negro racists in both the Deep South and some northern urban centers. At that juncture, FORI was reported to have 122 branches and 25,000 members, which one U.S. scholar has pointed to as a phenomenal contrast to the limited organizational support mobilized in this country for the 3,400,000 whites of South Africa. The common language, an intense anti-British tradition in certain American circles. Tan Smith's invocation of the U.S. Declaration of Independence in outlining UDI, and the tougher sanctions on Salisbury all helped to energize a U.S. lobby for Rhodesia. In 1976, a group called American Aid for Rhodesia announced that it would raise $1 million and recruit 1,000 volunteers to help Salisbury. This group was not to be confused with American Friends of Rhodesia or Americans in Aid of Rhodesia. 4 * There was a sprawling proliferation of pro-Rhodesian organizations in the United States. Anthony Lake, the future high-level White House official, noted the existence of fair, right, and history. 47 This outpouring of support for Salisbury suggested the widespread acclaim Rhodesia enjoyed in the United States, particularly among the right wing. The Congo crisis was the training ground for many of these pro-Rhodesian activists. In 1961, the American Committee for Aid to Katanga Freedom Fighters was organized, spurred by concern about the fate of the European minority in this mineral-rich region. This group included an all-star team of conservative activists, including William F. Buckley, George Schuyler, James Burnham, Brent Bozell, William Rusher, John Dos Passos, Senator James Eastland, and Taylor Caldwell. They shared an interlocking directorate with the John Birch Society. 4 * They bolted into public consciousness when they placed a full-page ad in the New York Times crying, "Katanga is the Hungary of 1961." This signified their effort to intertwine the increasingly unpopular cause of white supremacy with the officially lofty aims of anti-communism. The ACOC formed the nucleus of the American Southern Africa Council. ASAC brazenly operated what it called a fundraising drive for Rhodesian charities in defiance of U.S. sanctions regulations. This group provided an umbrella to shield Anglophobes and Anglophiles alike. The former were hotly opposed to Labour's supposed sellout of Salisbury, the latter were smitten with the idea that Salisbury was the repository of values that, though born in London, had long since perished in the Anglo-American world. Thus, At times ASIC's slogan was, "Break the blockade. Buy Rhodesian products." On other occasions they proclaimed, "Don't buy British products." Their ability to bridge a chasm that had yawned at least since London was ousted from the 13 colonies in the 18th century was indicative of the power of Rhodesia as a symbol. Still, the transatlantic question of race was the essential glue that held this lobby together. The Council published the American Southern Africa Review, which in late 1970 noted that Americans suffering under the ravage of such outrageous legislation as the Civil Rights Act of 1968, can enviously at the good fortune of Rhodesians. The Council's executive director, Lake High, was a native of racially torn Columbia, South Carolina, and had a long record in conservative politics. In 1964, this University of South Carolina graduate labored ceaselessly for Barry Goldwater. 5. In Congress, there was a hardcore of the right wing supported by the Council, including John Duncan of Tennessee, Albert Watson of South Carolina, William Dickinson of Alabama, Gene Snyder of Kentucky, and John Ashbrook of Ohio, that was passionate in its devotion to Salisbury. 53. The Council was a vanguard force on the racial front on both sides of the Atlantic. On the one hand, they warned darkly about the African American exile Robert F. Williams, who had departed hurriedly from North Carolina after being harassed for his advocacy of armed retaliation against racism. His ties to Tanzania and its Chinese ally were noted worriedly. On the other hand, they celebrated the visit to Rhodesia by the World War I hero General Mark Clark. Living in retirement in South Carolina, where he formerly headed the military training institution, the Citadel, Clark had lunched with Ian Smith on his Rhodesia trip. 5 Plus at times there was a blurring of the Council's racial advocacy, a trend that accelerated noticeably when George Wallace, the segregationist leader from Alabama, ran for president in 1968. John Accord of the Council also served as chair of youth for Wallace. 5 In the fall of that fateful year, readers of the American South African Review were told what our next president says about Rhodesia. Featured was a conspicuous portrait of the Southern Popinjay and less prominent pictures of his opponents. Sternly, Wallace denounced sanctions against Salisbury. Soothingly, Accord reminded his readers, those friends of Rhodesia who genuinely support her independence and her welfare must consider the candidacy of George Wallace. 56 The Council's backing of Rhodesia was not merely rhetorical. Its members spent thousands of dollars buying Rhodesian independence bonds, used to finance the war. 57 In 1970, they opened an office in Salisbury, staffed by U.S. lawyer Richard Van Buskirk. Louisiana Congressman John Rarick was credited with making arrangements for the Stars and Stripes to be flown at the new office. Assisting mercenaries appeared to be one reason for this opening. As a staff member told the Herald of Rhodesia, "We will run a 24-hour telephone service so that any American or anyone else who is in any sort of difficulty here will be able to get in touch with someone who will help him." 58 Another member of the staff was John Slinkman, described as an American who lives in Rhodesia with his wife, Carol. Born in Maryland and educated at the strife-torn University of Mississippi, he was a member of the Rhodesian Front Party, the ruling party of Ian Smith. His prestige there was ratified when he was named a delegate to the party's convention degree. ASAC was not alone in its passionate devotion to Rhodesia. In the year 103, 104 of UDI, 1965, the American African Affairs Association was formed by a number of veterans of the Katanga lobby. Registered according to the Herald, both the John Birch Society and the American Nazi Party developed linkages in post-study Salisbury degree. Such extremism should not be deemed surprising. As sanctions isolated Salisbury, it could no longer be selective in choosing allies and, perhaps, this meant its political instincts could find full expression. Hardwick Holderness, who studied the matter intensively, acknowledged that the Smith government's propaganda methods and control of information seemed to a friend like a kind of replay of what he had seen going on in Nazi Germany. Registered Rhodesia's own Kandur League, according to spokesman Dr. Ian Anderson, kept in touch with pro-Rhodesian groups throughout the world such as Liberty Lobby and the John Birch Society. The Kenduer League and its U.S. counterparts were all affiliated with the World Anti-Communist League, which had true global reach. Plus still, even Rhodesia's chief propagandist in North America, Ken Towsey, was taken aback by the extremism of the groups in the United States he was obligated to work alongside. As he told Sir Roy Welonsky in the spring of 1966, "We have considered it prudent to sup with them with a long spoon." Nevertheless, he was happy to report that California was a great center of pro-Rhodesian sentiment. Degree registered this had been a consistent trend since the days of Frederick Burnham in the 1890s. Those from the United States who populated these groups were no ill-kempt hodgepodge, as Towsey's comment may have suggested. Taylor Caldwell, the prominent intellectual, was a leader of pro-Rhodesia forces. Previously she had worked assiduously with pro-Katanga forces and the Liberty Lobby. Born in Manchester, England, in 1900, she had come to the United States at the age of 7. Born Janet Miriam Taylor Holland Caldwell, she changed her name after her editor said her writing was too forceful and masculine to be published under an obviously female name. Despite this rousing encounter with male supremacy, as early as 1940 she concluded that both politics and the professional world had enough women. She questioned their intelligence in general. Degree sent this fabulously wealthy and popular writer was a crucial link in a chain of pro-Salisbury organizations. She was a member of the National Advisory Committee of Billy Hargiss's Christian Crusade, a member of the State Committee of the Conservative Party of New York, and a frequent writer for John Birch Society publications. Degree 7 alongside her was J. E. Haley, a wealthy Texas rancher who had run for governor of his home state in 1956. There was also Colonel Curtis Dahl, a retired U.S. Air Force officer, now a Liberty Lobby official. He was once chair of the Constitutional Party. He was once President Franklin Roosevelt's son-in-law. 6. The Liberty Lobby, a notorious racist and anti-Semitic outfit, had a particular interest in Rhodesia. As early as December 190 SIXS, its newsletter railed against the most powerful pressure group in the non-communist world, the Black Revolutionary Movement. Now, it continued in horrified tones, the demand of the Black Revolution is that we take up arms and go to war in Rhodesia, West against West, white against white, civilization against civilization. 7. Their extensive connections to wealth gave these pro-Rhodesian forces in the United States even more clout. This not only allowed them to hire more lobbyists and broadcast more messages, it also allowed them to pour capital into Rhodesia, helping to keep the tottering regime afloat. In the fall of 1970, as Caldwell was serving as a leader of Friends of Rhodesian Independence, their newsletter chortled, "Almost anything can be purchased in Rhodesia, usually at prices under those in the U.S. Rhodesia today resembles nothing so much as the American West of 100 years ago. There are fantastic reaches of virgin land, incredible untapped natural resources, new cities springing up and wild beasts and friendly natives aplenty." 7. Africa analyst Vernon McKay reported that across the Atlantic, one of Ian Smith's new radio friends, the articulate right-wing preacher Dr. Carl McIntyre, is heard half an hour a day for 6 days a week on more than 600 stations from Los Angeles to New York. Some might question how numerous these pro-Rhodesian forces were, but beyond challenge is the fact of their influence. This influence can be read quite literally in the U.S. press. The powerful journalist David Lawrence, writing in the New York Herald Tribune, expressed the thoughts of many when he analogized the Rhodesian rebellion to the events of 1776 and worried about the ability of Africans to administer government. This latter point was a recurrent theme of the St. Louis Globe Democrat, which featured vehement editorials by future presidential candidate Patrick Buchanan. For given this presumed weakness among Africans, some in the United States concluded, what was wrong with minority rule? In Illinois, the Aurora Beacon News concluded that the United States supported minority rule in Yugoslavia, Poland, Paraguay, and Saudi Arabia, so why not Rhodesia? 75 James J. Kilpatrick, writing in the Washington Star, said the United States itself had yet to attain one man/one vote, So why force it on Salisbury? 76 From Oklahoma, calculations by the Enid News revealed that in Rhodesia there was one Negro representative for every 300,000 Africans, and in the United States there was one Negro member of Congress for every 3.4 million Negroes. So who was the United States to complain? These protests from the hinterlands were supplemented by equally robust comments from the citadels of power. 78 The sentiment was reflected in and galvanized by Salisbury itself. R/Odzian Viewpoint, an official publication, paid close attention to the U.S. press, in recognition of that medium's role in dispensing information and shaping consciousness and culture. Hence, they were quick to publicize complaints about the group of African states at the United Nations and their alleged hypocrisy in focusing so intently on whites in Rhodesia and not, for example, on Igbos and Muslims in Nigeria or Arabs in Zanzibar. That they could cite the prominent New York Times journalist Drew Middleton to bolster this assertion gave it added credibility. Rhodesia had grateful friends among the U.S. press. Thomas Waring, editor of the leading newspaper in Charleston, South Carolina, asked Rhodesia's deputy prime minister for some guidance, adding, "We'd gladly pass it along to our readers in the form of editorials." Apparently it did not require a direct pipeline to Salisbury for U.S. journals to provide a glowing image of Rhodesia, as a November 1965 cover story in Time magazine suggested. Registered one. There were also networks between and among U.S. editors that led back to Salisbury. Waring congratulated Paul McCaleb of the Tucson Daily Citizen for his fine piece about Rhodesia and reported, "I too have been working that side of the street and also got a letter from good old Hanging Cliff 8. McCaleb responded, saying he had sent one of Waring's pro-Rhodesia articles to one of his government friends in Salisbury and reported, "Have already heard reply that it was used in part on a news commentary over the Rhodesian broadcasting system. Good. I have also received a nice personal note from Clifford DuPont, who just become head of state." 8 For his part, Hanging Cliff DuPont repeatedly expressed his thanks to Waring and his colleagues for what you are doing for us in America and urged, "Please harass continually representatives in Congress." 8 Plus Waring was happy to comply with that request. By 1971, DuPont could confess, "My informants tell me they see small signs of understanding of our position in America. If this is true, it is due to the efforts of yourself and others like you." 85 Waring was not a flack for Rhodesia only. As early as 1962, Lisbon's envoy in Washington expressed gratitude to him for the objective attitude your paper maintains toward Portugal. As a gesture of thanks, the envoy provided Waring with another speech of his on Lisbon's colonial policy in Africa. 8 Sent because of his friendliness toward Lisbon, Waring, during his frequent jaunts across the Atlantic, often received personal audiences with Portuguese leaders like the dictator Antonio Salazar. Such powerful connections brought Waring and his newspaper into contact with writers who could provide ever more graphic accounts of the colonial wars in Africa. In 1968, Colin Beer of Britain, who had served on a contract basis with the security forces in various parts of Africa, including Angola, wrote that he wanted to grace Waring's newspaper with his expertise. 8 But despite all of his experience, Beer's talents were not really needed in Charleston. Already Waring carried columns by his ideological cousin, James J. Kilpatrick, whose defense of Portuguese colonialism in Africa was difficult to surpass. 8 Kilpatrick, one of the most articulate defenders of Jim Crow in the U.S. South, was also one of the most obstinate advocates of minority rule in southern Africa. Such a combination was not singular. Generally, those who backed racial segregation in one nation saw little reason to oppose it when it appeared across the Atlantic. One analyst, Beverly Hawk, has concluded that this perception of a pro-Rhodesia bias in the U.S. press was not mistaken. She writes that U.S. coverage of Rhodesia was dominated by partisan words about Marxist-backed guerrillas. News articles, she claims, overwhelmingly quoted representatives from the European minority, like Ian Smith. One U.S. reporter explained to Hawk that only 7 of his 43 articles were filed from the countryside, where the war was raging, because it was too dangerous to venture there. He recalled that he was ordered at gunpoint from approaching the door of ZAPU headquarters in Lusaka, and this did not facilitate his coverage of both sides of the conflict. He realized that words like tribe and tribalism raise hackles among scholars here and within the Black American community, but said he saw no alternative to such usage. John Burns, a New York Times reporter who covered the region, was less forgiving. "Mr. Smith and his associates dislike me and my reporting at least as much as you do," he huffily informed Hawk. June Goodwin, a white reporter for the Christian Science Monitor, felt that her melanin deficiency was a handicap in covering this conflict in southern Africa. Saying that she felt this strife was a race war, she told Hawk, "You and I and the Western society care more about this war compared to the hostility involving Hutus and Tutsis in Rwanda and Burundi." Goodwin also noted the language gap, pointing out, "None of the foreign correspondents speak Shona or Ndeb that I know of." 94. Jonathan Randall of the Washington Post acknowledged that accurate information about the war was difficult to get, since correspondents were not allowed to accompany Rhodesian troops in the field except for odd exceptions, while the guerrillas never allowed correspondents to cover their operations. Besides, he said, the poor telecommunications at the guerrilla headquarters in Lusaka and Maputo made reporting on their activity difficult. David Ottaway, Randall's colleague at the Washington Post, admitted that Salisbury's censorship inexorably influenced press coverage. In particular, this affected coverage of army massacres, since Salisbury would expel reporters who would not obey their diktat. Degree, an Associated Press reporter, added that obviously your Washington reader, as an example, will be more interested in the massacre by guerrillas of missionaries, their wives and children than in the killing by security forces of a lone guerrilla in a clash. Degree Robin Wright of CPS News felt blame and responsibility rested with foreign desks, as she put it, since part of the answer lies in news judgments at home. 9. The larger point was that the U.S. press was reporting on what was thought to be a race war for a mostly Euro-American audience in the midst of being buffeted by a conservative ascendancy. Since many of this audience already were apprehensive about the different race in their midst, reporting about Rhodesia reflected and reinforced illiberal trends. This atmosphere was bound to lead to stories questioning sanctions and providing approbation for those U.S. corporations with investments in Rhodesia. Registered, this was the dominant trend in the U.S. press during the course of UDI. Typical was a front-page article in the Chicago Tribune in 1969. "Rhodesia is once again on its way," their reporter gleefully declared. "It is once again a bright spot of prosperous hope in the disheartening continent of Africa." This was also the tone adopted by the influential conservative writer William F. Buckley, when he went to Rhodesia in March 1974 to interview Ian Smith. Later he expressed outrage with President Carter's hectic concern for human rights in Rhodesia, practically defined as the transfer of power from an orderly white community to a disorderly black faction. Degree Morley Safer, the Canadian journalist who reported for CBS News in the United States, also proved to be a reliable friend of Salisbury. Early in 1978, readers of the Herald in Rhodesia were told that Safer recently did a fabulous public relations job for us on his nationally and widely viewed CBS News 60 Minutes program. Though sanctions against Salisbury included a travel boycott, this did not prevent Time magazine in 1978 from sponsoring a tour of Rhodesia. By 35 leading U.S. business executives from corporations such as Westinghouse, Rockwell, Eastern Airlines, Alcoa, etc. U.S. activists protested to little avail. 1 Degree. Mass circulation newspapers and magazines from the United States proved to be quite hostile to the liberation movements and quite sympathetic to Salisbury's plight. On their jaunts to Salisbury, many U.S. journalists found it inexpedient to visit the countryside where the war was raging. Instead, they usually could be found bulging belly up to the bar in fashionable downtown watering holes. Though P.K. Vanderbilt had ordered the deportation of more than a dozen foreign journalists and had imposed a rigid censorship during his stint as information minister under Ian Smith, he was a favorite of the overseas press. Attired in either a well-tailored white linen suit and a rakishly angled pith helmet or a pinstripe suit straight from Savile Row topped off with a black Homburg, the jaunty propagandist was always ready to supply spicy quotes to disingenuous journalists. His was a voice frequently found in their columns, though he was explicit in declaring that the media should be brought under control because it's largely inhabited by people of the left, the sort of liberal-leaning or socialist philosophy which is the forerunner of Soviet expansionism. I am not remotely concerned, he concluded with a huff, with the freedom of the press. You cannot defend Western Christian civilization against Soviet expansionism with liberal, laissez-faire policies. We are actually far too tolerant. Like obedient lapdogs, the mainstream press in the United States too often refuse to expose such execrable figures, thus capitulating to Salisbury's idea that the war in Rhodesia featured the African acolytes of Soviet expansionism versus the staunch defenders of Western Christian civilization. 1% There was also a group of academic writers who avidly opposed sanctions against Rhodesia. Foremost among them was John Hutchinson, a British-born professor who taught at the University of California, Los Angeles. Degree *A longtime advisor to Bishop Muserwa, Hutchinson pushed strongly for an internal settlement that would exclude ZANU and ZAPU and, according to one source, was responsible for the abortive Muserwa-Smith signed agreement for a settlement in 1974-105. He peppered the press with articles lauding Rhodesia. 1 Degree * He was an influential opponent of sanctions, in part because he seemed to write more than most in more venues than others. Degree 7 He was not alone. Professor J.B. Bell of Harvard was a leading practitioner in this field of Rhodesian studies. He was described as taking the revolutionary grand tour for nearly 2 years, talking with active revolution. 109. Aries around the world, but most notably in Rhodesia. These conversations convinced him of the veritable invincibility of the Rhodesians and the relative impotence of the Africans and the ineffectiveness of sanctions. Degree 8 Such apparently objective analyses provided a false impression about the strength of the Smith government and deluded Rhodesians themselves in a similar fashion. Milton Friedman, the fervently pro-business University of Chicago economist, was another firm supporter of Salisbury. In 1976, he said he was impressed by what he saw during a visit there. 1 Degree. The defeat of UDI, he thought, would be great prize for the Russians, while U.S. policy, in his opinion, represented suicide of the West. 1 Degree Sanctions were a non-starter for him as well. Throughout the period of Up 1, U.S. academics were often to be found in Salisbury, consulting with their colleagues. Living evidence of the failure to isolate Salisbury, they were also an essential component of the cultural and ideological apparatus that ensured that Ian Smith's rebellion would not be brief. Trademark. The Kendur League was the Rhodesian affiliate of the World Anti-Communist League and a firm supporter of UDI. Their journal Rhodesian and World Report had fraternal links with its counterparts in the United States, for example, the Christian Vanguard of Louisiana, with whom they united under the slogan, White Patriots Unite. 4 The League was happy to report that there was friendly camaraderie between American and Rhodesian tobacco growers covering such fields as interchange of visits to see one another's production methods and progress and research. Gleefully, they reported that immigrants, especially U.S. Southerners, were pouring in, Yankees, swamp rats and Smoky Mountain boys from Tennessee, Louisiana and Carolinas. This was an expression of a welcome ideological solidarity, they thought, since an American can earn more money as a delivery boy delivering lunches in downtown New York than he can as a soldier in this country. Simultaneously, they worried that certain financiers and Secretary of State Kissinger was the latter's chief representative wanted to destabilize a formidable competitor in Salisbury. Sanctions against Rhodesia, the journal argued, have enabled the American tobacco farmer to get out of debt to the bank, to get rid of his accumulated stockpile at a better price than formerly and to begin to glimpse the benefits of a protected market. 14 The League's anger was directed, in an anti-Jewish fashion, at Kissinger, a procedure that was facilitated by the League's firm alliance with the rabidly anti-Semitic Liberty Lobby of the United States. but it was precisely this alliance that made it difficult for the League to make inroads within the United States, which was moving toward a more inclusive version of whiteness that did not automatically exclude those who were Jewish. 5. Still, it is striking that the United States supplied the highest number of subscribers in any country in the world, not excluding Rhodesia, of the League's publications. 1 cent. As such, this support from the United States for Rhodesia could complicate politics in Salisbury. 4. According to scholar Michael Evans, anti-Semitism was never more than a tendency inside during the 1960s. Several prominent Jewish Rhodesians became MPs, including Ellie Broomberg, later Minister of Information. Yet, this tendency was not negligible, since, according to Evans, Angus Graham, a top Rhodesian leader and intimate of Dean Acheson, had once been an ardent admirer of Nazi Germany. He attended Nuremberg rallies and was acquainted with several Nazi leaders including Rudolf Hess. 7. Thus, the U.S. ultra-right and their retrograde anti-Semitism hampered the effort to weld white solidarity in Rhodesia. Their reactionary politics only sustained ideological tendencies in Salisbury that did little to sustain white supremacy itself in the long run. The Kenduer League also was pivotal in generating support in the United States for Rhodesia. The writer John Parker has referred to CL as a sinister organization with a direct connection to the ultra-right in the United States. It was pivotal in generating anti-Semitism, support for Salisbury, and racist propaganda generally. The CL was linked to the ruling Rhodesian Front through their mutual leader, Ivor Benson, a supporter of the British fascist Sir Oswald Mosley. To Parker's eyes, Benson looked and sounded a little like his ultimate inspiration, Hitler. 1 *. These questionable ties did not bar CL from hosting Robert Dornan, the eccentric California congressman, during his 1978 visit to Salisbury. It was unclear whether Dornan agreed with the League's idea that there should be no pact with savages. 1 degree there was a base inside Rhodesia for CL's behavior. In 1978, Dr. Manfred Forster was a German immigrant living outside Salisbury in the war zone. A contemporary account described Forster's personal history. As a 1-year-old in the Hitler Youth movement, he helped defend the last bridge in German hands over the Elbe in 1945 and earned himself an Iron 3. 112. Power Cross. Now he owned a farm and kept lions on the grounds to deter attacks from Africans. This was no small matter, it was noted, since just feeding the animals uses up nearly half his monthly income. 17 degrees With the presence in Rhodesia of figures like Forster, it was preordained that the Kenduer League would have influence. Harvey Ward, former head of Rhodesian Broadcasting, estimates that at least 10 members of parliament were members. Ward thought that P.K. Vanderbilt, perhaps Rhodesia's most articulate spokesman, who had been educated at Harvard, was quite close to CL. According to Ward, Vanderbilt's goal in life was consistent with his roots in the United States and his residence in Africa. His personal ambition was, if he had it all over again, to be a film star. 7. Still, Rhodesia was able to construct a white community in a manner that was much more inclusive than its neighbor to the south and much more in line with the model represented by the United States. This may have been because of the ramified ties between this African colony and the United States. Both had rebelled against British rule while maintaining the English language and an affection for Anglo-American culture. Yet Rhodesia was not able to build whiteness that was as sturdy as that in the United States. Perhaps this was because the U.S. construction also involved concessions to those of African descent, while Rhodesia was fighting precisely this development. Nevertheless, these ties between Rhodesia and the United States proved to be quite useful as the 1965-80 war accelerated. As the war meandered on with no apparent hope for a Rhodesian victory, this did not seem to deter their U.S. supporters. In 1978, right-wing functionary Marvin Liebman told William Rusher of the National Review, famously pro-Salisbury journal, that he wanted help in organizing a group that would be overt in its sympathies toward Rhodesia and South Africa without any pussyfooting. This was a high priority, he announced, since Africa has replaced Southeast Asia as the area with the greatest potential of producing massive international conflict. 2. Liebman's colleague, former CIA operative David Atlee Phillips, perhaps because of his familiarity with covert operations, preferred a different approach. He felt the best way to achieve some results is to have a group which makes it clear they are not working for Rhodesia or South Africa, although that might be the best way to attract financial support. 23. As it turned out, both approaches were used, those that stressed direct connections to Salisbury and those that emphasized more indigenous U.S. roots. These two approaches met in the person of Neville Romaine, who resided in the United States though he was a political advisor to the influential Rev. Endabanning E. Sithole, a founder of ZANU. That Rhodesia served as a sunny side for shady figures is reflected in Romaine's career. A South African-born inventor, self-made entrepreneur, and writer-turned-lobbyist, Romaine played a questionable role during the latter stages of the war in his backing of the mercurial Sithole, who had been ousted from influence in the organization he founded. Plus T.O. Ranger, a leading scholar of African history, has called Sithole the foremost literary exponent of Zimbabwean cultural nationalism. 25. While East Germany's representative in the region believed Sithole was maintaining close links with the United States and colluding with the United States, 26. Undaunted, Romaine enlisted Senator Robert Dole and a number of U.S. industrialists which included the U.S. Chrome lobby in his various efforts. 77. Strikingly, cultural nationalism also was prominent among African Americans, arising in the 1960s as a conscious alternative to and opponent of trends to the left. 8. These connections in elevated circles paid off when Ian Smith visited Washington in 1978. Though demonstrators hounded him, chanting Hitler rose, Hitler fell, racist Smith go to hell, his reception from certain members of Congress, a sector of the business community, and pro-Salisbury groups like the American Security Council was much more respectful. The ASC received national television news coverage as the host for Mr. Smith and recruited former Newsweek foreign editor Philip C. Clark as his press liaison. The ASC had been founded in Chicago in 1955 to root out Communist Party members from society at large, sponsored by Motorola, Sears Roebuck, and other major corporations. It had a staff of 30 and claimed a membership of 30,000.1%. Degree to the casual observer, it must have appeared that the Republican Party was the official sponsor of Smith's visit, since their officials and members seemed to surround him at every stop. They had clamored for him to be awarded a visa. 3. Those who sought to influence this party also turned out to greet him. Smith had welcomed the militantly anti-communist Reverend Billy James Hargis during Hargis's All-Africa Christian Crusade Congress in Salisbury in January 1969, and Hargis's supporters reciprocated when Smith arrived in the United States. Asterisk. Smith's arrival in 1978 coincided with typical Cold War tensions between Washington, on the one hand, and Moscow and its alleged surrogates in Africa and elsewhere on the other. This helps to explain the rapturous reception Smith received from some quarters. Bayard Rustin, an African American who marched with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., was hostile to those Africans seeking to overthrow the Salisbury regime, largely for anti-communist reasons. 3. He was not alone. There was widespread fear in the United States that a defeat for Smith would be a victory for Moscow, and the flinty Prime Minister did little to dispel this notion. Smith's face seemed to be afflicted with palsy, which gave him what appeared to be a permanent scowl. This forbidding look provided a truculent reinforcement of his frequent denunciations of the liberation movements. Smith and Rhodesia had such an advantage because of anti-communism that anti-Salisbury forces often were left muttering in complaint. Typical was a hearing organized in Congress in 1970. Gary Gappert of the American Committee on Africa felt that the so-so representation of witnesses pro and anti-Salisbury was misleading. This alleged fairness, he argued, left numerous trade unions and churches excluded. For example, Victor Reuther of the United Auto Workers had wanted to speak but was told by the congressional staffer organizing the hearing that he wouldn't ask Victor for anything since he was one of those guys who arranged to pay ransom to the Cubans after the Bay of Pigs 15. Plus, this earlier concession to the Reds had placed the eminent labor leader beyond the pale. Simultaneously, figures like the retired U.S. Army chaplain and colonel known as the Rev. Robert Slimp were involved in a what the Herald of Rhodesia called bombardment of the American press and congressmen with pro-Christian and anti-Marxist personal letters and influence. Number 35. This trend had not disappeared by 1979 when North Carolina Senator Jesse Helms sent 2 aides to the Lancaster House talks that led to the creation of Zimbabwe. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance objected vigorously to this effort to bolster Ian Smith. 43° Smith, no doubt, had grown accustomed to being greeted by prominent U.S. citizens. Shortly before this London encounter, U.S. Senator Samuel Hayakawa of California arrived in Salisbury to meet with Smith, and former Texas Governor and U.S. Treasury Secretary John Connally arrived after that. 87. A common ideology. Anticommunism was the ostensible reason for this pro-Rhodesia display. Smith could be excused for thinking that he had broad support in the United States. For not only was Smith being visited by U.S. officials, others from that land were so impressed with his nation's prospects that they were moving there. This was the case for John Renfro, the sheriff of Clackamas County in Oregon, who in the spring of 1979, as other Rhodesians were making the chicken run to South Africa, decided he wanted to find a house and a job in Rhodesia. In December 1978, the United States had appointed Renfro to investigate anti-terrorist measures in Israel, South Africa, and Rhodesia, and, tellingly, it was the latter nation where he wanted to make a permanent home. 8. Unlike South Africa and Israel, which both developed influential communist and leftist parties, Rhodesia was bereft of such influences, thus making it seem like home and similarly congenial to many Euro-Americans. Even those few Rhodesians who managed to oppose the Smith regime had appropriate anti-communist credentials. This group included Guy and Molly Clutton Brockett. Even Judith Todd, an opponent of the Salisbury regime, had pressured her father when he was prime minister to support the anti-communist rebels in Hungary in 1956. 14 Dissent, a liberal journal that emerged in Rhodesia in the late R950s and included T.O. Ranger on its editorial committee, sought to reassure its nervous readers that nationalism is the greatest foe of communism and in Africa nationalism is winning hands down. How nationalism may have reinforced ethnic divides was left unaddressed, nor was it mentioned how nationalism alone could speak to the basic socio-economic needs of the masses of people. Thus, Smith's opponents gave early praise to Reverend Sithole, who was later to collaborate with Salisbury. +1 These liberal yet anti-communist political approaches dovetailed neatly with acceptable political discourse then obtaining in the United States, though they were deemed a bit too radical for Rhodesia, since Smith's opponents were willing to erode white supremacy. After a while, the linkages between white supremacy and anti-communism seemed to be part of a seamless garment. It was a puzzle for the untrained eye to ascertain where one ended and the other began. This point is captured neatly in African Vortex, a novel by Colin Mitchell published in Salisbury in 1980, during the year of independence. The story concerns an alleged plot to murder African leaders Robert Mugabe and Joshua Komu. Naturally, the United States plays a leading role in this plot, as the central force behind World Salvation Incorporated, a powerful but not very well-known global organization. At a crucial moment, a U.S. senator posted to WSI confides that their real targets are not Mugabe and Komu but instead the two most powerful blacks in Africa today. In the novel, communists controlled not only the latter two leaders but also Sam Nujoma of Namibia, Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, Samora Machel of Mozambique, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, and so on. One of the almighty leaders was a woman, whose father, Jeremiah Tatarera, the grandpappy of black communism, had met and married the daughter of one of his instructors who, of course, was of European ancestry. Rosa and Jeremiah Tatarera epitomized the dangers of race mixing, the necessity of a patriarchy that kept white women from straying across racial borders, and the threat of communism in one neat package. This was not the only Rhodesian novel that conflated treason to white supremacy with communism. 43. The construction of whiteness and white supremacy in Rhodesia brought with it certain requirements. Diana Jeter has suggested that conceptions of sexuality were central to this construction in early colonial Rhodesia. There was a taboo attached to sexual contact between African men and European women, which, she argues, was part of an effort to create a white community, not protect one, in part because there were not that many minority women, in any case. In any event, Portuguese men had shown themselves more prone than Englishmen to consort with African women. For the influx of U.S. citizens during the 196 SAD war bolstered these notions, for the United States had its own well-constructed views of whiteness and what might contaminate it. Laws against interracial marriage were overturned in the United States by the highest court in the land only in 1967.145, but more important than conceptions of racial construction was the reality that the United States, like many nations, had a tendency to dump the dregs of its society in Rhodesia, and these human castaways possessed all manner of bizarre appetites and tendencies. At least that was the opinion of Mark Edward Dawson, who flew with the Rhodesian military during the war and came into frequent and close contact with Euro-Americans. To be sure, many of them had Vietnam experience, but, he recalled, they were a waste of skin, most of them. They were terrible. I think a lot of them. Because they were the dregs. They came here thinking, oh well, we can show them what to do, and they fucked it up from start to finish, most of them. They were terrible. 46 Dawson's anguished remarks reflect an even more horrid reality. Think about it, who would come from the United States to South Central Africa in the mid-1970s to fight in a deadly war? Inevitably the self-selection process tended to favor the demented, the perverse. That they were often attracted to the disreputable military unit, Silas Scouts, which according to Rhodesia's chief of intelligence, attracted vainglorious extroverts and a few psychopathic killers, seemed only natural. 447, of course, the United States was not alone in dumping its outcasts into Africa. The CRA concluded that the mercenaries led by Londoner Mike Hoare in the Congo were guilty of serious excesses, including robbery, rape, murder, and beatings. One scholar has observed that mercenaries were thugs and they were effective as a result. 48 Rhodesians worked closely during the Biafran conflict with the notorious Rolf Steiner, whose pedigree included a stint with the Hitler Youth. 149 Hoare's hordes were not led for the most part by U.S. citizens, however, there was one U.S. mercenary in the Congo, Samuel Shoesmith, who participated in the robbing of banks there to supplement his income. 15 Historian Ibo Mandaza has observed cogently that it was easy for any white man to have sexual relations with a black woman while remaining a dyed-in-the-wool racist. 151 Apartheid's chief assassin, Eugene de Kock, agrees, adding pointedly, "It is a known fact that the most regular clients of black prostitutes are white men." Certainly this was true for mercenaries and security forces generally in the region, who had a decided bent toward violence and sex and violence. Apartheid agent Paul Van Vuuren captured neatly this dyad by asserting, "To kill is like sleeping with a woman." For a white supremacist, sexual intercourse with an African woman allowed for the furious release of racist and misogynist impulses. Such sexual acts could be committed while maintaining a firm belief in white supremacy and racial segregation. This was yet another contradictory tension. An idea shared by Rhodesians and Euro-Americans alike was that communists, among other liabilities, inevitably brought in their wake race mixing, and this was a major threat, as Ian Smith put it, to European civilization. Thus, according to one analyst, an essential component of the Rhodesian makeup was a repressed lust and a deep sexual fear of what the African may do if ever his turn for vengeance comes. 154 In other words, perhaps the Africans would abuse the Europeans in the same manner in which they had been abused. Indeed, the fear of racial revenge was a driving force maintaining white supremacy. Again, this sexual anxiety was a transatlantic phenomenon. In 1979, Zbigniew Brzezinski blurted out that he hoped to never see white nuns being raped by black gorillas wearing red stars on their armbands appearing nightly on television news. In this remark, President Carter's chief foreign policy advisor merged the Black Scare and the Red Scare on an altar of sexual anxiety. To be fair, this notion was not manufactured solely by the leading anti-communist policymaker, but instead reflected fears within the white U.S. body politic as a whole, who, perhaps, like their counterparts in Rhodesia, feared that African Americans would wreak a sexualized vengeance upon them. In short, Brzezinski's opinion was not his alone. During the Congo crisis, according to historian Richard Mahoney, reports of the rape of European women became the continuing preoccupation of the White House and the State Department. 156. And when Louisiana was undergoing forced racial desegregation in the 1960s, one Euro-American leader proclaimed, "Don't wait for your daughter to be raped by these Congolese," referring to African Americans. "Do something about it now." 157. During this same conflict in the Congo in the 1960s, a young European woman was enamored of an African truck driver. Her father tied her up to her bed, then sent her to a convent where she adopted other habits. 158. Doris Lessing recalls that in the southern Rhodesia of her youth, it was a commonplace that white men had sex with black women, and the continually enlarging colored community was there to prove it, yet she had only once heard of a white woman having sex with her black servant. Nevertheless, she writes, "White women lusting after black penises is one of the myths furnishing the colonial mind, and I was listening to variations of the myth as I grew up." 15. What did these troubled stories signify? Patriarchy, particularly subordination of minority women, was viewed as the keystone in the arch of white supremacy. Open interracial sexual relations of any sort were violations of an essential taboo, although affairs involving European women and African men were viewed in a particularly harsh light, while relations between African women and European men were viewed less harshly, not least because this latter relationship could signify subordination of an African, sexual violence, or a primitive gratification that was associated with Africans. These perceptions were accompanied by a hysteria about African sexuality, particularly the sexuality of African men. This was another aspect of the insecurity Rhodesians generally felt as a result of being outnumbered while enjoying an abundant enrichment. 6 degrees. How could a white community be maintained, with all of the privileges that entailed, if European women were consorting with African men? This was the question that animated the European minority in Rhodesia, just as it captivated many of their comrades in the United States. Remarkably, male mercenaries and members of the security forces often had an ambivalent attitude toward women. Maintaining humanity toward European women while brutalizing Africans was not an easy chore. These forces, fleeing from the comforts of home to the bush of Rhodesia, often were motivated by discontent with marriage and heterosexual relations generally, which complicated their attitudes toward women generally. This was the case, for example, for Eugene Primeval de Kock, the infamous apartheid murderer. During one of his last tours of duty fighting in Rhodesia, he lost his girlfriend, which was, he said, one of the great blows of my life. By his own admission, he was very clumsy at the courting business. 1 cent. Similar to many U.S. mercenaries, setbacks in his love life helped to draw him to the exclusively male band that the military represented. In describing the machinations of apartheid functionary Jack Cronje in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, he remarked that his operation made Vilakplaas, the well-known death squad camp, look like a Girl Scout camp. 16. U.S. mercenary Richard Stewart also suffered from gender anxiety. He was 31 in 1977, when he sold his share in his Miami export business after his wife departed with his best friend. By the fall of that year, he had become a corporal in the Rhodesian military. His Rhodesian comrades were decidedly unsympathetic to his problems and, in the process, revealed their own gender problems. Many of these U.S. citizens and many more were feminized insultingly, called bucks, bloody useless cunts by their less than sympathetic Rhodesian compatriots. 6. Many from the racial minority who were fighting in southern Africa, as well as those who supervised them, preferred the company of men. F.W. de Klerk's autobiography describes how the all-male South African cabinet engaged in team-building exercises at remote locations in order to promote avowedly macho bonding. The first woman ever to serve in a South African cabinet, de Klerk reports, did not reach this lofty perch until late 1989, when the apartheid regime was on its last legs. 1 degree plus. According to another observer, at Vilak Plaas, Death Squad headquarters in South Africa, the men did everything together. Jacques Pau, the most careful observer of these assassins, concedes, "I don't know of any homosexuality amongst them, but it is a revelation to look at photographs. They would wrestle, bury one another in the sand. Always hanging onto and touching one another. Jokes about homosexuality were part of their stock and trade." Ferdy Barnard, an ill-famed murderer for apartheid, was not alone in making nervous jokes about being suspected of being like Mofi Tija, or little gays. One of his comrades, Paul van Vuuren, a leading death squad operative, felt that his unit was not a place sissies but for men. 16 degrees. The French Foreign Legion, which could be considered an officially sanctioned mercenary force, tended to attract those who were degraded in their homelands. Douglas Porch has suggested that this included a significant number of homosexuals, including homosexual couples recruited from the penal units. 6-degree. Historian Gary S. Thomas has argued similarly in describing mercenary forces in the Congo. 67. Mike Hoare has recalled, intended for guerrillas in the region. 18. Sarah Barrell did not require much persuading to be convinced to wander into harm's way. The phenomenon of U.S. citizens coming to the battlefields was an overwhelmingly male enterprise, and it was unusual to find women like herself involved. Described as a tall, beautiful blonde, wide-eyed American girl, Barrell was born in 1946 and was reputed not only to have earned her living as a model in New York but as a high-priced hooker. She went to Vietnam, also part of the dossier of many mercenaries, as a photographer. Next, she accompanied a journalist to Cambodia and, when their affair was over, consorted with a number of other reporters and soldiers. J.R. Woods notes, the press corps believes that the celebrated novelist John L. Kerr cast her as the American Lizzie Worthington in his The Honorable Schoolboy. After Indochina, she moved to Lebanon, but apparently not finding that war-torn country exciting enough, she came to Rhodesia by 1978. There she reputedly fell deeply in love with Andre Dennison, a major commanding the Rhodesian African Rifles and author of perhaps the only unit diary that survived the burning of documents after the 1980 election. According to Wood, she was in his company as often as his duties would allow, and acted as a nurse when time allowed. When Dennison was wounded in action in 1978, she nursed him at the flat they shared, Miss Street in Salisbury. According to press reports, his death in June 1979 upset her so dreadfully that she returned to her flat and on Wednesday, June 13, shot herself with a .38 special revolver he had given her for protection. 7 degrees. Romance, sexuality, and gender anxiety were an essential component of the elements that drove U.S. citizens to Rhodesia and kept them there. The addition of unstable, emotionally addled U.S. mercenaries who brought to Rhodesia pre-existing stereotypes about African sexuality complicated an already messy sexual situation. Still, these outsiders did reinforce an essential component of whiteness and white supremacy with their intense dislike of interracial sexual relations, or at least of African men consorting with European women. As such, they reinforced white Rhodesian identity, an identity they, including U.S. women, could be absorbed into, if they wished. One of the prime linkages in this chain of whiteness were the mass media, principally television programs and films made in the United States. As a frequent visitor to Southern Africa, I am routinely astonished at how widespread is knowledge of and interest in the doings of Hollywood celebrities. This interest is reflected particularly in daily newspapers. I concluded early on that the racial constructions found in abundance in Hollywood products were useful in the construction of whiteness in Southern Africa, providing guidance on mores, customs, clothes, language, style, and more. Celluloid images from the United States help to provide a vocabulary for confronting diverse and difficult realities. In that sense, it may have allowed for the distancing from catastrophes too ghastly to contemplate. The pervasiveness of U.S. images also indelibly shaped the consciousness of the region as a whole. In the spring of 1999, Jan Turner of South Africa met the jailed man who had murdered her father in cold blood during the apartheid era. At that precise moment of horror, she recalled, what popped into her mind, of all things, was the movie Silence of the Lambs, with her picturing herself as the U.S. actress Jodie Foster staring down the restrained psychotic form of a South African Hannibal Lecter when asked about his own taste in movies. The jailed assassin, Eugene de Kock, named Platoon, Full Metal Jacket, and Apocalypse Now as his favorites and said he also loves thrillers, especially Tom Clancy. 191 These cultural productions were in English, of course, and inter alia were also primers in manners, bearing, class relations, and the like. The reaction of Rhodesian Graham Boynton to these mass media products was typical. When television arrived in the 1950s, he recalls, it brought America into our living rooms, and programs like The Jack Benny Show, Huckleberry Hound, Wagon Train and The Loretta Young Show provided us with an entirely new vocabulary. Degree. Seeing American westerns on Rhodesian television, which frequently showed the Indians going down to defeat before the more powerful whites, filled an important psychological need, helping to convince the European minority that they could prevail just as easily over their own colored opponents. U.S. mass media and personalities were quite helpful in imparting a sense of whiteness to Rhodesians. 93 For a considerable period of time during the war, Bruce Glenn of Southern California hosted a nightly psychopolitical show on Rhodesian television, which helped to make him an arbiter and shaper of minority attitudes on race. 9 While westerns and situation comedies indirectly instructed Rhodesians on socio-political concerns, Glenn did so directly. His presence on the air was an emblem of the importance of the United States to the Rhodesian psyche. At the same time, mass media output from the United States was also a key factor in the forging of blackness in the region. The United States became, for many black South Africans, a leading source of cosmopolitan values, reaffirming their attachments to an internationalized urban culture at the very time when the minority regime sought to disqualify them from city residence and thrust upon them essentialist ethnic identities. 1°5 For example, the Salisbury authorities were keen on promoting ethnic divisions between Shona and Ndeb, but this was undercut somewhat when African Americans, with their shouts of blackness, began receiving more attention in the mass media of the country that the Rhodesians looked to for guidance. Theoretically, blackness could subsume and reconcile Shona and Ndeb. This was one of the many reasons why Pretoria staunchly resisted the invasion of television. They hoped to avoid not only the English language but Anglicization and the pervasive Anglo-American culture. This perceived threat from America cannot be seen in isolation. In South Africa it was superimposed on the old conflict between British imperialists and Afrikaner ethnic nationalists. However, this old conflict had found Rhodesians aligned with London on the other side of the ethnic barricades confronting South Africa, just as Salisbury during the Liberation War could be found looking askance at its South African ally while looking longingly toward an often skeptical U.S. ally. Despite harboring apprehension about U.S. culture, South African authorities found it a force that was difficult to resist, given the proliferation of shortwave radios and improvements in communication. Dirk Coetzee, a leading apartheid operative, was a big Neil Diamond fan, and he was not alone. The real winning weapon for the United States during the Cold War may not have been of the nuclear variety, but instead radio, television, and movies. 198 It was understandable why Pretoria would seek to block the transmission of cultural products from the United States. In the 1970s, discos came to Southern Africa in a big way. Black popular music emanating from the United States can be viewed generally as dramatizing and celebrating African Americans' refusal to capitulate to the mental and spiritual ravages of racism and poverty. It is quite possible that this music had a similar impact on Africans in Southern Africa. The religious music that African Americans produced so prolifically also was not without social impact. Mwezitwala, a soldier of the African National Congress of South Africa, has recounted how when he and his comrades faced some of their bleakest moments in camps in Angola, when we became depressed, they would sing Negro spirituals, which they found very uplifting. Degree just as the decidedly secular ANC could transform religious music to their own ends, black popular music from the United States contained messages: our day will come, tell it like it is, say it loud, I'm black and am proud. That also could mutate and be utilized readily in a revolutionary armed struggle for power in South Central Africa. Disco may have seemed like the ultimate in harmless diversion, but it was more than this. For along with it came at times putatively seditious lyrics: burn, baby, burn, disco inferno, and a matching culture. A Black American cultural affinity, even simulated African American accents developed, along with Afro hairstyles, high-heeled shoes, and denim jeans. As noted below, this process was not an unalloyed positive. It did have a downside for the Africans. For example, as working-class culture declined in Afro-America, a lumpen culture arose to fill the vacuum. Thus, as a partial import from across the Atlantic, the ritual of marijuana smoking and pop music arrived in tandem, along with so-called blaxploitation movies, but this was at least accompanied by some kind of anti-authoritarianism, a noted export of African Americans. This latter trend was not viewed benignly in Salisbury. For the blaxploitation films often featured African Americans, albeit pimps, gangsters, and whores shooting guns at persons of various hues. The films often reflected black nationalist themes as well. 2 degree. On the one hand, such images distorted perceptions of African Americans, presenting them as a largely lumpen community. On the other hand, Salisbury hardly favored dissemination of images of blacks wielding weapons and defying authority. This was part of the larger contradiction Salisbury faced in relying so heavily on the United States, where blacks were a minority. Images of them brandishing weapons may have had less import than where they were an oppressed and voteless majority. U.S. culture also had impacts on blacks in South Africa, and when this occurred, it filtered across the border, having similar impact on Rhodesia. South African bands, for example, helped to bring swing music to Rhodesia, after it had arrived from the United States. Drum, the popular South African magazine aimed at blacks, was a magazine that created an impression of a highly romantic age decked out in American clothing, American drawls, American gangsterism. Degree. Commenting on the overwhelming influence on township life of American music disseminated through films, the film scholar Peter Davis has noted, the generation of urbanist Africans was particularly obsessed with American demotic culture, with American clothes, as with jazz and movies. Distinct from their peers throughout the world, however, Africans were even more influenced by their African American counterparts. Degree. Part of the apparent U.S. influence in Rhodesia actually had been re-exported from South Africa. Ibo Mandaza has concluded, Black power in the United States of America did have a strong impact on colored and black youth in Southern Africa. It was quite common, he says, for young coloreds to identify black with black Americans rather than with indigenous Africans. The black American was regarded as someone enjoying equality and affluence mainly as a consequence of seeing too many American films. Again, this black American influence was not all positive, but the images presented of them on the silver screen firing weapons, subverting authority, not always wallowing in poverty were in some ways subversive of the cultural hegemony of Rhodesians. It is not surprising that U.S. culture would have so much impact in Southern Africa. According to Peter Davis, Isidore William Schlesinger, who can claim to be the father of South African cinema, actually emigrated from the United States to South Africa in 1894, as the frontier was closing in the former nation. Degree. Thus, from the beginning of cinema, U.S. movies established a foothold in the region. However, like the influence of certain aspects of African American culture, this too was not all positive. The film The Wild Geese, which was a recruiting broadside for mercenaries, is an example. The film's main star, Richard Harris, said money was not the main reason he appeared in it. Its other star, Richard Burton, was not on record as to why he would act in a film that was widely viewed as defaming Africans and glorifying colonialism. Based on a novel by Daniel Carney, a Rhodesian who served in the security forces, the film's story drew on actual events in the Congo involving Mike Horne, who was a technical advisor on the film. This cinematic extravaganza climaxes with a plane from the Congo arriving in Rhodesia with mercenaries. As the film was being made, Horne was involved in running the Wild Geese Club in Johannesburg, which was viewed as little more than a recruiting base for mercenaries. The film was shot in the northern Transvaal with cooperation from the South African military and police. 7 This film, which still is shown from time to time on television in the United States, represents a significant endorsement of the validity of mercenaries. They were necessary, it argues, because of the fecklessness and brutality of the Africans. The film also complemented a form of white supremacy, which the mercenaries too buttressed. This cultural product in many ways symbolized the cultural impact of the United States on Southern Africa. This movie reinforced the notion that U.S. mercenaries could bail out Rhodesia and justified their ravaging of the region. A fungible product, this film, like other U.S. exports in the cultural and ideological realm, was capable of shaping attitudes and psyches on both sides of the Atlantic. Indeed, such cinematic representations of Africa should not be viewed as irrelevant fluff. In 1977, Jeff Stevens was 27 and serving as a real estate planner in Houston when his minister, who knew the nation, told him about Rhodesia. Stevens recalls that he thought of it as a new frontier. The African Queen with Humphrey Bogart and all that, and so bedazzled, moved to Rhodesia. Films were a powerful weapon in the arsenal of propaganda. 8. Till. In short, the ability of a tiny minority of Europeans to lord it over millions of Africans was guaranteed ultimately by military force. Their power flowed from the barrel of a gun. However, before this ultimate point was reached, there were a number of intermediate forces that ensured that European hegemony would not be challenged successfully. A religion that could compel Africans to pray to a white god, and popular culture designed to operate like mind candy were among cultural and ideological constructions that could ensnare the majority in the tangled web of minority rule. Still, these forces, particularly religion and popular culture, were subject to subversion by the Africans. This was especially the case in light of the pervasive U.S. predominance that escalated in South Central Africa after World War II. This influence brought with it significant influence by African Americans, who saw the ethos of the European minority in Rhodesia, white supremacy, as akin to Satan embodied. Hence, just as Rhodesians could not build the kind of synthetic whiteness that existed in the United States, they also were unable to use in an unchallenged fashion powerful weapons like religion and popular culture to preserve their rule. In both cases, a major reason for this failure was the presence of African Americans, who influenced both religion and popular culture in the land of their birth, and who by their very existence hindered the deployment of white supremacy in these and other fields. Likewise, even the potent tool that was anti-communism was hindered in part because of its difficulty in attracting the black masses, who generally opposed such bedrock causes like fighting the war in Vietnam or backing Rhodesia, for that matter. In fact, since Ian Smith styled himself as the personification of anti-communism, Africans thought logically that it made sense to be anti-communist, thus playing into the hands of the liberation movements. Thus ultimately Rhodesian hegemony, despite its military prowess, rested on a rickety foundation. White House, checkered policy. The wildly competing forces seeking to influence U.S. policy from 1965 to 1980, newly enfranchised African Americans, ultra-right radicals, transnational corporate interests, etc., helped to shape an often wildly inconsistent White House approach to Rhodesia. As a general rule, Democratic administrations, those of Johnson and Carter, were more hostile to Salisbury than their Gore counterparts, those of Nixon and Ford. But this simple formula was insufficient to account for conservative Democrats like Congressman John Rarick of Louisiana or liberal Republicans like Mayor John V. Lindsay of New York City. Moreover, the singular campaign financing scheme in the United States, which forced candidates of various ideological stripes to perpetually dial for dollars, made them quite susceptible to the blandishments of the minority regimes. In 1978, for example, South African sugar interests were compelled to admit that they had attempted to conceal efforts to influence U.S. congressmen. Their largest reportedly included campaign contributions, free jet trips and airplane tickets from 1971 to 1976 to exotic climes like Rhodesia. Fond sentiment for Rhodesia at the highest political levels was nothing new. During the war in Korea, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency provided protection for foreign industrial facilities, which included manganese and chromite complexes in South Africa, Rhodesia, and Mozambique. This stratagem was an early indication of a budding U.S. interest in the region. Thus, Thomas Borstelmann has recalled that southern Rhodesia's fiercely segregationist racial policies, which were at the heart of African opposition to federation, received praise from the American Consul General in Salisbury in December 1952. By the summer of 1953, writes Borstelmann, American policymakers spoke of the imminent creation of the Central African Federation as one of the most favorable political developments yet to take place in Africa. 3. Ignored were the concerns in the nations now known as Malawi and Zambia, not to mention concerns elsewhere in the region that the Federation would create another version of apartheid South Africa. That Washington was out of step with progressive African opinion should not have been deemed overly surprising. Thomas Noer has observed that as recently as 1958, for example, the United States had more diplomats in West Germany than in all of Africa. Plus, this was part and parcel of Washington's deference to the traditional colonial powers Britain, France, Belgium, Portugal on matters African. But this began to change for a number of reasons. U.S. leadership during the Cold War meant shunting aside London and Lisbon particularly, as they were perceived as not being able to combat effectively anti-colonial insurgencies that were seen as Soviet proxies and pawns. This factor, combined with the pressure on Washington to treat its own African population better, caused the United States to pay more attention to the continent. Understandably, Salisbury viewed with concern this movement toward racial desegregation in the United States. Registered Washington's increasing attention to Southern Africa was not greeted with pleasure by all in the region. According to South African Communist leader Joe Slovo, apartheid officials were characterized throughout the 1950s by bumbling ineptitude, but this began to change when a new crop of officials went to the United States, which specialized in teaching techniques of mental and physical torture and most scientific way to break the human spirit. 7. The template for African crises had been established by the uproar in the Congo, which greeted Johnson's predecessor, John F. Kennedy, as he was being sworn in 1961. African Americans had engaged in a riot at UN headquarters in New York following the murder of Congolese leader, Patrice Lumumba, and this was seen as a portent of what might happen if Rhodesia were not handled properly. Columnist James Reston warned that the Congo crisis illustrated a confluence of the world's struggle for freedom in Black Africa and the struggle for equal rights by African Americans. This was the kind of confluence that worried Salisbury to no end. Actually, more than was realized at the time, the Congo crisis also illustrated the far-reaching influence of Salisbury in Africa. The Congo secessionists were backed actively and materially by Rhodesia, and there was sentiment in Salisbury for Katanga to federate with Rhodesia. The United States was not a passive bystander during this process. Referring to Senator Thomas Dodd of Connecticut, President Kennedy charged that the highest-paid white mercenary of all was not in Katanga but in Washington, a ranking member of his own party. U.S. corporations like Ameri_Ken Metal Climax and investors like Maurice Templesman were heavily involved in intrigue in the Congo. Salisbury had found itself on the same side with certain powerful U.S. economic interests during the Congo crisis, and many in the ruling circle felt that these same interests would assist Rhodesia during its moment of crisis. Among other things, Congo represented the moment when US interests stood apart from powerful European, in this case, Belgian interests, and chose to pursue their own agenda. Thus, in the wake of the Congo crisis, the staffing level of the U.S. Consul General's office in Salisbury increased dramatically and became quite active regionally. Even before UDI, there was gathering sentiment in Salisbury that an alliance with the rising power, the United States, made sense when Congo helped both sides to perceive that mutual benefit could ensue from such an alliance. At the same time, Washington sought to indicate that it was unlike traditional colonial powers like Great Britain. In 1962, U.S. diplomat Joseph Sisko made it clear that his nation was finding it increasingly more difficult to support the UK in the forthcoming GA debates on southern Rhodesia. Generously, he indicated that Washington would, of course, do everything possible to avoid embarrassing the British in the UN General Assembly. Degree still, by 1963, U.S. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy was complaining that we really don't have much of a policy toward liberation movements in southern Africa, even though, as he noted, these areas are going to be extremely important in the future. 2 days before his brother, the president, was murdered, he said, "Personally, I feel if we could take steps now, either through the CRA or making concentrated effort with students and intellectuals, we could head off some of the problems." Early in 1965, the United States refused to sell Salisbury T-28 military training aircraft, and before UDI, stressed that this independence would not be supported. Salisbury ignored these signals in November 1965 when it proclaimed UDI. January 25, 1967, was a typically frosty day in Washington, D.C. Frosty was also the term increasingly used to describe relations between then-President Lyndon B. Johnson and ever broader sectors of the U.S. public, who were uneasy about his policies in Vietnam. The last thing the president wanted to do, as his National Security Council convened at 12:10 in the afternoon, was to alienate further his frayed electoral base. The crisis in Rhodesia had the potential to irritate African American voters, whose enfranchisement via the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was seen as an electoral cushion for future Democratic Party victories. But, correspondingly, this crisis also could further alienate droves of Euro-American voters, convincing them that the Democrats cared only about appeasing Africans and did not give a whit about them. This was the cloud hovering over the National Security Council, as it convened on that wintry day. Thus, when Rhodesia arose on the agenda, Secretary of State Dean Rusk said emphatically, "This is first a UK problem, then a UN problem, and only then is it a US problem." This was obviously true. However, Vietnam had demonstrated that the United States often ignored the plain meaning of international law and realities, so why should it observe the same here? Moreover, as a big brother to London whose claim to punch above its weight could not obscure its ineluctable decline, and as a leader at the United Nations, Washington could hardly avoid a major role in Rhodesia. Certainly the U.S. attempt to impose sanctions on Rhodesia in the wake of UDI suggested that Washington would not, perhaps could not, be passive about Ian Smith's rebel regime. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Arthur Goldberg, indicated why this might be so. Goldberg was no political amateur, having served as a high-level labor lawyer during the time when communists were being purged from unions, then serving on the U.S. Supreme Court before being enticed to step down with the promise that he could wield diplomatic clout at the United Nations. He asserted that the Rhodesian problem causes us difficulties with domestic public opinion and with Congress, noting, "There is in the U.S. a very active Rhodesian lobby. Yet," he continued, "in the U.S. business community, there is more support than opposition for our policy." Part of the problem was that the voice of this active Rhodesian lobby tended to drown out all others, and this lobby was particularly upset with Goldberg's votes in the United Nations against Salisbury. "We were obliged to vote in the UN as we did," Goldberg explained, "because to do otherwise would have caused us domestic racial difficulties and hurt our business interests in every African country. As African nations were rising to independence, their interests had to be taken into account, which was a decided change from the colonial era that only recently had begun to recede. Similarly, newly enfranchised African Americans were simultaneously awakening to the existence of their ancestral homeland, and they too would not have appreciated pro-Salisbury votes. Yet despite these anti-Rhodesian votes at the United Nations, many African Americans remained skeptical of Goldberg's government. At the National Security Council meeting, he reported that he had been talking to U.S. Negro leaders trying to convince them we are not pulling UK chestnuts out of the fire as they believe. Goldberg said he doubted if sanctions could work against Rhodesia. However, he noted that their economy may be affected sufficiently to induce them to negotiate. In other words, Goldberg's own words suggested that sanctions could work. Meanwhile, Goldberg counseled, "We will have to take current criticism. Even Haile Selassie cannot take a firm stand." Republicans were carping, but this was mostly for show, he thought. According to Goldberg, Senator Everett Dirksen, the Gore leader, was not in as great a sweat as appears. He acknowledges we can't control the actions of our junior partner. President Johnson then spoke out, claiming Rhodesia was a black/white African problem. He was worried about its impact on retaining our influence in Black Africa while avoiding a showdown with South Africa. Future Secretary of State Cyrus Vance added that there was one thing that was quite clear, namely, no U.S. ground or naval forces are to be used to settle this problem. Treasury Secretary Henry Fowler was concerned that the Rhodesian problem is having a serious effect on sterling and the UK economic situation generally. The talk of sanctions against South Africa may have an impact on the US dollar? This riveting repercussion could hardly be ignored. When the NSC met months later, on July 13, 1967, Rhodesia was listed as the chief problem in Africa, and President Johnson continued to wring his hands about its impact on the domestic racial issue. For the South, which was once solid for the Democrats, was now beginning its inexorable drift to the Republican Party. Propelling this mass defection was the perception that if LBJ would support Africans not Europeans in Africa, then he might be more concerned with blacks than whites in the United States. Such perceptions paved the way for the success of Richard Nixon's Southern strategy and his Southern Africa strategy. This cynical attempt to capitalize on racial fears was all too successful, at least for a while. Yet the melange of concerns that animated the January 25, 1967 NSC meeting continued to dog the Johnson administration throughout its tenure. In particular, Washington had difficulty in both observing international law and heeding the insistent call of the Rhodesia lobby. In coming years, Republicans tried to square the circle by yielding to the lobby, but the problem was that in order to make this policy effective, Salisbury would have to prevail on the battlefield, and it was becoming increasingly clear that such a prospect was simply not realistic. Throughout the course of the war in Rhodesia, the U.S. government was torn by conflicting and contradictory pressures. The increasingly influential African states, black and progressive opinion at home, and a good deal of the international community all pushed insistently for isolation of Rhodesia. However, this was a policy difficult to follow even for Democrats, petrified as they were about doing anything that might appear to placate angry blacks. Such an appearance could only complicate their relations with those already disgusted by the activities of angry blacks in Watts, Detroit, Newark, and other burning urban centers. Thus, even the election of President Carter on a platform of adherence to human rights and his subsequent high-level appointment of Andrew Young to a major international post did not necessarily mean that the White House would throw in its lot with the liberation movements. Powerful forces on Carter's own National Security Council guaranteed that this could not occur easily, if at all. Like its predecessor, the Carter administration was fractured by colliding and incompatible forces in devising its Rhodesia policy. The Republicans faced difficulties of a different sort. Many at the highest level of this party sympathized secretly, at times openly, with Rhodesia. Yet despite their base pandering to the darkest fears of Euro-Americans, they too found it difficult to provide Salisbury with the kind of aid it would need if it were to survive the guerrilla onslaught. Still, These obvious sympathies may have cultivated the illusion in Salisbury that if Ian Smith's forces could just hang on a bit longer, Washington would come to their rescue. Such illusions no doubt lengthened the war and caused needless casualties. But even the Republicans could not deliver the support that Salisbury required. Just as the Democrats were torn by liberal and more conservative forces, the Gore faced similar tensions. In New York, Republicans like John V. Lindsay and national caucuses like the Ripon Society railed against the rightward drift of their party. They felt they could not ignore the tens of thousands of African Americans who trooped to the polls. But they were grossly outnumbered by the likes of Barry Goldwater, Ronald Reagan, Patrick Buchanan, and Nixon himself, who were inclined to bend to the whims of Salisbury. It was little wonder that Salisbury was confused by the signals it was receiving from across the Atlantic. Smith and his supporters could surmise that the Democrats would be hostile, then be led to believe otherwise by dissident members of that party, or they could think the Republicans would be sympathetic, then think otherwise after monitoring the public pronouncements of Lindsay and the Ripon Society. All the while, there was the looming Cold War and Salisbury's heartfelt anti-communism, which they thought should have counted for something, particularly after the Cuban military intervention in Angola in 197's. This intervention probably did spark a spurt of covert aid from the United States, but the public record reveals that it inspired frantic trips to the region by then Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, as he scurried to negotiate settlements before the Communists could make further advances. None of this augured well for the future of Rhodesia. Kissinger's transatlantic journeys were just some of many taken by high-level U.S. officials to Rhodesia. Just as New York City mayoral candidates were known to take pre-election visits to the Three Eyes Italy, Ireland, and Israel, U.S. politicians wishing to impress a domestic audience with their concern about racial matters often trekked to Salisbury. At times they were not well briefed, at times they were downright ignorant about the nation they were visiting. In some ways they represented a boon to the liberation movements, as a good deal of the time of Ian Smith's staff had to be devoted to the care and feeding of sizable U.S. delegations instead of to devising ever more creative ways to subjugate Africans. Nonetheless, these trips were deadly serious, in that they conveyed a form of diplomatic recognition on an otherwise isolated regime. These visits may have boosted Salisbury's morale, but they could not obfuscate the point that neither dissident Democrats nor conservative Republicans could rescue Rhodesia. In the period before UPI and the Congo crisis, U.S. policy in the region was not particularly insightful. Part of the problem was that Southern congressional representatives with crudely provincial views on race sought to exert influence on U.S. policy as a complement to their domestic agenda. One notable example was Senator Allen Ellender of Louisiana, a firm segregationist, who in the early 1960s caused a firestorm of protest when he asserted that he had yet to meet any Africans who have the capability to run their own affairs. Dixiecrats pointed to turmoil in the Congo, then warned that a similar fate awaited Rhodesia and, perhaps, Louisiana itself. The senator's arrogance was matched by the ignorance of other policymakers. During the same period, Jonathan Bingham, a representative of the United States at the United Nations, discouraged African fears that UDI would occur. This fear was not based on substantial evidence, he said. In support of this position, he continued, economic considerations alone militate strongly against any such reckless action. It is inconceivable to my delegation that the government of the United Kingdom would allow such an event to take place. This was not the first U.S. misjudgment about Salisbury. The considerable U.S. delegation in Salisbury apparently was not attuned to critical developments. However, evidently they were not totally oblivious to their surroundings. When the liberation forces split in 1963, resulting in the formation of ZANU, George Nyandoro, a ZAPU leader, alleged that the United States and its partner, the United Kingdom, had played a prominent part in this split. He suggested that Rev. Sithole of ZANU had consulted with U.S. Assistant Secretary of State G. Menon Williams before deciding to break away. Throughout the course of the war, there were persistent rumors about U.S. influence on ZANU, despite its occasional anti-white rhetoric. Certainly this organization's ties to Beijing, which was in the process of solidifying an anti-Soviet alliance with Washington, did little to discourage these rumors. In the months leading up to and preceding UP1, Africa was rocked by an instability that was viewed by some as favorable to Rhodesian interests. Days before UDI there was an unsuccessful though bloody coup attempt in Burundi. Days after UDI, Joseph Mobutu consolidated his power in the Congo. Days after that, the government in the Central African Republic was deposed. The continent's giant, Nigeria, was ensnared in what seemed to be a perpetual turmoil. This instability distracted attention away from UDI, while etching carefully in the minds of some an image of African instability that was bound to justify UDI. That these 1965 events occurred as one of the most severe civil disorders in U.S. history erupted in what's helped to calcify the racial biases of those who saw Africans on all continents, as Ellender put it, as lacking the capability to run their own affairs. The Zimbabwe Review charged in turn that in response to this image of African instability the Rhodesian Front regime was sending emissaries to the United States who sought to paint an abominable picture about a big communist threat of a chaotic takeover in Rhodesia and appeal to Americans to side with the white settler fascists and invest in Rhodesia and send more white settlers as well. 9. These appeals were not unavailing. The liberation forces had difficulty in finding the heavy weaponry they needed to confront the well-armed Rhodesian military. As a result, they felt compelled to turn east to Moscow, but this action was then used at high levels in Washington to justify opposition to majority rule. However, the Rhodesians may have been misled by the activism of their emissaries, their lobby in the United States, and the seeming logic of anti-communism. For Washington was buffeted by larger forces floating far beyond the narrow interests of the minority regime. Washington had to be concerned about being associated with this regime, which Moscow could then point to as evidence that the United States was more concerned with white supremacy than with fighting communists. Moreover, some advisors to President Johnson felt that some voters at home could be assuaged by gestures to Zimbabweans abroad. Bill Moyers, for example, argued that it was a cheap way to keep quiet on at least one issue. By 1966, Rhodesia had become a matter of considerable domestic debate. Moyers and other Johnson supporters were concerned because Robert F. Kennedy, brother of the murdered predecessor of the incumbent, was staking out ground on the left at home and abroad. When Kennedy traveled to Cape Town in 1966, Johnson reportedly regarded this trip as an effort to court black voters for a Kennedy presidential campaign in 1968. Degrees Kennedy's words, which spoke eloquently to the desire for majority rule and the winds of change, could narrow White House options, making it more difficult to assuage the fears of Johnson's rapidly fragmenting white Southern base. Kennedy's words suggested that just as white supremacy had taken on a transatlantic character from the time of Rhodesia's founding, now black liberation was becoming similarly internationalized. Ironically, this development presented problems of various magnitudes for both Johnson and Jan Smith. Thus, as Rhodesia became intertwined in a U.S. domestic struggle on race, Salisbury's influence was weakened correspondingly. Ian Smith and company bore too close a resemblance to domestic segregationists like Alabama Governor George Wallace, and this would complicate Salisbury's effort to build a constituency in the United States, particularly during Democratic Party administrations. Consequently, after UDI, the Johnson administration paid close attention to events in Salisbury, carefully searching for cracks in Rhodesia's wall of solidarity. These were not difficult to find. The question was, what did they mean? Early in 1966 the U.S. representative there met with Clifford DuPont, the future Rhodesian president, who already was feeling uneasy about Rhodesia's prospects. According to a cable sent by the U.S. Consul General, DuPont expressed pleasure at having been able to blow off steam for first time in nearly 3 months. Wrongly, he felt he could do this with the U.S. representative, since, as he told the man, "You wouldn't dare tell your people in Washington you had come to see me." Again, a top Rhodesian had miscalculated, for the U.S. diplomat rapidly reported to Washington, "This is first concrete indication of cracking in government's ranks." DuPont's attractive wife, whom I saw only briefly, has aged startlingly in last 3 months. The Consul General in Salisbury told the Johnson administration in early 1966 that resentment toward outside world brought on by sanctions has had effect of consolidating bulk of white population behind Smith regime. Still, he wrote, although generally well concealed, undersurface jitters of undefinable proportions developing within European Rhodesian community. It is very possible that military high command and many senior civil servants would welcome British military intervention. These jitters were sparked in part, he explained, by the possible collapse of the rebel regime within 90 days. If internal stresses become great, nerves are frayed within cabinet. As it turned out, the regime did not collapse within 90 days of UDI but managed to survive for almost 15 years, and this was due in no small part to the Friends of Rhodesia, who were to be found worldwide but particularly in the United States. These friends could even gain access to the White House, when necessary. In 1967, Tex Colbert, a former president of Chrysler, was touring South Africa when he met a Colonel Paxton Hall, who took him to meet Ian Smith in Rhodesia. There Colbert also met with other government ministers who asked him to act as an intermediary on their behalf in communicating with President Johnson. Colbert did seek to play this role, but apparently this effort did not bear fruit. However, it did suggest the extent of Salisbury's reach. Point 2. How could Johnson move forcefully against Rhodesia when those who had his ear were counseling a radically different policy? John Roche, a college professor soon to be a presidential aide, was typical of many on the White House staff. Like many a Democrat, he was in the process of moving rapidly to the right. He wanted a non-policy for sub-Saharan Africa. If the Soviets and the Chicoms want to dabble around in those parts, they can have the privilege, he mused. He worried that U.S. intervention in Rhodesia could involve Washington in a war with South Africa, for to ask them to compromise on the race issue is thus rather like asking a homosexual to try to like women just a little. Thus, he reasoned, the United States should simply let events unfold with their own logic and should downplay its own role. 3. Perhaps befitting a professor in the ivory tower, this policy was totally unrealistic. It conflicted with basic anti-communist logic, which suggested that a victory with communist support was a victory for communism that would ultimately redound to the detriment of the United States. Moreover, it provided no guidance on how the United States should vote in the United Nations. Would Roche have the United States abstain? As it turns out, on October 12, 1965, the United States joined a UN resolution that passed 1072 that preemptively condemned UP1, and on November 11 joined a resolution that passed 1042 which again castigated Rhodesian independence. On November 20 the United States joined in a ROO Security Council resolution that called on all states to refrain from providing Salisbury arms, oil, and other commodities and to break all economic relations with the rebel regime. On December 16, 1966, selective mandatory sanctions against Salisbury were imposed by the United Nations, and President Johnson followed this up on January 5, 1967 with Executive Order No. 11322, which sought to implement these sanctions pursuant to U.S. law *+. Presumably Roche would have found these actions ill-advised. Certainly this was the view of the increasingly vocal Rhodesia lobby. They were not resting supine or simply filing professorial memos as these events were unfolding. To the contrary, they were in high dudgeon, infuriated that the White House would engage in what they considered to be treachery. The White House was besieged with angry phone calls and a cascade of angry mail. The same happened to those senators who, like J. William Fulbright of Arkansas, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, were perceived as being hostile to Salisbury. Fulbright was in a particular bind. He had capitulated to his right-wing Euro-American constituency by voting consistently against racial desegregation measures. This meant, it was thought, that he could take the high road on foreign policy by, for example, criticizing U.S. policy in Vietnam. But what happened when race, particularly whiteness, and foreign policy intersected? Fulbright styled himself as an internationalist. He had spent more time abroad than many of his senatorial peers and was well aware of the global obligations of the United States. He was aware that Rhodesia's polecat status in the international community of nations made support for it problematic at best. The problem, however, was convincing his race-conscious constituency of these simple facts. Colonel Robert E. Lee Masters, a retired military officer from Springdale, Arkansas, was typical of many of the senator's constituents. How could Washington back London, he wondered, when numerous ships operating under British registry are engaged in the transport of materiel to North Vietnam for use against Americans? 5. Despite the utter seriousness of the Cold War, Britain was more forthcoming to communist regimes in Havana and Hanoi than Washington, yet somehow Washington was supposed to back a socialist-oriented Labour Party in its attempt to squash a reliable anti-communist regime. Where was the logic? Ben Iskrig, a wholesale florist in Little Rock, agreed. 2 U.S. News and World Report also concurred and wondered whether what had befallen Salisbury would now be extended to Pretoria. Arkansas itself was enduring the taut unease of racial desegregation, which made it easier for many among the white majority there to sympathize with the racial minority in Rhodesia. Such tensions placed the intellectual leader of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in a real bind. Compared to his activism on the question of Vietnam, Fulbright was conspicuously silent about Rhodesia. Jesse Helms, then a television commentator in Raleigh, North Carolina, was equally outraged. "Mercy," he exclaimed, "it's a good thing there was no United Nations at the time when Patrick Henry and some other rebellious souls decided to declare the independence of a new nation back in 1776. And," he pressed on, "what about those African tribes in the back bushes of Rhodesia that have no knowledge of or appreciation for civilized society? If that absurd position had prevailed in 1776, the American Indians would own and be running America today." Such coarse racial appeals catapulted Helms into the U.S. Senate in 1972. Many of those who voted for him interpreted his unrefined messages about Africans as a none too subtle dig at African Americans. If Helms would speak in favor of Rhodesians, then certainly, it was thought, he would be vigorous in defending the perceived interests of the racial majority in North Carolina. Rhodesia was becoming both a litmus test that could shed light on a politician's racial authenticity and fealty to the racial cause in the South. When Rhodesia became intertwined with the domestic debate on race, this was not necessarily an unalloyed positive for the civil rights movement. This apprehension about racial change merged effortlessly with concern about the welfare state as encapsulated in President Johnson's Great Society. Was this policy another covert advance for communism? Thurman, sensing of the Southern States Industrial Council, seemed to think so. He felt that British leader Harold Wilson was an avowed socialist, adding, "In my book I don't rank such a person much higher, if any, than a communist." How could the Democrats, who had been red-baited themselves in recent memory, embrace such a figure unless they were influenced by communists too? Such was a growing perception among an increasingly influential fringe of the electorate. At this juncture, in 1966, Ian Smith felt that U.S. leaders were becoming disenchanted with the sanctions game, especially as it now looked as if it was going to drag on, contrary to assurances they had been given. 3 degrees at that point, guerrilla activity seemed more a nuisance than the nagging problem it was to become after 1974. Salisbury, in fact, seemed calmer than Los Angeles. It was easy to see why Smith was so optimistic. Pro-Rhodesian forces were energized, while the Johnson administration was torn between staking out an aggressive anti-Salisbury stance as an easy sop to his domestic civil rights constituency and wondering nervously if this would only serve to alienate further the Euro-American majority at home. Moreover, he had to be concerned with a historic undercurrent of anti-Indian sentiment in the United States, which could bubble to the surface at odd moments. Above all, President Johnson had to be concerned with the broad sentiment in the United States that was blisteringly opposed to any undermining of minority regimes in southern Africa. Such curious sentiment was particularly evident among elites. George Kennan, the intellectual architect of the Cold War, was not opposed in principle to the Bantustan concept or the creation of separate suburban communities for these various racial groups. He visited South African-occupied Namibia and carried away a generally favorable impression. Kennan seemed to be more concerned with communist incursions throughout the region, and he was not alone in holding this viewpoint. As a result, and as so often happened, the Democrats of Johnson helped to pave the way for the rise of the Republicans of Nixon. Because Johnson did not, or perhaps could not, move aggressively against Rhodesia, he at once demoralized the anti-Salisbury constituency and energized their counterparts, who proceeded to work tirelessly for the election of Richard Nixon, who became president in 1968, 3 years after UDI. When Richard M. Nixon's victory was announced in Salisbury in November 1968, reportedly some Rhodesians celebrated with champagne. It was not just his victory alone but also the victory of Barry Goldwater, who was returned to the U.S. Senate. The Republican presidential nominee of 1964 had visited Salisbury in 1967 and was considered to be a great admirer of Ian Smith. Thus, according to the Rhodesian magazine motto, we can expect some Keep Rhodesia White rumblings from the chamber of the U.S. Senate. 34 The Rhodesian lobby in the United States was ecstatic for other reasons too. Just before Nixon's election, former C1A director Allen Dulles was informed by a confidant that he did not find any evidence of a serious nationalist movement among the Africans. 34 This was shorthand for the idea that there was no opposition of any sort that could be detected among the Africans. Such deflated estimates emboldened those who already had displayed vigorous pro-Rhodesian sentiments. Chief among them was former U.S. Secretary of State Dean Acheson, yet another example of Salisbury's powerful backers. Rhodesia was also an opportunity for Acheson to prove to the ultra-right that, contrary to their opinion, he was no dupe of the communists. The far right had somehow conjured up the notion that Acheson was a radical and a socialist, and Rhodesia demonstrated clearly that he was neither. According to Acheson's sympathetic biographer, the former U.S. diplomat deemed Smith's government to be a beacon of European light in a dark continent being overrun by anarchy, Marxism, and demonic black power propaganda. Acheson felt that international law should not serve as the basis of U.S. national security policy. Thus, he began a singularly strident crusade to gain popular support for his pro-Ian Smith views. This crusade was undergirded by his belief in the inherent superiority of Europeans and his longing to return to an Arcadian past when black Americans could be manipulated, exploited, and discouraged from making political and moral claims. Moreover, concluded his biographer, to his last breath Dean Acheson was an unrepentant, unreconstructed colonialist where black Africa was concerned. 36 Acheson did little to dispel this latter opinion. The mineral deposits in Rhodesia and the substantial U.S. investments there were by his own admission his prime concern, certainly not African majority rule. 37 This was the concern that he brought to the highest levels in Washington, D.C. He discovered that the Nixon administration found his ideas much more congenial than had the previous administration. In August 1969 he confessed that he had tried to befriend Portugal against silly policies of the Kennedy and Johnson administrations and had been adopted rather as a godfather whose neglect could cause pain. 38 He freely adopted useful thoughts from Sir Roy Welonski and submitted them to the Judiciary Committee of the Senate, though he reassured Welonski that your name, of course, did not appear directly or by any other identification, asterisk. Acheson discovered that his ideas were receiving a much more respectful hearing from the Nixon administration than from his Democratic Party comrades. President Nixon had been elected as a result of a Southern strategy that capitalized on mass Euro-American discontent, particularly in the South, about the real and imagined gains of African Americans. Rhodesia, where once again it seemed that rambunctious Africans were on the march, fit snugly into this approach. The pro-Rhodesian predilection of Acheson was more than matched by that of the influential South Carolinian, Senator J. Strom Thurmond. Ken Towsey, Rhodesia's representative in Washington, graciously acknowledged to that leading Dixiecrat, "We greatly appreciate the support you are giving our country. Degree Taussig had reason to compliment a senator who represented a state that may have been one-third black. One of his constituents, G. Thomas Turnipseed, linked his representative's support for Rhodesia with the investigation by your subcommittee of communism. The so-called civil rights movement #Thurmond and his close comrades were in intimate contact with the leaders of the minority regimes of southern Africa. When Thurmond, sensing of the Southern States Industrial Council, visited the region, he was hosted by Eshel Rudy of Pretoria's Department of Information, who, sensing, reported, was most kind to me when I was in his part of the world last fall +2 when Rhodesia's national holiday approached. Senator James Eastland of Mississippi, Thurmond, and other Capitol Hill conservatives were quick to send best regards to Ian Smith. 4. Editorial opinion fell swiftly into line behind the Dixiecrats and the newly elected Republican president. Just after the election, Virginia's Richmond News leader exclaimed, "With America on the side of Rhodesia where we belong, the rest of the countries in the West would fall in line like so many docile ducks." 4+ In April of 1969, Taussig of the Rhodesia Information Office in Washington cheered on the editorial troops by reminding them of what remained to be done. According to the Rhodesian Viewpoint, at that time only a dozen of 100 senators would meet with Taussig, and no more than 25 or 30 of 435 members of the House. The numbers were so sparse, it was explained, because so many legislators feared being called advocates of white supremacy. 4. A scant year after Taussig's challenge, 77 members of the House signed a letter to Nixon protesting the closing of the U.S. consulate in Salisbury, indicating that progress had been made in rupturing the solidity of the anti-Salisbury bloc. 4 Some months after that, the Rhodesian Viewpoint gloated that it had collected 300 editorial comments from 45 states on Rhodesia's expulsion from the Olympic Games in Munich, with 80% deploring, 15% straddling the fence, and only 5% in support. 4 Even the African-American entertainer Eartha Kitt, already scorned for her opposition to the war in Vietnam, thought the expulsion of Rhodesia kind of ridiculous. She had just returned from Rhodesia and said she had discovered that this was not a racial situation but much more of a political one. As she put it, in Rhodesia you have mixed audiences. And if a black man has money he can go anywhere he wants to go. 48 The resurgence of Rhodesia during the Nixon years reached something of a zenith when one of his top advisors, the former congressman and later aircraft executive Clark McGregor, took a holiday in Rhodesia and came out firmly against sanctions. 4. McGregor was simply reflecting widespread opinion. There were many reasons why Nixon might have wanted to consider altering previous policy on Rhodesia. W. H. Long, marketing of Greensboro, North Carolina, reported to him as early as mid-1969 that by an overwhelming margin the U.S. public wanted friendly relations with Rhodesia. Of course, the questions in his poll could be considered questionable, but he did not create pro-Rhodesia sentiment out of whole cloth. 5 Long had known Nixon for decades, from the time both were enrolled in law school at Duke University. Long also was in close touch with Salisbury, having met recently with Ian Smith and 4 of his ministers. It was evident that pro-Rhodesian forces may not have been more numerous than their counterparts, but they were certainly better organized, better financed, and more vocal, and in politics this was the gold standard. Nixon was receiving pressure from the grassroots to break decisively with the previous administration's policies on Rhodesia. Al Handy of Houston, Texas, was not only president of Packaging Marketing Services Company but also a lifelong Republican chairman of Harris County, member of the Harris County Executive Committee of the Republican Party. He demanded specifically that Nixon rescind Executive Order No. 11322.5. In response, Nixon aide Harry Dent first wrote, "This administration has continued to maintain relations with the government of Rhodesia. It is not the intention of the administration to interfere in the domestic problems facing the Rhodesian government." No doubt this represented the raw sentiments at the highest levels of the White House. However, this letter, because it concerned foreign policy, had to be vetted by the National Security Council before being posted, and there Roger Morris crossed out the handiwork of Dent, a South Carolinian and firm backer of the Southern strategy, and wrote instead that the administration was reviewing the entire range of U.S. policies toward Southern Africa, including Rhodesia, and assured Horne, "Your comments will certainly be considered in that review." 53. The review, as it turned out, leaned more in the direction of Dent than Morris. National Security Study Memorandum 39 on Southern Africa focused on the highly profitable return on U.S. investments in the region and lamented that the United States erroneously supported UN actions on Rhodesia. It was time for a change for, after all, it concluded. The whites are here to stay 5+. By 1969 the Republican administration headed by President Richard M. Nixon was well aware of the highly profitable return on investments by U.S. corporations in the region. Noting that racial repression by the white regimes in Southern Africa is now the most volatile racial problem on the international scene, the memorandum went on to worry that increasing problems in the region could not only jeopardize U.S. investments but also spark racial unrest at home and give a boost to Moscow's African allies. Taking a new tack, the administration announced, "We have erroneously supported UN actions on Rhodesia and Southwest Africa, based on questionable premises. Now," the White House argued, "the United States should normalize our relations with all governments of the area and cease enforcement of sanctions against Rhodesia." Translated, the premise of this change in policy, "the whites are here to stay," meant that the minority regimes would last indefinitely. 5 Registered the Nixon administration, which had pursued a Southern strategy to capitalize on fears of Euro-American voters about racial desegregation, complemented that policy by cozying up to Rhodesia in what might be called a Southern Africa strategy. In both cases, deflecting the aspirations of blacks was the priority. There was a close relationship between these two strategies. Both were favorites of conservative anti-communists, who were not immune to doctrines of white supremacy and who feared that Africans globally were little more than deputies of communists. Moreover, support for the domestic strategy sustained the global and vice versa. Supporting Rhodesia abroad and African Americans at home was like trying to ride two horses going in different directions at the same time. It was the apparent economic importance of Rhodesia, along with a shared racial animus and a common ideology, that drove U.S. interest in this nation. Ken Flower, who headed Rhodesia's Central Intelligence Operation during the war, has charged that there was informal cooperation between his agency and the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. He also charged that leading U.S. senators and other officials worked behind the scenes in the evasion of sanctions. In his estimation, these U.S. supporters of the Rhodesian regime were also motivated by racial concerns. To take but one example, he writes, "Rhodesia was visited by a number of powerful Americans, mainly Southerners, who believed that little old Rhodesia had to be helped to put the niggers right back where they belonged." Among them was Senator Jim Eastland. He was accompanied by some Texas oil men seeking to engage in a touch of dirty Dallas business. At a local Salisbury hotel, the Mississippi Solon was outraged by the violations of petty apartheid that he witnessed, and reportedly told Flower, "You've inserted the thin end of the wedge by allowing stinking niggers into such a fine hotel." 5 degrees. These allegations were not deemed overly shocking in light of other unseemly statements made by U.S. politicians. Months before Zimbabwe independence was achieved, Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina cracked that the new president of one of these countries was elected after he finished serving a term for eating his mother-in-law. 57 This casually insensitive opinion was consistent with a muscular pro-Rhodesian disposition in the South. J. Strom Thurmond took to the floor of the Senate to denounce sanctions against Salisbury as a shameful action, a sad moment that was unjustified. These prohibitions were no more than a vicious vendetta, he thought, not to mention anti-American and anti-capitalist. 5. This was the backdrop to the passage of the Byrd Amendment, named after Virginia Senator Harry Byrd. By 1971, this amendment, which allowed the United States to import chrome from Rhodesia, had become law, and a sector of the business community, one of the most important pro-Rhodesian constituencies, celebrated. This sector, generally speaking, had been displeased with previous U.S. policy. In the spring of 1965, Union Carbide bought one of two Southern Rhodesian ferrochrome smelters and made plans to triple the plant's capacity. Shortly thereafter, Chrysler announced plans to assemble trucks in Salisbury. At this juncture, Southern Rhodesia was second only to the United States in exporting tobacco globally and imported $20 million in goods from the United States and exported $11 million in goods, mostly chrome and asbestos. 6. This may not have seemed like much, but it was quite a bit to the corporations involved, which included Union Carbide, Foot Minerals, and Allegheny Ludlam. Union Carbide had begun operations in Southern Rhodesia in 1923 and by 190 SIXS was a principal investor in this nation, where U.S. foreign direct investment totaled $56 million. Southern Rhodesia was Union Carbide's major supplier of chrome, and there was a great dependence of modern warfare on certain raw materials such as chrome and platinum, which was also produced there. 6 Edmund Andrews of Allegheny Ludlam, a principal backer of the Salisbury regime, agreed in testifying before the U.S. Congress and added, "You cannot fly a jet airplane or take a swine flu shot without chrome, nor have your tomatoes cooked for your lunch today by our present sanitary conditions. Nor turn on the lights in this hall, nor drive your car home. It is the most critical and essential commodity and the first item placed in the stockpile in 1939 as a strategic and critical material." By 1969, the pro-Rhodesian senator from South Carolina, J. Strom Thurmond, was being informed by a pollster that a national panel of American men and women whose attainments have been recognized in the leading business and professional directories disapprove the current U.S. sanctions against Rhodesia by a 4-1 margin. Such polls helped to convince the Nixon administration that easing sanctions against Rhodesia would be extremely popular. The Rhodesian Information Office had been complaining earlier about its inability to meet with senators, but by October 1971, their publication, Rhodesian Viewpoint, was crowing that the Byrd Amendment had passed 46 to 36 with significant support from the South, the Midwest, and the Far West. 7 With the passage of this amendment to a military procurement bill, the United States officially broke the first mandatory and comprehensive sanctions program ever approved by the United Nations. 8 This amendment stated, in effect, that prohibitions against importing a commodity from a non-communist nation could not be maintained if such a commodity were imported from a communist nation. Thus, the United States could not bar importation of chrome from Rhodesia as long as it obtained chrome from the Soviet Union. By passing this legislation, Congress was shouting loudly that anti-communism must trump anti-racism. This was a major victory for Union Carbide, the major source of chromium in Rhodesia, and for Allegheny Ludlam, both of which campaigned vigorously for the amendment. Foot Mineral Company was also a major factor in the law's passage, this sole owner of Rhodesian Vanadium Corporation benefited as the amendment opened the doors to Rhodesian product ranging far beyond chrome to include tungsten and scores of other products. Ignored was the argument that Rhodesian ore was less costly because of government subsidies and starvation wages paid to miners. Senator Byrd was able to convince a plurality of the Senate that it was dangerous for the United States to be reliant on the Soviet Union for chrome, an element so essential to the production of steel and a critical element in the industrial arsenal of the United States. Many agreed with Morris Harwell of Hope, Arkansas, who complained to President Nixon that he had read where we are buying chromite ore from communist Russia for $48 per ton instead of Rhodesia where we can get it for $30 per ton, adding that he understood that the Soviet Union chromite is of a lower grade than that which we can obtain from Rhodesia, and some specialists even claim that the Soviet Union is buying Rhodesia ore and then reselling it to us for a profit. Of course, the United States had tons of chrome in its strategic reserve, and many of Mr. Harwell's assertions were misleading at best. However, during the height of the Cold War, it was hard to ignore such allegations. Also useful for Senator Byrd's purposes was support from William J. Hart, Director of District 19 of the United Steel Workers of America. Hart was concerned with the black and white steel workers in Pennsylvania and maintaining their jobs in the specialty steel industry. 7 Byrd told Hart that he was very pleased, indeed, to receive such powerful support, I read into the record of the Senate during the debate yesterday. I feel it was most helpful and contributed to the favorable 46-36 vote. 74 Ca Sanders and his American colloid company used 100,000 tons of chromite concentrates annually and was thrilled about the Byrd Amendment. R.F. Sperring, a vice president of supply at PPG Industries of Pittsburgh, imported over 50,000 tons of ore a year and was equally enthusiastic. Degree P.D. Kerr, executive vice president of the Southern Furniture Manufacturers Association, based in High Point, North Carolina, did not import chrome, but he too was happy to see the passage of the Byrd Amendment. Mr. and Mrs. Richard Duval of Salisbury, writing on behalf of countless Rhodesians, thanked Senator Byrd for all that he had done for Rhodesia. This has been a tremendous breakthrough for Rhodesia, a source of great encouragement. And a huge psychological blow for our liberal and other enemies. 78 It was understandable why Rhodesia and its friends were so exhilarated. By 1968, the year of Nixon's election, U.S. trade with Rhodesia had dropped to a paltry $3.7 million, compared to $29 million in 1965.79. However, U.S. investment in Rhodesia, as of 1969, was still a hefty $56 million, albeit concentrated heavily in mining. 8 The Byrd Amendment was bound to lead to increased trade between Rhodesia and the United States and, along with that, increased political support for Salisbury. Opponents of Rhodesia recognized this, which is why they protested so vigorously. 8 The Organization of African Unity was irate about the Byrd Amendment. In a sizzling resolution, the OAU condemned the United States government for its continued importation of chrome ore from Zimbabwe in open contravention of international law. 8 Nixon's opponent in the 1972 presidential election, Democrat George McGovern, termed the administration's policies on Rhodesia ill-advised, saying that these policies placed us squarely on the side of white supremacy and colonial rule. 83 Nixon supporters thought otherwise. Elliott Roosevelt told Nixon aide Henry Kissinger that White House policies were helpful in preventing Africa from becoming a satellite of Russia or China or both. *+ These supporters were overjoyed when the U.S. administration granted an export license in February 1970 that allowed sale of C-130 aircraft to a South African firm that, pursuant to a contract with Pretoria, ferried supplies and soldiers to Rhodesia. 85 This joy did not last very long, for the fortunes of Rhodesia were inextricably tied to those of President Nixon, and as his administration became weakened by a group of scandals known collectively as Watergate, Salisbury began to suffer. By late 1973, the Byrd Amendment was in danger of being repealed. Though the vocal Rhodesia lobby continued to speak out vehemently, this time the administration and the U.S. State Department, along with all but one member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, backed repeal. By early 1973, the United States was paying $48.16 per ton for chrome from Russia and $62.38 for that from Rhodesia, explained Senator J. William Fulbright to his skeptical constituents. The Southwest Times record of Fort Smith, Arkansas, was unconvinced. Like many others in the United States, it was much more concerned about Red Russia than racist Rhodesia. Its editorial warned ominously, "It is often thought that a senator or congressman cannot get into much trouble with the people back home on foreign issues, that only local issues count. But this is both a foreign and local issue." This latter point was left unexplained, though the implication was that this paper was not indifferent to its kith and kin across the Atlantic and that their race was decidedly a local concern. This was the dilemma faced by President Gerald Ford, who occupied the White House after Nixon was forced to resign. The international community and significant domestic constituencies were tugging him one way on Rhodesia, but the base of his Republican Party and the Rhodesia lobby, which in some ways were coterminous, were pulling him in the other direction. By 1976, the United States was the only country that did not vote yes on a single Southern Africa resolution put to a roll call vote. There were 25 of these votes, and the United States abstained 13 times, voted no 10 times, and did not vote at all twice. 8 This record was indicative of the fact that the Ford administration still tilted heavily to the right. Henry Kissinger, the former professor and German refugee, had been promoted to Secretary of State and was the focal point of the Ford administration's efforts in the region. According to one who knew him, Kissinger was not very interested in Africa. You could hardly talk to him about it. But Kissinger was desperately interested in the Cold War and almost hysterical about the idea that Moscow and its alleged surrogates were steadily advancing in Africa. By the calculation of many Republicans, the advances of the liberation forces were essentially advances for Moscow. In 1976, Rhodesia became a vexing issue in U.S. presidential politics, first spearing President Ford, then haunting his challenger, California Governor Ronald W. Reagan. It began in April 1976 when Secretary of State Kissinger decided to travel to southern Africa. This was in the wake of the stunning intervention by Cuban troops in Angola that led to the defeat of the factions backed by the United States, China, South Africa, and Rhodesia. This was a sobering development for Washington, for it raised the specter that Cuban troops could also intervene in Rhodesia, and in the Cold War calculus then prevailing, this was seen as a shattering victory for Moscow. As one commentator put it, the Soviet-Cuban success in Angola thoroughly frightened administration. A startled Central Intelligence Agency led by George Bush concluded that Cuban troops will be involved in Rhodesia before the end of 1976. Scrambling to overcome being overtaken by events, Kissinger recounts how he hurriedly flew to the region and for the first time committed to unequivocal support for majority rule in southern Africa. Blunting the maneuvers of Havana and Moscow was the main purpose of his impromptu diplomacy, he conceded freely. Worriedly, he determined that an out-of-control race war seemed on the verge of erupting in the south. Cone of the continent. No better barometer of U.S. concern was the fact that Kissinger initiated a series of emotional meetings with African American leaders, the first time, according to Kissinger, that they had been systematically consulted by a Secretary of State. John Reinhardt, an African American, was added to Kissinger's negotiating team in southern Africa in order to display a visible demonstration of our rejection of apartheid. The skein of events ignited by Cuba had helped to induce Kissinger and the Republicans to make moves that came back to haunt them, as the chief foreign policy spokesman began moving cautiously toward endorsing a truncated form of majority rule. This was done with grave reluctance, for the Secretary of State clearly had sympathy for the anguish with which the Rhodesian minority faced the imminent collapse of its way of life. He said that his heart went out to the forlorn group of Rhodesians. Many of his fellow Euro-Americans were immensely displeased nonetheless. Political experts subsequently claimed, he wrote, that our support of majority rule interpreted as abandonment of the white populations of southern Africa led to the defeat of President Gerald Ford in a critical Republican primary in May 1976 at the hands of Ronald Reagan. Influential Republican leader James Baker, a future Secretary of State himself, was among those who demanded Kissinger's resignation. Kissinger was bewildered when he received 1,700 negative letters and only 23 supporting majority rule. The ultimate metaphor for U.S. policy in the region occurred when his overloaded boat almost capsized in Victoria Falls. Point 9. Scrambling to keep his party and policy afloat, Kissinger proclaimed unrelenting opposition to minority rule. American travelers will be advised against entering Rhodesia, he proclaimed. Americans residents there will be urged to leave. The response to his remarks was unbridled anger. As Gerald Ford put it in his memoirs, Republican conservatives hit the ceiling. A resolution was presented unanimously adopted by the Republican National Committee Heritage Groups Council demanding Kissinger's ouster. Then conservatives went to the ballot box and gave President Ford's opponent, Ronald Reagan, a surprising victory in the Texas primary, raising the specter of a sitting president not receiving his party's nomination. Kissinger considered resigning but was persuaded not to, and then Reagan stumbled. He seemed to indicate that he would send U.S. troops to Rhodesia. Even some conservatives blanched at this idea, given the recent disaster in Vietnam. President Ford stoked fears about this proposal in his speeches and television advertising, and Rhodesia became an albatross around neck, one that wouldn't go away. 97. Thus, Ford was able to squash the challenge from Reagan, but his problems were far from over. And not the least of his problems was Ian Smith. A memorandum from the U.S. Embassy in Lusaka, Zambia, concluded: Smith needs to be shocked into a genuine change of heart. Cannot afford to be seen as among potential saviors of Smith's illegal and unjust white minority regime and his outdated Rhodesian way of life. Zimbabwe nationalists and their outside supporters have been encouraged by prospects for violent settlement by victory of Soviet-backed Cuban and MPLA forces in Angola. If Smith delays and stalls for more time, Zimbabwe moderates will surely be thrust aside by more militant elements who will then seek to dictate terms of majority rule to whites at point of a gun. *8 This was a turning point for U.S. policy in the region. Just as the overthrow of fascist Portugal on April 25, 1974 marked one turning point, the other was November 11, 1975, when Angolan independence was declared and vouchsafed by Cuban troops. For now Washington feared that the rebel regime in Salisbury, if not replaced by moderates, could lead to an even more radical solution. That this conclusion was reached by a Republican administration gave it even more meaning. Soon Kissinger was meeting directly with Smith, pressing him to accept a transitional government. Said Smith incredulously, "You want me to sign my suicide note?" As his biographer put it, Kissinger found this one of the most painful moments of his life, watching as Smith agreed to go back to Salisbury and recommend to his government that it surrender their country. Degree. Kissinger told Smith, "I and many Americans have a great deal of respect for what you have succeeded in doing." Degree. He did not specify what aspect of Rhodesia he found so appealing. For his part, Smith was pleasantly surprised with the U.S. Secretary of State, finding him one of the most refreshing chaps that I've dealt with, absolutely clean and straight during the short association I had with him, and this was the view not only of myself, but of my colleagues. Degree. For more than 4 hours during this September 1976 meeting, reported Smith, Kissinger expressed his anguish for the tragedy which was unfolding. He only wished he could do more to help. The tragedy that Kissinger proposed was the erosion of minority rule and the inclusion of moderate Africans in the government. It was hardly a prescription for one person one vote, though he promised that sanctions would be lifted and U.S. capital would flow into the nation. The European minority would continue to control the police, army, judiciary, and civil service and would have veto power over a new constitution. Ultimately, this skewed proposal led to the creation of the Zimbabwe-Rhodesia government that was put forward as an alternative to independence. But the United States did not have many options. It was becoming apparent that despite the influx of mercenaries, Rhodesians would not be able to prevail on the battlefield. And even had it looked like they might, the liberation forces could legitimately declare a government in exile, then call on Cuban troops to oust the rebel regime forcefully. This was the dilemma faced by Washington. Salisbury was in worse shape. A confidential document from 1976 conceded that the flow of essential war materiel had slowed considerably and the availability of finance for the purchase of military hardware was diminishing. Degree. This was a difficult reality to accept for ultra-rightists within the Republican Party, and their enthusiasm for President Ford flagged accordingly. Other voters were concerned about Ford's preemptive pardon of Richard Nixon for crimes he was reported to have committed, and still others were disgusted with the hasty and disorganized U.S. retreat from Vietnam in 1975, orchestrated by Ford's White House. Such factors led inexorably to Ford's defeat in November 1976 and the triumph of the Democrat, Jimmy Carter, who had been elected with substantial support from African American voters. Even as it appeared that U.S. support for Smith was eroding, it was apparent that the outlaw regime still maintained a modicum of support in Washington that was quite potent. Thus, in early 1977, just as President Carter was taking office, the reporter James McManus observed, "Mr. Smith is looking for covert American assistance that goes to so many nations who see things the way of the Central Intelligence Agency." After all, white Rhodesians argue, is Mr. Smith not fighting international communism? If journalists ask in Salisbury these days about the airfields, officials tend to gaze fixedly at the horizon in a studied silence that mutely frames the reply, "Who do you think? Who else?" 1 degree. Those in the know would have answered this elliptical inquiry by pointing in the direction of Langley, Virginia. Ken Flower, head of Rhodesian intelligence, acknowledged in his memoir that he enjoyed substantial cooperation with the C-1A during the early days of UPI, though this seemed to be contrary to Johnson administration policy. Degree. This was just a continuation of past developments. Sir Claude Danzy, who was a midwife at the founding of the C-1A, also fought with the Rhodesians in Africa in the 1890s before beginning his own private intelligence organization, which used filmmaking as a front for gathering of intelligence. 1 degree. Like the issue of kith and kin, such relationships were difficult to override just because the President of the United States issues an executive order mandating breaking ties with Rhodesia. During the Angola crisis of 1975, the CIA accelerated its activity in the region. Degree 7. This led to defrock C-1A agent John Stockwell charging that the agency had its forces in Rhodesia under the guise of mercenaries. 1 degree. *1 study charged that the C-1A had very close contacts with South African intelligence services through a special agreement known as Yakuza, as well as with the former white minority regime of Ian Smith. According to another study, Richard Helms, former CRA director, was said to be one of the strongest proponents of a pro-white policy in Africa. 1 degree. The U.S. government was not alone in having to deal with renegades who were hostile to anti-Salisbury policies. Rhodesian intelligence penetrated the office of British Prime Minister Harold Wilson. His typist, Helen Keenan, handed over freshly typed cabinet minutes to Salisbury on a regular basis. 1 degree. But it was U.S. intelligence that one analyst has described as coming dangerously close to being the secret government of the United States. Trademark. This was particularly the case in the early days of the Carter administration, when many in the agency were upset with reforms initiated by the new C-1A director, Stansfield Turner. The agency was in an open and covert rebellion. But even before the advent of the Carter administration, there were signs of CIA activity in Salisbury. Though the Nixon administration was probably the most pro-Salisbury of any during the UDI era, it felt the need to spy on Rhodesia. In 1970, John Roger Nicholson and Alfred Trevor Gallagher were accused of spying in Rhodesia on behalf of the CRA. Nicholson had been recruited by the agency after his appointment as editor of the Herald in Salisbury in 1968. Gallagher infiltrated the Rhodesian front. The two were apparently unaware of each other. 8 When U.S. Ambassador Stephen Lowe and British diplomat Robin Renwick flew into Salisbury in the spring of 1979, sophisticated spy camera equipment was discovered during a security check. It was alleged that the purpose was to take pictures of Zimbabwean refugee camps in Zambia and the surrounding region. Plus, this allegation emerged as it was charged that the CRA network had also collected information on the location of Robert Mugabe's ZANU refugee camps in Mozambique and transmitted this information to the Ian Smith regime in Rhodesia, leading to repeated raids into Mozambican territory. 145 One has to be cautious in asserting CIA involvement, for the agency's role often was invoked with skimpy supporting evidence. 1 Sent still, given the CRA's acknowledged role in neighboring Angola and South Africa and its decided bent toward anti-communism, it would be naive to assume that the agency was not involved in various ways in Rhodesia. This is the implication of a study of the war sponsored by the U.S. Army. This study was commissioned, according to its preface, because the conflict had many similarities to U.S. counterinsurgency efforts in Central America, which enhances the relevance of the lessons. Rhodesian intelligence, it was reported, used information from both MIS and the CIA. It was not unusual for intelligence operations to continue to maintain contact even though formal relations between their governments may have been strained or actually severed. Moreover, nations prepared to buy Rhodesian goods or supply the country with materials were also prepared to provide a considerable amount of information. This was the sticky situation faced by the incoming Carter administration in 1977. There were powerful forces in Washington who recoiled at the idea that the Georgians' human rights crusade might be extended to Rhodesia. As they saw it, this campaign should be merely a crude propaganda maneuver aimed at Russia. Lewis Martin, an African American who served in the White House during this period, was not alone in feeling that Carter's candidacy got legitimacy. Because of the identification of people like Andy Young and that King crowd in Atlanta. Sanctions in Zimbabwe was to be part of the payoff for this aid from those associated with the epical movement against U.S. racial segregation. Once more, the transatlantic movement toward white supremacy had confronted the internationalizing of black liberation. 1.8 The problem for this neat strategy was the still vigilant Rhodesian lobby, now buttressed by alienated intelligence agents and businesses that profited from trade with Salisbury. Andrew Young, a pastor and former aide to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., was appointed as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. According to George Hauser, a longtime campaigner against Salisbury, Young not feel uncomfortable in the presence of Zimbabwe leaders such as Joshua Komu and Robert Mugabe and developed a more informal and easy relationship with them. 11 degrees Evidently, Young did bring gravitas to Carter's policy in Rhodesia, for in 1976 Young recalled that a black student asked a question about his policy toward Zimbabwe. Carter was embarrassed that he did not even know what Zimbabwe was, much less have a policy on it. Young, on the other hand, had met many of the nation's leaders when he worked with the World Council of Churches and National Council of Churches in the United States. Degree Ambassador Young was not without opponents, particularly in Washington. The Africa specialists in the State Department, where Kissinger's people still reigned, were one formidable seat of opposition. 7 As early as the spring of 1977, Herbert Allen, Wall Street financier and key Democratic Party funder, wrote a Dear Fritz letter to Vice President Walter Mondale complaining that Young was a fool and a negative force. 2. Roger C. Crandallmeyer of the Hidden Paradise Ranch in Idaho called Young a complete incompetent, who in his inexperience and zeal jumps from the problem to the solution without any steps in between, a man incredibly dangerous to the well-being of America and still in office because it is politically expedient. Knowingly or otherwise, complained Crandallmeyer, Young was playing into the hands of the Kremlin. 73 Another seat of opposition was located in Salisbury. Robin Moore, the pro-Rhodesian journalist who contributed articles to the New York Times, felt that Carter had been induced to sell out Salisbury in return for America's black vote which only the president's Marxist ambassador could deliver. 24 One Rhodesian government minister compared Young to Idi Amin of Uganda, *5 Another termed him a black power fanatic. 126 But Young's value to U.S. policy was glimpsed when members of the UN Secretariat gave him an unprecedented ovation. Many of these workers were Africans and Asians who viewed Young as a symbol in opposition to white supremacy, others were applauding his past role with Dr. King. For his part, during his first official trip to the region, Ambassador Young warned that Southern Africa was headed toward a Tasu whaler from the other shore. ZAPU charged that Young, the imperialist agent who pretends to talk our language, was a false friend, claiming, the solution he conceives of is that whereby the blacks have political power in Zimbabwe and the whites have the power. 2 degrees Actually, ZAPU did not distort Young's words. He had intimated such a division of power, with the proviso that an independent Zimbabwe would have the strongest economy in Africa immediately after the settlement and that the surrounding nations would be dependent on Harare. In such a situation, the United States with its relationship with educated and religiously inclined Africans and the European minority alike would be in an advantageous position. 1 degree. Zbigniew Brzezinski, Carter's chief national security advisor, disagreed sharply with Young and Secretary of State Cyrus Vance. He felt that his colleagues had underestimated the Eastern Bloc connection in the region and that benign view of the Soviet and Cuban penetration of Africa, underestimating its strategic implications. 31 The British diplomat Robin Renwick has recalled this dispute, terming Vance a decent and honourable but not very forceful Secretary of State, generally worsted in internecine battles by Zbigniew Brzezinski. 82 Brzezinski's role as a right-wing magnate within the administration emboldened others who were even farther to the right. After visiting Salisbury, Republican Congressman Robert Dornan vowed to raise holy hell in the United States Congress on behalf of Rhodesia. The California conservative traveled so much in so short a time, noted one commentator in Rhodesia, that a casual observer could be forgiven if he thought that Mr. Dornan was standing for political office in this country. 154 Despite such formidable obstacles, Carter and Young moved to do something that their GOP predecessors proved incapable of doing: repeal the Byrd Amendment. Weeks after being inaugurated, Carter requested and signed legislation revoking this measure, which had caused so much consternation in Africa and around the world. 134 Now the White House was in a position to forestall a nightmare that had lurked in Washington: Cuban troops fighting in Salisbury shoulder to shoulder with liberation forces. Still, Rhodesia remained a proxy for U.S. domestic concerns, particularly concerning race and anti-communism, which is why it seemed at times that those standing for political office in the United States could be found often strolling through Salisbury. George McGovern, who had been defeated by Nixon in the presidential race of 1972, was in Rhodesia in late 1978, debating publicly with P.K. Vanderbilt, complaining about a search of his room, and generally creating headlines. Degree 5 The brother-in-law of former President Kennedy, Sergeant Shriver, also made his way to Salisbury. According to one report, Shriver and his delegation were consistently late for meetings and appeared abysmally ignorant of the Rhodesian situation. The report concluded by noting, "To say they were confused is putting it mildly." 18 degrees These exhibitions by leading Democrats were, ironically, indicative of the fact that the end game was being reached in Rhodesia, minority rule was on the way out, and, consequently, the situation could survive the blunders of these dignitaries. This was the message coming from the battlefield. But it was also the message coming from diplomatic salons. This had become clear in the early days of the Carter administration, when Vice President Walter Mondale was dispatched to Switzerland to confer with South African leader John Vorster. The latter was quite casual about it all, saying, "Well, let's get these airplanes started out that we're going to want to buy and look at the spare parts and get that squared away." Mondale was nonplussed, telling his interlocutor, "You've got to understand, this is not business as usual. There's just a different relationship, and you need to get used to it." Then it was Vorster's turn to be irked. He retaliated by reminding the vice president, "You know, you had your situation with Indians, and what you did with Indians is no different than what we're doing in our own country." Mondale agreed that what had happened in the United States was genocide, but saw no reason why that should justify the minority regimes in southern Africa. 37 From that point Vorster was bent on saving his own regime, an unavoidable necessity that led to what Ian Smith later called the Great Betrayal of Rhodesia. As the liberation forces gained strength on the battlefield, they were inspired to become more forceful in their dealings with the United States, Ambassador Young notwithstanding. By the Rhodesians' own estimates, the number of guerrillas operating inside the country grew from 350 or 400 in July 1974 to 700 by March 1976, 2,350 by April 1977, SS-98 by November 1977, 6,456 by March 1978, to 11,183 by January 1979, and as many as 12,500 by the end of war. Though by the war's end Rhodesia had reputedly surrendered no city or major communications route and the guerrillas had not succeeded in establishing any liberated zones, the rebel regime was suffering nonetheless the death of a million cuts, bleeding profusely from the many wounds inflicted by the guerrillas. 158 Sufficiently inspirited, the guerrillas began to balk at Washington's seeming inability to prod Smith to relinquish power. In August 1977 Robert Mugabe stated bluntly that one colonial master Britain was enough, as he dismissed a leading role for the United States in settling the crisis in Rhodesia. 48 More moderate Africans, like Abel Muserwa, took the opposite tack, evidently recognizing that even with Ambassador Young, the United States inevitably would play a conservative role during final status talks. For it was apparent that Brzezinski and the forces behind him were hegemonic within the Carter administration. And Rhodesia was inspired to stand firm, comforted by the strength of the right. In 1979, according to one source, there was a dramatic increase in military incursions into Angolan territory by the South African and Rhodesian armies. 4 degrees this activity on the battlefield was matched by an escalation on the diplomatic battleground of Washington. Ian Smith was granted a visa to come to the United States in the fall of 1978, right before midterm elections that underscore would change the face of Washington. White House aide Hotting Carter discovered that newspapers editorially opposed current U.S. policy in the ratio of almost 3-to-1. Carter reported, only 18 papers gave full support to continued U.S. pressure aimed at inducing Salisbury to include the Patriotic Front in a final settlement. The other 49 papers believed the U.S. should be more sympathetic towards Salisbury. Most of these papers apparently believe a viable settlement could exclude the Patriotic Front. 141 on the legislative front, liberal Republican Senators Jacob Javits of New York and Clifford Case of New Jersey introduced legislation declaring that the United States should not enforce sanctions in Rhodesia before fiscal year 1980 provided Salisbury was negotiating in good faith and a government was freely elected. This legislation was written with loopholes that benefited Rhodesia, but the larger point was that even as independence loomed, the United States was finding it difficult to put pressure on the Smith regime. It was significant that this measure emerged from representatives of states with substantial numbers of African American voters, New York and New Jersey, suggesting the direction of the political winds. In 1979, Lewis Martin warned that lessening pressure on Salisbury would have a direct impact upon all the non-white peoples of the world, including Asians. 4. In an implicit concurrence with Martin's concern, a CIA analysis pointed out that U.S. exports to sub-Saharan Africa had risen from $1.2 billion in 1972 to $3.1 billion by 1975, and noted, there has been a steady rise in U.S. private investment in sub-Saharan Africa. 43. The question was whether this was worth jeopardizing to support the inflexibly reactionary Ian Smith. The Rhodesia lobby answered this question affirmatively. When Ian Smith arrived in the United States in the fall of 1978, he was greeted by demonstrators, but he was also embraced by Ronald Reagan, who was favored to win the Republican presidential nomination in 1980 and given an excellent chance of defeating President Carter in the event. Reagan blasted U.S. policy and provided hope that if Salisbury could just hold on until November 1980, the cavalry would arrive in the form of increased U.S. support. 44 over 24 senators had invited Smith to Washington. This list included Bob Dole of Kansas, Jesse Helms of North Carolina, Richard Lugar of Indiana, Strom Thurmond of South Carolina, and John Heinz of Pennsylvania. Pressure was mounting for an internal settlement that excluded ZANU and ZAPU, now grouped together in the Patriotic Front. Pressure was mounting to accept Sithole and Musawa as Smith's partners in government. 45 By the spring of 1979, the Senate was voting almost 4-to-1 in favor of a proposal by Senator Helms to lift sanctions. 46 Not surprisingly, Smith considered this 1978 trip a major breakthrough, particularly since it constituted de facto recognition of his outlaw regime. 47 His visit was punctuated by massive raids on refugee camps in Zambia by the Rhodesian forces, a gesture that enraged the Organization of African Unity, which saw these attacks as not coincidental. 48 It was the pressure of the liberation forces in the theatre of war that eventually drove the Smith regime to the Lancaster House talks in London. These talks culminated in the 1979 agreement to hold elections in 1980, elections that ultimately led to Zimbabwean independence. If independence had had to depend on the United States or the White House, even a White House heavily dependent on African American voters, the Smith regime might still be in power to this day. Even at Lancaster House, Friends of Rhodesia sought to ensure a favorable outcome for Salisbury. Senator Jesse Helms sent top aides to London during the talks, who advised Smith to hang tough and made promises of congressional support. 49 self-proclaimed liberals like Bayard Rustin and Allard Lowenstein, because of their concern with the communist ties of the Patriotic Front, bolstered Senator Helms's goal of lifting sanctions. They endorsed the elections of the spring of 1979, which were designed to make an internal settlement that excluded the Patriotic Front. Rustin was accompanied in his initial foray to Rhodesia by leading AFL-CRO officials, which gave his message added heft. 5 degrees. The liberation forces were well aware of U.S. interest in their nation and seized every opportunity to trumpet this fact. In 1979, the Zimbabwe People's Voice charged that Washington was paying 23% of the war budget of Rhodesia via loans laundered through the CRA and arms sent through a relay of countries to obliterate their trail. Israel was the main conduit, they said. 151 dozens of mercenaries from the United States and elsewhere were under the service of the Rhodesian Secret Service, they alleged. 152 The Carter administration could not ignore the incessant cries from the liberation movements and was reluctant to bend to the Rhodesia lobby. Why? According to the New York Times, the administration felt that following Jesse Helms and Ian Smith would probably produce anti-American and anti-British reaction in Africa, the Third World and at the United Nations, and lead to increased East-West confrontation in South America. In his statement of June 7, 1979, in which he refused to lift sanctions against Salisbury in the wake of elections, Carter acknowledged, to be perfectly frank, that he did not have a majority of support in the Senate and would have difficulty prevailing in the House if this matter came to a vote. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance concurred and cited the words of Lord Hugh Carrington, a distinguished British diplomat who reminded all that it would be a major disaster if the West appears to be supporting white minorities leaving the Soviet Union to reap the advantage. Carter was even more pointed. He explained that the so-called elections in Zimbabwe-Rhodesia, which many in Congress felt should mean the lifting of sanctions, had been held under a constitution that was drafted by and then submitted only to the white minority, only 60% of whom supported the new constitution. The black citizens, who constitute 96% of the population of Zimbabwe-Rhodesia, never had a chance to consider nor to vote for or against the constitution under which the elections were held. The constitution preserves extraordinary power for the 4% white minority. It gives this 4% continued control over the army, the police, the system of justice and the civil service, and it also lets the 4% minority exercise a veto over any significant constitutional reform. The internal representatives of the opposing political parties were banned from the election. They were prohibited from having political rallies, from expressing their views against voting in the election, and even prevented from advertising their views in the news media. Despite these glaring weaknesses, Carter said, many in Congress were willing to declare these elections free and fair. 15+ In retrospect, it is difficult to say which was more astonishing, Carter yielding to the international community rather than to Congress, or Congress itself being so willing as the 20th century wound down to endorse white supremacy in the name of anti-communism. In any event, the election was nugatory, and the parties were forced back to negotiations at Lancaster House, which led to more legitimate elections in 1980. The words of Vance and Carter, the two chief executive officers of U.S. foreign policy, are quite revealing. The international community played a leading role in eroding Jim Crow in the United States itself, as Washington found it difficult to win hearts and minds abroad as long as darker peoples in this nation were subjected to a flagrant deprivation of their human rights. Carter's words make it plain that this same community could impel Washington to move against white supremacy abroad even when Congress itself was opposed. The alliance between the liberation movements and the socialist bloc complicated the attempt by ZANU and ZAPU to garner support in the United States, yet, it should not be forgotten that this same alliance compelled the United States to move away from erstwhile anti-communist allies like Jan Smith. The U.S. Congress, swayed by internecine domestic disputes on sensitive issues like busing and affirmative action, was reluctant to appear to be bending to the will of blacks anywhere. Carter and Vance, who had to tussle with the international community as part of their regular duties. Unlike many congressmen, a good deal of whom did not even have passports, were more aware of the potentially disastrous impact on the United States itself if sanctions were lifted. President Carter listed Zimbabwe, along with the Panama Canal and strategic arms limitation talks with Moscow, as one of a number of issues not likely to arouse in the public strong enthusiasm necessary for forcing unity among the contending factions in Washington, even within my own political party. 455 Cyrus Vance felt that in no other aspect of foreign policy did our administration differ so fundamentally from that of our predecessors as on the subject of Southern Africa. Yet, he concluded sadly, this policy was neither popular in Congress nor well understood by the American public. Indeed, he added, there was also great sympathy for Rhodesian whites and Smith's internal settlement strategy. 15 degrees. It was striking that Carter grouped Zimbabwe with such intractable issues as the canal and the SAR talks. For despite the supposed U.S. bent for democracy and fair play, it was difficult to overcome the declaration of Ian Smith that he was fighting Reds, not defending racism. The Rhodesia lobby was so effective in part because it struck a chord with its references to alleged white superiority and African inferiority. From Johnson to Carter, White House policy was shaped by the force of racial equity, which had justice on its side, and by the force of anti-communism, which had the advantage of being the de facto ruling creed of the nation. The clash between these two forces created contradictory tensions in U.S. policy, as Democrats, then Republicans, then Democrats again occupied the Oval Office. Yet, in some ways this dichotomy between anti-racism and anti-communism was false as applied to the case of Zimbabwe. After all, the leading force there, ZANU, was an ally of Washington's ally, China, and was cool toward the presumed raison d'etre for anti-communism, the Soviet Union. Perhaps the inclination in the United States to sympathize with kith and kin, that is, the Rhodesians, was the overriding factor that blinded many to a complicated reality. Moreover, U.S. business interests that were profiting from dealings with the rebel government were a formidable, though often invisible, force in favor of Rhodesia. 15 Business interests tended to be Republican and thus hostile to sanctions or halting economic, cultural, and other forms of contact with the minority regime. However, there were powerful tobacco interests in the South that historically had been allied with the Democratic Party, and some of them were opposed to sanctions too. People in the entertainment industry, which also leaned toward the Democrats, were eager to market their wares in Rhodesia as well. Again, progressive forces in the United States, whose influence waxed and waned during the UDI era, stood adamantly in favor of sanctions. These often antithetical and irreconcilable interests, which were all the more powerful because they were economic, helped to engender a checkered White House policy. The Johnson administration, prompted by its ally in London, imposed sanctions against Rhodesia as early as 1965. However, in this case as in other cases where sanctions have been imposed, Salisbury found ways to circumvent these measures. The liberation movements and their U.S. allies had their own sanctions regime, which sought to penalize artists who performed in Rhodesia, but these measures were not always followed. Percy Sledge and Eartha Kitt were just two of the many performers who violated what was called a cultural boycott. Powerful U.S. corporations, especially those that had invested heavily in chrome and tobacco, were loath to liquidate their interests simply because Washington required it. The victory of the Republicans in 1968 helped to alter the environment against sanctions. Before the conclusion of Nixon's first term, the Byrd Amendment, which severely eroded the sanctions regime, had passed the Congress. This was reflective of the growth of a friendlier climate for Rhodesia in Washington and a concomitant growth of conservatism in the United States as a whole. However, with the disruptions of Watergate and the resultant election of Jimmy Carter in 1976, this climate too began to shift, and sanctions were reimposed. By mid-1979, however, when a new Rhodesian constitution was proclaiming the birth of an allegedly non-racial state Zimbabwe-Rhodesia, Congress seemed more than willing to lift sanctions. Carter in this case did not heed the call of the legislature, and sanctions were maintained until independence in 1980. This was no picayune matter. Even when sanctions were flouted, circumventing them often involved expenditures that could have been more effectively spent on other things, for example, arms. Sanctions were also a political statement, a formalized declaration of the fact that the United States was unfriendly to Rhodesia. This declaration also had psychological impact and deepened the sense that Salisbury was isolated. Moreover, other nations, particularly European nations, often took their cues from the United States. At first, Rhodesia seemed to be able to swat away the sanction provisions like so many bothersome flies. From 1966 to 1974, the Rhodesian economy enjoyed something of a boom. Annual growth of the gross domestic product was a spectacular 9.5%, fueled by exceedingly cheap African labor, import substitution, and attractive prices for exports. However, beginning in 1975, there was an economic crisis in Rhodesia described as of Great Depression scale. Manufacturing production fell 27%, and there was a net loss of 50,000 urban, private sector jobs. This marked the beginning of the end for Rhodesia, as guerrillas launched repeated strikes from Mozambican territory particularly. Before the Cold War, the United States traditionally deferred to European powers in Africa. However, the fact remained that U.S. economic interests were not negligible on this vast continent. U.S. automobiles were ubiquitous when cars were to be found. U.S. zoos engaged in a profitable business in bringing to North America African wildlife, and U.S. movies were hegemonic in those areas where movies were shown. These qualifiers have to be added because Africa then as now was not the major target of U.S. businesses, though the profit margins gained there ensured that Africa would not be ignored. Still, the growth in U.S. trade with Africa from $47 million in 1914 to $325 million in 1920 was highly suggestive of trends to come. Tobacco was one of Rhodesia's largest exports, and the United States helped to build this industry from its inception. As early as the 1890s, the founders of Rhodesia's tobacco industry traveled to the United States to study methods of production. In many ways, this was reminiscent of how budding industrialists from North America traveled to the United Kingdom to study industrial methods. The Rhodesian analysts Frank Clements and Edward Harbin have spoken movingly of the debt which the Rhodesian industry owes both to American individuals whose contribution has never been adequately recognized and to the United States government without whose assistance the once negligible competitor might never have become a dangerous rival. From its earliest days, these writers argue, the Rhodesian tobacco industry has been nurtured and assisted by individual Americans, research scientists, auctioneers, marketing experts. But just as the pupil, the United States, came to challenge the teacher, Great Britain, Rhodesia began to challenge the United States in the global tobacco market. Clements and Harbin recount how Rhodesia was quickly able to produce yellow leaf. By fluke curing outside its home belt in America. Winston Field, a major tobacco farmer and force within the Rhodesian front who had many U.S. ties, recalled going to Danville, Virginia, in the 1930s and being impressed by the American hospitable anxiety to be of service. Of course, Salisbury also drew on expertise beyond that which existed in North America. Skilled workers were imported from the pan-European world, Greece, Turkey, and even Russia to practice what was then a craft rather than an industrial process. Plus yet, perhaps because they underestimated Rhodesia as a potential competitor or because of simple sympathy with fellow whites, U.S. tobacco interests were instrumental in helping to create a major rival in Rhodesia. By the 1920s, Rhodesia was being squeezed, as the UK and US tobacco firms were reaching an accommodation in the international cigarette trade. British American tobacco established its prominence in Rhodesia during this period. Trained men, experienced in every aspect of tobacco growing, were brought in from the United States, and financial assistance was provided to local farmers who did not have the means of erecting the necessary facilities for flue-cured tobacco. By the Great Depression of the 1930s, many U.S. tobacco growers were forced to the defensive end. Rhodesia staked her claim to eventual domination of the international tobacco market. This crop was critical in explaining the colony's subsequent growth. As Clements and Harbin conclude, little of the post-war expansion and immigration would have been possible without tobacco. The European population would not have trebled as it did between 1945 and 1961. Secondary industries would have had as little market to attract them as they have even today in Malawi. Salisbury would have remained the country village which Blantyre still is. After World War II, it was the American grower who was on the defensive and his share of international trade in leaf steadily declined. In the 1960s, the U.S. price support policy forced U.S. growers to focus on the home market, as the United States guaranteed producer prices, and what was not bought was stored by the government. According to Clements and Harbin, the United States tried to unload this tobacco onto the world market through special barter deals and as foreign aid, which exasperated the Rhodesian industry. In attempts to compensate for having to restrict their acreage, U.S. producers responded by developing higher yield strains, flighty tobaccos that were popular in the United States but not globally, which in turn created further openings for Rhodesian growers. Thus, as UDI approached, Rhodesia was confident that it could subdue its U.S. competitor in the global tobacco market. The conclusion of Rhodesian industry spokesman was that the United States must continue to lose ground. Actually, this conclusion was a bit overstated, for U.S. interests from the beginning had substantial holdings in Rhodesian tobacco. Rhodesian leaf tobacco was dominated by U.S. corporations, especially Universal Leaf Tobacco Company. Rhodesian tobacco was coming to comprise a substantial percentage of the tobacco holdings of ULTC. According to Maurice Duke and Daniel Jordan, Rhodesia was the site of the company's most significant overseas affiliate. Registered by 1962, Rhodesian farmers paid to London the equivalent of £80 million for the British Exchequer, a sum equivalent to the cost of the British National Health Scheme for that year. This was not only indicative of the value of Rhodesia as a colony but also indicative of the wealth created by tobacco, an industry heavily dependent on African labor. Agribusiness formed the heart of Ian Smith's ruling Rhodesian Front, and farmers suffered disproportionately from assaults by the guerrillas. Thus, they were among the hardest of the hardliners. Simultaneously, these interests were seeking to both compete and cooperate with U.S. tobacco interests. These contradictory elements helped to ensure that U.S. policy toward Rhodesia would be similarly contradictory. With UDI, sanctions busters in Salisbury facilitated the continued sale of Rhodesian tobacco. Peter Armstrong's biography of a sanctions buster has described how the wealth generated allowed these farmers to branch out into the wider world of commerce, with tobacco auctions becoming a huge conglomerate with interests in every corner of the economy, and some of the packing organizations taking interest in mining, hotels, and transport. According to Harry Wilfred Ginger Freeman, one of Salisbury's chief sanctions busters, this process was assisted mightily by certain interests in both Israel and the United States. During this period, a prime Rhodesian tobacco warehouse was managed by W. A. Rice, a qualified tobacco warehouseman from Virginia. Before Up 1, U.S. Senator Alan Ellender observed that Rhodesian tobacco auctioneers come from North Carolina principally, adding, "I was further told that tobacco growers of our Southlands started tobacco production in a big way in this territory." That was not the full extent of U.S. agricultural collaboration with Rhodesia. According to the powerful Dixiecrat, Santa Gertrude breed from King's Ranch in Texas have been imported. Many American-made tractors were on the farm, but being nonetheless forced by rising internal consumption to import more than ever before. The report continued, American growers have fought hard to hold on to existing export markets in the face of rising internal consumption. But it looks as if they are fighting a losing battle. Rising costs, due to critical labor shortages, are pricing the American leaf right out of the world market. The U.S. consumer will find that he can import tobacco more cheaply than he can buy it locally. This, the paper predicted, would leave the field pretty well open to Africa, notably Rhodesia, which was the only major producer which can expand rapidly enough to meet rising world demand. 3. This helps to explain why, despite sanctions, a tobacco extension officer from Rhodesia could undertake an extensive and very valuable tour of the United States in 1968. However, with the escalation of the war in the mid-1970s, the bright horizons for the tobacco industry began to dim. Farmers isolated in the countryside were targeted by guerrillas and suffered severely. Other international growers, who did not carry the stigma of sanctions, began to seize Rhodesian markets. Tobacco production in Rhodesia had dropped, in any case, since the halcyon days of Up 1. Anti-smoking campaigns gathered, rather than lost, strength as time passed, which hurt the industry generally. As early as 1968, the London Sunday Times was remarking on the crumbling economy in Rhodesia, pointing to mounting African unemployment, her vital tobacco industry in tatters, and agriculture hit by the worst drought 40 years. 15 In 1971, Sir Roy Welonsky of Rhodesia observed wearily, "We are of course running into difficulties. In fact, the Tobacco Corporation, which was created by the government UDI, will by the end of this last financial year, have paid out 68 Rhodesian dollars, to write off its losses. Tobacco was our major industry. In the year of UDI we produced and sold 325 million pounds of tobacco at an average price of 35 pence. We have now limited production to 132 million IBS. With a guaranteed price, if memory serves me right, of 23 cents. I noticed one of the financial papers indicated that we are losing roughly about 9 cents a pound on the tobacco we sell. 6. By early 1976 the local press was complaining, for the first time since Rhodesia became internationally known as a tobacco-growing country, tourists are bringing their own cigarettes with them on holiday. Few appreciate the packaging or taste of the new local brands and many are critical of the shorter filter plugs. ULTC notwithstanding, there were U.S. tobacco growers who were not saddened by the difficulties faced by Rhodesian growers, instead viewing this as a juicy opportunity for themselves. Thus, certain U.S. interests reportedly provided assistance in monitoring sanctions, as they wanted to maintain the trading advantages that some American-owned firms had acquired through exploiting the vacuum in the market caused by the absence of Rhodesian products. As the UDI government gradually devised methods of evading sanctions, the U.S. government gradually came under pressure to take action, particularly from tobacco consortia who had done well in the intervening period. A political dilemma colored the U.S. response to sanctions in the early days of UDI. In a presidential policy memo, high-level White House aides McGeorge Bundy and Jack Valenti noted the opinion that free world interests demand a strong white bastion in southern Africa which will hold on when black Africa has sold out to communism. The easy equation of black with red held a fevered grip on the imagination of U.S. policymakers. On the other hand, the same memo noted that the United States was increasingly involved in Africa by reason of its large, increasingly politically conscious Negro minority and included the comment, a Zionist type of emotional concern, affecting local voting, could emerge. There was grave concern that the White House would be forced to escalate sanctions as a sop to domestic constituencies frustrated by a gathering white backlash against racial equality in the United States. Yet this pressure conflicted with the first point mentioned, maintaining a strong white bastion in southern Africa. The inability to resolve the tension between the requirements of anti-racism and anti-communism marred U.S. policy throughout the entire period of UDI. The memo also expressed worry over how UDI would impact one of the largest of all U.S. interests. Zambia's copper, where American companies own nearly % of the mines. The Congo crisis had demonstrated that mineral interests would not stand idly by while their vast investments were threatened. The memo expressed disdain for the Rhodesians, charging that many of the post-war migrants went to Rhodesia not to pioneer but to get servants, no taxation, and no welfare state. It concluded with the assessment, there is a contradiction between fighting to give South Vietnam the right to choose its own government and doing little or nothing about the rights of 4 million Rhodesian Africans. It perpetuates the communists' cry that all rules are broken when white interests are at stake. In any case, the memo argued, the best of the lot in Rhodesia were admirable farmers and should be welcome in Australia or Nebraska or British Columbia and elsewhere in the pan-European world, and thus the administration need not worry unduly about them. What it should worry about was the point that only white racial oppression and continued white colonialism in the South are likely to give the communists and particularly the Chinese a toehold. This, it warned, could lead to Britain's nightmare of red troops in blue berets, that is, the United Nations authorizing Soviet and Chinese intervention. Thus, the memo concluded, economic sanctions are essential. However, these rationales were unpersuasive to opponents of the White House. If Rhodesians could find a home in Australia or Nebraska, this meant in the minds of many abandoning a free world ally to not only swarming Africans but swarming and totalitarian Africans. Abandoning this ally was precisely the development, in this view, that would give the communists a toehold. Conservatives and liberals alike agreed on stopping communists as a primary goal. They simply could not agree on what was the best way to accomplish this. As UPI dawned, over 9,000 tons of Rhodesian sugar were on the high seas, and, the policy memo warned, the appearance of a boatload of Rhodesian sugar at an East Coast port would cause considerable excitement at the United Nations and cast doubt on the good faith of Washington. So this boat would have to be turned back and sanctions would have to be imposed against Salisbury. Importation of sugar, in any event, might raise the ire of U.S. sugar growers, in the Deep South and elsewhere, who were feisty about protecting their privileged position in the U.S. market. This pointed up another contradictory tension in the U.S. Rhodesian relationship. Salisbury was bound to garner its most significant support in the U.S. South, but there were powerful forces there, notably tobacco and sugar magnates, who might conflict economically with equally powerful Rhodesian interests. As for tobacco, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State G. Menon Williams noted that the United States would be delighted to inform Great Britain that it would happily provide suitable grades of Virginia tobacco to the UK to replace Southern Rhodesia tobacco on favorable terms. In the discussion leading up to this decision, Bundy was told by a U.S. government official that the United States could strike several blows for freedom by providing PL 480 tobacco to Britain, since we have it coming out of our ears and could provide on easy terms if a political decision were made. The political decision was made, and the United States moved against a prime rival in the tobacco market as it seized markets that heretofore had been dominated by Rhodesia. Sanctions against Rhodesia were presented as striking a blow for freedom, and this was not inaccurate, but sanctions also were crafted as a blow in favor of certain U.S. economic interests as well. It was difficult to resist the opportunity to simultaneously undermine a principal competitor of powerful U.S. tobacco interests while piously upholding the opinion of the international community. Salisbury was not blind to these currents. In 1977, the ultra-right Candor League complained that U.S. sanctions against Rhodesia have enabled the American tobacco farmer to get out of debt to the bank, to get rid of his accumulated stockpile at a better price than formerly, and to begin to glimpse the benefits of a protected market. This squabbling among transatlantic elites was not only good news for the liberation movements, it also subverted the campaign to construct a synthetic whiteness, for though sanctions were largely unsuccessful in the case of oil imports, they did have some success in the cases of tobacco and, more notably, chrome exports from Rhodesia. For example, the market share of Rhodesian chrome in the United States, which had been 24% in 1963, dropped to 14% during the first 9 months of 1968.23. The Byrd Amendment, which passed in the fall of 1971, sought to arrest this decline, but it was eventually overturned. Rhodesian tobacco exports were easy to identify due to their low nicotine content and the telltale Herald newspaper the tobacco was often wrapped in. Nevertheless, by buying U.S. tobacco, storing it in an Amsterdam warehouse, then shipping an equal amount of Rhodesian product to buyers, Rhodesian growers were often able to circumvent sanctions. This sly method did not evade sanctions altogether, however. By 1968, the Rhodesian government had to pay millions as tons of tobacco remained unsold, Rhodesia's share of the flue-cured tobacco market dropped from 27% in 1965 to 10% in 1972, and U.S. producers largely filled the breach. 2 Plus, despite often sophisticated sanctions-busting tactics, Rhodesia often found itself exporting at a 20% discount and importing with a 20% surcharge, a sure prescription for disaster. 2 Hence, despite significant violations not least by certain U.S. business interests, sanctions did play a role in weakening the resolve of the Smith regime. This was the conclusion of one analyst in the early 19,708, who also affirmed that the most serious breach of sanctions has come from the United States. It is easy in retrospect to see why this conclusion was reached. As early as 1973, a careful study by Anthony Lake and Stephen Park revealed that U.S. firms were engaged in business as usual with Salisbury, despite U.S. and international sanctions. They reported that airlines, car rental firms, credit card companies, and travel firms, including Pan American Airways, Trans World Airlines, Hertz, and Avis, all were implicated, despite an executive order that mandated a fine of up to $10,000 and 10 years imprisonment for such behavior. These firms particularly serviced the scads of business executives, tourists, and many others from the United States who often included Salisbury on their itinerary when traveling from Kenya to South Africa. That is not all. When Rhodesian soldiers in the bush paused to refresh their parched throats, they, like the legions of tourists, could be found sipping thirstily on cokes. Throughout the era of Up 1, U.S. firms were heavily involved in Rhodesia. In 1973, the Journal of Commerce, published in New York City, carried a Rhodesian page, advertising all of the wonderful investment opportunities there. 2. Though criticized sharply by opponents of Salisbury, it was welcomed by those in the business community who recognized that cheap African labor and the surcharges the sanctions-ridden regime often had to pay meant that handsome profits could be made in Rhodesia. The scholar Anthony Lake claimed that the Byrd Amendment actually hurt the United States, in that Foot Minerals apparently failed to anticipate that the law could open the door for cheap imports of Rhodesian ferrochrome at a price that Foot's Ohio plant could not match. Plants in Calvert City, Kentucky, Woodstock, Tennessee, Alloy, West Virginia, Graham, West Virginia, Marietta, Ohio, and other cities were also harmed. But Lake's voice was drowned out by those claiming that sanctions actually hurt Africans and that engagement with Salisbury was the proper way to bring change. By early 1974, the Herald was reporting that U.S. Rhodesian trade had tripled since 1965.3. The deals consummated were large and small. In 1974, Rhodesians sold a pedigree Brahman bull in the United States for $52,000, a record price. 33 In early 1975, when Scripto USA sold its facility to Scripto Rhodesia, the largest manufacturer of ball pens in Rhodesia and third largest producer in South Africa, the Financial Times reported that the deal would give Scripto in Rhodesia and South Africa access to international know-how from overseas Scripto companies. Plus such deals were not unusual. In a similar move, during the summer of 1975, Leo Burnett Limited, a firm with headquarters in the United States and one of Salisbury's larger advertising agencies, was sold to local investors. 35 These were among the tactics taken to evade sanctions, setting up phony front companies, asserting that there was no connection between a subsidiary in Rhodesia and the parent corporation in the United States, and selling at a premium to local interests. U.S. aircraft manufacturers were some of the busiest salesmen in Salisbury. Military aircraft regularly found their way to Rhodesia, but Boeing and McDonnell Douglas commercial aircraft could be found there too. National Aircraft Leasing Limited of Chicago, a subsidiary of Flying Tiger, was the intermediary for many of these deals. A DC-8, flown by Chief Rhodesian sanctions buster Jack Malik, was instrumental in bringing to Rhodesia all manner of consumer products. These goods were transported from the four corners of the globe, but particularly from South Africa and Gabon. Such flights extended the life of the rebel regime. Furthermore, in 1979, the Wall Street Journal reported that UAL Incorporated, the parent company of United Airlines of the U.S., had pleaded no contest to federal charges that it violated trade sanctions against Rhodesia by training pilots for Rhodesian cargo traffic and agreed to pay fines of $50,000 to settle the charges. 37 Some of these pilots held more than one passport. This form of chicanery, the Zimbabwe People's Voice charged, is not only used in the acquisition of skilled manpower but in trade and acquisition of arms. Number 8 Rhodesian pilots were often found in the friendly skies of United. Some of the nefarious dealings of Air Rhodesia came to light in 1974 when an attractive blonde Norwegian working in their New York City office, collected 1,000 documents and turned them over to a member of the staff of Chief Anti-Salisbury Foe Congressman Charles Diggs, an African-American from Detroit. Prompted by Diggs, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Civil Aeronautics Board, and the New York District Attorney all instituted proceedings against this airline, which promptly contacted its own friends in the Congress to halt these maneuvers. That Air Rhodesia could operate openly in Manhattan in 1974 despite sanctions was indicative of how porous these regulations were. Degree It was also suggestive of the fact that as long as there was insufficient pressure on the battlefield in South Central Africa, it was that much harder to sanction Salisbury. On the other hand, even as the war escalated, sanctions remained permeable. Indeed, by 1979 it seemed that even these leaky sanctions were about to be lifted. 4. Certainly the violators of already leaky sanctions seemed to increase with every passing day. In organizing to allow the importation of Rhodesian chrome, Union Carbide, and Foot developed a fight song that roasted liberal Democrats. They also provided campaign funds for George Bush's unsuccessful race for a U.S. Senate seat from Texas in 1970. This paid off when he became U.S. ambassador to the United Nations shortly after this race and became an ardent supporter of the importation of Rhodesian chrome. This also illustrated a distinct advantage held by pro-Rhodesian forces that their opponents had difficulty in matching. They had an ample supply of campaign donations that were lavished generously on those who opposed sanctions. Particularly before post-Watergate campaign finance reforms which, in any event, were not formidable. This was nothing to sniff at. In 1972, the U.S. government prosecuted 3 men affiliated with ED Management, which since 1968 had been illegally shipping ammonia from Texas and Mississippi to Rhodesia. Edward Bartlett, tax commissioner in Vermont and officer of a Rhodesian chemical company, Sable Chemical Industries, Conrad Wysocki of Ohio, an engineer, and David Patterson, a Florida businessman. In early 1978 the U.S. government fined Gardner Denver Company Africa Limited, a subsidiary of a U.S. company, $25,000 for selling mining and drilling equipment worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to Rhodesia. 4 Plus these were not isolated incidents. Harvey Ward, a leading Rhodesian propagandist, wrote a novel about evading sanctions that he claimed was largely true. A central character aiding Rhodesia was a rogue CIA agent, described as follows: face was heavily lined, and bore the telltale marks of suffering. He had fought in Vietnam with the Green Berets and spent 8 months as a prisoner of the Viet Cong. His home was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where he had a wife and 3 boys in their early teens. According to the plot, in the early 1960s the United States and Rhodesia discussed establishing a military base in Rhodesia. When the Rhodesian representative to the United Nations was in Washington we talked about it. Meanwhile our military had made several visits to the area. But when the new party came to power in Rhodesia in 1962, Washington approached their Prime Minister, Winston Field, who had farms near Marindellis. He agreed to the United States having a long-range bomber base at Bromley. The deal was to keep an eye on the Indian Ocean and Soviet movements in the area, for though the book was fictional, its larger point rang true. There were influential interests in the United States who felt that the existence of Rhodesia dovetailed with larger anti-Soviet interests and that, as such, Salisbury should receive support even if this meant evading sanctions. Particularly after 1975 and the Cuban intervention in Angola, Washington was desperately worried about communist advance in southern Africa, a region that was awash in strategic minerals and oil. As a consequence, the United States was not only quite concerned with the fate of the Rhodesian tobacco industry, but it also could not be indifferent to the fact that this medium-sized African nation also contained large stores of phosphate, nickel, coal, gold, iron ore, gemstones, cesium pollucite, lithium, wolfram, tungsten, platinum, copper, asbestos, and more. At a time when there was a movement among developing nations, particularly those in Africa, to band together in groupings like the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries in order to pursue higher prices for their raw materials, a friendly ally in Salisbury was difficult to reject. This U.S. fondness for Salisbury accelerated after 1973, when OPEC was given substantial credit for inducing a recession in the United States by its deft use of the oil weapon. Thus, speaking at a time when many third world nations were forming cartels to control and limit the export of vital minerals to the U.S., Anthony Harrigan, vice president of the powerful U.S. Industrial Council, voiced this complaint: "TT is incredible. The ideologues in Congress are again attempting to impose a ban on Rhodesian chrome." 4 degrees. His logic was difficult to refute in Washington or on Wall Street. Union Carbide had been operating in Rhodesia since 1923, and by the time of UP one had a $17 million investment in chrome alone. In opposing sanctions, President J. Clayton Stevenson claimed that the electrical power generating industry needed chrome, as did the chemical manufacturing industry. It was also used in space for rocket cases and in the auto industry for valves. There is hardly a major industry in the United States, he argued, that does not utilize or benefit in some way from stainless steel, and this product could not be made, he said, without chrome. 47 Besides, argued these companies, cut off the chrome supplies and district mills would have to lay off workers. 48 An alternative to Rhodesian chrome, Soviet chrome, was considered something too horrific to ponder. Like U.S. tobacco interests, Union Carbide had deep roots in the South, having originated in North Carolina in the 1890s, and it still maintained more than a patina of Deep South conservatism. The company also was far from an ideal corporate citizen. According to Businessweek, by the early 1970s Union Carbide came close to being tagged environmental enemy no. 1, while in the early 1980s, a gas leak in their plant in Bhopal, India, led to the death of 2,000 people. In 1975, UC was accused of agreeing to pay a $150,000 bribe to Gabon's president. 5 degree. Gabon was also one of Rhodesia's closest allies. In 1978, civil rights groups in the United States were upset when UC decided to move its corporate headquarters from New York City, where 3,400 were employed, to the suburbs of Connecticut. It was feared that minority workers would have difficulty securing affordable housing in the new location. Thus, few eyebrows were raised when the great-grandson of abolitionist leader Frederick Douglass objected to the New York Urban League giving an award to UC named after his famous ancestor. The advent of the Nixon administration, coinciding with the passage of the Byrd Amendment, meant that Union Carbide's interests in Rhodesia would be protected. This perception was not invalidated when Kenneth Rush, a former UC executive, was appointed to the powerful post of Undersecretary of State in 1972.57. The heavy influence of corporations like UC on the White House and the State Department guaranteed that the United States would be viewed widely as a significant supporter of Salisbury. This also guaranteed, as The Economist put it, that the United States, along with Portugal and South Africa, was among the world's most obvious violators of the United Nations policy of sanctions against Rhodesia. 53 Properly Boyd, Union Carbide's fellow supporter of the Byrd Amendment, Foot Mineral Company, vowed that it had no intention of selling its chrome interests in Rhodesia, which by 1970 were estimated as constituting a significant portion of the $56 million U.S. investment in that nation. Plus in 1974, the Smith regime gave UC an exclusive prospecting order to prospect for asbestos, copper, gold, silver, and nickel in the Guilo mining district. Neither company evinced concern about the fact that this investment was accompanied by an appalling rate of accidents involving African miners. Degree. Of course, they were not alone in lusting after raw materials in Africa. In late 1973, a subsidiary of Reynolds Metals Company pleaded guilty to illegally importing Rhodesian minerals. .57 Union Carbide and Foot were the prime non-tobacco companies from the United States with holdings in Rhodesia. By 1976, UC acknowledged that its subsidiaries owned 2 chrome ore mines and 1 ferrochrome smelter in Rhodesia. This business was in league with the Salisbury government, which had administered these enterprises since 1967. 5 Union Carbide, which had 100,000 employees globally, enjoyed a 29.6% increase in profits in the fourth quarter of 1976, and by the early 1980s had a net income of $310 million, based on revenues of over $9 billion. 5. As the third largest U.S. chemical company behind DuPont and Dow, VUC may have had its bottom line in mind, and not its employees, when it pushed for passage of the Byrd Amendment. So charged anti-Rhodesian activist Edgar Lockwood, during congressional testimony in 1973. It required 2.5 tons of chrome to produce 1 ton of ferrochrome, and the import of the latter produced by forced labor at smelters in Africa was to devastate the U.S. industry, causing massive layoffs. Lockwood told of one U.S. executive who complained about the huge wage differential between Rhodesian and U.S. workers. Pointing out that Rhodesia paid wages of $1 a day, the executive said plaintively, "I have to pay American blacks in South Carolina $24 a day. Will you explain to me how I can keep on doing that?" Apparently, UC had no compunctions about employing cheap African labor, feeling that the huge profit margins that delivered value to its stockholders were sufficient justification. However, workers in South Carolina who were subject to being cashiered as a result of increased investments in Rhodesia might well have been of a different opinion. Their problem, however, was that often their unions, when they had unions, were frequently enthralled to the prevailing conservative political climate and not enthusiastic about appearing to align with left-leaning liberation movements. Allegheny Ludlam and American Metal Climax were also among the U.S. corporations involved in Rhodesia. Not surprisingly, when the Rhodesian leader Clifford DuPont visited the United States in 1959, he was instructed specifically to meet with Walter Hochschild, head of AMC Degree. However, U.S. mining companies hedged their bets by seeking also to influence the rising generation of Africans, who at some point could play a role in shaping Rhodesia's future. Some of these Africans received scholarships to study at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. But by 1977, as it became apparent that the Smith regime's future was questionable, many of these African students began to rebel, saying, unreservedly, to be used as tools for safeguarding diabolical foreign interests in our country. Handpicked for courses by American corporations with industrial and commercial interests in southern Africa, the scholarship students would have none of this, declaring, "The intention of this program is to create a nucleus of pro-Western puppets to stand as a stumbling block against the authentic cause of the People's Revolution in Zimbabwe." Copyright. These students rejected the overtures of U.S. corporations, but, according to the Zimbabwe People's Voice, this was not true of Bishop Abel Muserwa, who was reported to have received hundreds of thousands of dollars from Allegheny Ludlam. Allegheny Ludlam also was not above providing substantial payments to friendly journalists. In early 1976, Robert J. Buckley, president and chief executive officer of the company, sent a tidy honorarium plus a check for expenses to conservative columnist James J. Kilpatrick for a speech he gave. R.P. Simmons, president of Allegheny Steel, told Kilpatrick, "We appreciate your support as a counterbalance to some of the rhetoric published on the editorial page of the Washington Post. 6+ such payouts suggested that journalists like Kilpatrick would be reluctant to provide readers with a full-blooded portrait of what was going on in Rhodesia." These maneuvers by mining giants also were suggestive of how important Rhodesian minerals were to their economic well-being. Correspondingly, support from these giants was an essential cog in the machine backing Ian Smith. Nevertheless, the Smith regime would have fallen much earlier but for its continued ability to import oil, the lifeblood of its economy, in the face of sanctions. Jorge Jardim was a major business figure in Mozambique and a former head of the Chamber of Commerce in Beira, Rhodesia's chief outlet to the sea. He was close to the leadership of fascist Portugal and served as consul for Malawi in Mozambique from 1964 to 1974. From 1969 to 1974, he was chairman of the Commercial Bank of Malawi and publisher of a number of major newspapers in Mozambique. From this vantage point he was able to witness the machinations that allowed Rhodesia to continue importing oil and concluded, in the struggle against sanctions, counted on the active cooperation of the British, American, and French oil companies, which came to exceed all expectations. Mobil and Caltex, along with Shell and Total, were the prime culprits. He added, the support given by the international oil companies was undoubtedly the most decisive factor. Without their encouraging assurance, it is improbable that UDI would ever have been declared. Part of this scandal emerged when Lonrho, a major multinational corporation with vast holdings in Africa, filed a lawsuit against a number of oil companies, with Mobil being the worst transgressor, charging that they were in breach of contract by sending oil to Rhodesia via South Africa instead of the Beira pipeline owned by Lonrho. Other companies named in the suit were Shell, British Petroleum, and Caltex. These oil giants were also sued by Zambia, which claimed that it suffered billions of dollars in damages when, beginning in the mid-1960s, the companies deprived Lusaka of oil in order to build up stocks in Rhodesia. In response, Mobil argued that it was not in total control of its southern African subsidiaries, though repatriating profits to corporate headquarters in the United States seemed to present no major logistical or financial problems. Moreover, Mobil claimed that relevant regulations did not bar the corporation from dealing with Rhodesia as long as U.S. personnel and products of U.S. origin were not involved. This lawsuit also revealed inferentially the tensions London and Washington faced in coordinating policies. Lonrho, a London/Rhodesian combine, was the creation of one R. Tiny Roland, a former troop leader in Hitler's youth before his family's move to Britain in 1934. According to news reports, Roland worked for British intelligence in post-colonial Africa and was thought by some to be a lackey of the United States. This latter contention may be belied by the fact that he was much more forthcoming to ZAPU, reviled in Washington because of its Soviet connections, than ZANU. He arrived in Rhodesia in 1948 with a flood of post-war immigrants and speedily established himself as a leading business figure, with interests from newspapers to mines. However, he was often at odds with the Tory establishment in London, with former Prime Minister Edward Heath once terming him the unacceptable face of capitalism. Roland also faced hostility from the Rhodesian establishment, which was heavily oriented toward tobacco and agribusiness, though he reportedly had a heavy concentration of mining assets in that country. From a turnover in 1961 of about $8 million, Lonrho went on to generate sales in the billions and profits in the hundreds of millions. 7 Thus, Lonrho's lawsuit was not conducive to forging white unity, instead it exposed class and economic tensions. Though Rhodesia had coal to burn, its oil needs were not trivial, amounting to 14,000 to 18,000 barrels per day. One analyst concluded that evidence suggests that Mobil was the principal provider of Rhodesian oil. The oil giants had to take this lawsuit seriously when in 1977 the Foreign Relations Committee of the U.S. Senate contemplated hearings looking to legislation designed to tighten sanctions and apply stronger enforcement mechanisms to assure compliance. 7 Ironically, the same week in 1980 that the British House of Lords debated sanctions against Iran, they gave amnesty to oil companies that violated sanctions against Rhodesia. 7 Despite sanctions, oil continued streaming into Rhodesia. The Rockefeller family had accumulated their initial fortune in oil before branching off into banking, real estate, and other ventures. Nelson Rockefeller, who served as Gerald Ford's vice president, was reputed to own large interests in Rhodesia. According to one press report, one of his biggest was Arbor Acres Limited, a multi-million international poultry business. A large Arbor Acres company in Rhodesia established soon after UDI included allied companies in Angola, Zambia, Malawi, and Mozambique. Not surprisingly, the Rockefeller Foundation took a decided interest in the fate of Rhodesia. Early on it developed close ties to Nathan Shamwayarira, then a writer and a future leader of Zimbabwe, providing him funding in 1961 to attend a meeting in Israel, which he termed the most exciting and stimulating experience in my 10 years of journalism. When Shamwayarira wanted to raise £50,000 to launch a weekly newspaper in southern Rhodesia which will support African nationalism openly and fully, he turned immediately to the Rockefeller Foundation. For apparently, Rockefeller interests did not look at African nationalism in the same way they looked at, say, socialism. In the fall of 1962, Robert July of the Foundation acknowledged that he considered Shamwayarira to be an excellent person and added that he would like to be able to be of assistance to him. 75 Just as U.S. mining companies hedged their bets by funding the education of Africans, the Rockefeller Foundation was not above flirting with African nationalism. It funded the Rhodesian stay of U.S. Professor of Government J. Leo Sefkin, who objected strenuously to the anti-American feeling he encountered among Rhodesians in Salisbury. Generally, he wrote, they like to drape Soapy Williams around your neck, referring to the then U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, who had developed a reputation for being sympathetic to the nationalist aspirations of Africans. Writing on the day that UDI was proclaimed, Sefkin concluded with disdain, these people just want a docile African laboring class which will indefinitely accept white man's privileges, and it clearly does come down to that. 7 Registered The Rockefeller Foundation took an ambivalent view of UP 1. It had funded a number of scientific projects in Rhodesia and worried that they would be jeopardized by the rebel regime. In December 1965, E. L. Husting of the Department of Anatomy at the University College of Rhodesia soothingly reassured Foundation executives that UDI had brought surprisingly little obvious discontent. In fact, he reported, most of the Africans I encounter are in very good humor and very friendly, although he admitted that unemployment has increased and some businesses depending on foreign trade have collapsed. Husting's reassurances were for naught, as the foundation decided not to forward any more funds for his research. Registered This may not have been due to the pressure of sanctions, for Rockefeller continued funding other projects. One beneficiary of their bounteousness reported brightly, our scientists are still traveling freely. Conditions in Rhodesia are as sunny and peaceful as ever. 79 In an apparent attempt to evade actual and pending sanctions, Rockefeller arranged to pay funds for this project into accounts held by Rothschilds, since, a foundation associate wrote, they already bank for us in London. Registered The foundation also made arrangements with a bank in Salisbury to provide funding for its projects. One of these projects maintained close ties with U.S. government laboratories in Beltsville, Maryland, throughout the early days of UP 1.8. The director of one of these projects, Dr. Shirley Nash, found Rhodesia so engaging that she got married there, thus increasing the sympathetic affection of some Americans for Rhodesia. These Rockefeller-supported projects were not all oriented towards science and agriculture. One grant made during the UDI period was for a comparative study of the contribution made by manufacturing industry to economic development in Southern Africa and East Africa. 84 Unlike a good deal of Africa, the Southern Cone had a well-developed industrial base that could only expand, given the existence of adequate universities, a more than capacious supply of cheap labor, and vast raw materials. U.S. corporations could not remain indifferent to this domain. But as time passed, the Rockefeller Foundation could not withstand the political pressure exerted by opponents of Rhodesia. By 1969, Foundation officials were forced to acknowledge that sanctions had undermined its continued presence in Rhodesia. 8 The Rockefeller Foundation did not operate in Rhodesia as a counterweight to U.S. corporations but instead supplemented their activity, by funding helpful research on manufacturing and agriculture. The Foundation's behavior in the early days of UDI was consistent with that of many U.S. corporations throughout this period, that is, it did not contest the status quo but instead accommodated itself to it. As such and despite protestations to the contrary it sustained the Smith regime. businessmen generally proved to be reliable supporters of the Smith government. They were particularly influential in lobbying Southern senators, who in any event were predisposed to be favorable toward Salisbury. Typical was A.K. Tigrat, who identified himself as president of Cottonseed Oil Company with a refinery and a mill at Savannah, a mill at Augusta and one at Tifton, as well as mills in Mississippi and Texas. Early in 1966 he wrote his senator, Eugene Talmadge of Georgia, to express support for Salisbury sent at times. Such support was governed not by the bonds of whiteness or anti-communism but by simple self-interest. In 1968, R.P. Jackson, of the Rome Plow Company of Cedartown, Georgia, told Senator Richard Russell of Georgia that he had just received an order from Barlow's Tractor and Equipment of Rhodesia for $4,252 worth of replacement parts. He had applied for an export license that he did not receive, and he was quite displeased, though not with his brethren across the sea. He wrote, "In the past 3 years, Senator, I have made 3 trips to southern Rhodesia and there are a lot of fine people in this country." His sentiments were echoed by Charles Crisp, chairman of the Bank of Commerce of Americus, Georgia. In 1970, as his hometown was enduring the pains of racial desegregation, he urged the lifting of sanctions and the resumption of trade with Rhodesia. "The attitude of our government towards Rhodesia is unwarranted and shameful," he added. 8 registered he was in a position to draw clear parallels between the necessity to resist the demands of Africans on both sides of the Atlantic. Robert J. Small, president of Dan River Mills in Greenville, South Carolina, told his senator, J. Strom Thurmond, that he had business associates who have substantial interests in Rhodesia and that they all found U.S. policy reprehensible. In a letter backing Ian Smith, John Laverge, chairman of the Executive Committee of Universal Leaf Tobacco in Richmond, Virginia, reminded his senator, Harry Burt Jr., of the close ties he had had for many years with Rhodesia both in a business and personal way. E. H. Lane, chairman of the board of the Lane Company, told Senator Byrd that even his workmen were opposed to sanctions against Salisbury. Theo W. Kelly, a principal in Julius Strauss & Sons, an insurance company in Richmond, confessed, "Represents the first time that I have written my representative in Congress, and it was concern about Rhodesia that drove him to do so." C. A. Carr, president of Dibroll Brothers Leaf Tobacco in Danville, Virginia, told Senator Byrd, "Our company has over $1 million invested in Rhodesia and the total investment of Virginia leaf tobacco firms I imagine would approach $5 million, with Universal Leaf of Richmond having the largest investment. Our dividends from Rhodesia exceeded $100,000, which of course helps our balance of payments problem." 3. Obviously, Carr expected his senator to do the right thing and back Rhodesia. His words were echoed by Orrin Atkins, president of Ashland Oil, %+ Blair Balls, vice president of Colt Industries, and other leading lights in the South's business community. Even as the war escalated, business leaders persisted in their support for Salisbury. Late in 1974, James Knight, chairman of the Executive Committee of Knight Newspapers, informed Senator Byrd about his magnificent trip to Rhodesia and his delightful visit with Ian Smith, who, he told Byrd, was most complimentary to you for your action in removing sanctions on chrome. Despite this victory, Knight said, "I cannot quite dismiss the thought that the noises I hear are communist footsteps." J. Clifford Miller of Miller Manufacturing of Richmond was also pleased with the removal of sanctions on Rhodesian chrome brought about by the Byrd Amendment. "If there is a real threat to repeal," he told Senator Byrd, "please let us know, as our group would certainly try to do anything we can to see that this is not repealed." 7. P. D. Kerr, executive vice president of the Southern Furniture Manufacturers Association of High Point, North Carolina, concurred. 2%. Indeed, citizens of the tobacco state of North Carolina were some of the staunchest supporters of Salisbury. As early as 1966, Thomas Miller, president of Miller Tobacco Company in Wilson, informed his senator, Sam Ervin, of the investment his company had in Rhodesia, an interest in a redrying plant as well as a subsidiary company which we own outright for the purpose of dealing in Rhodesian tobacco. This investment predisposed Miller to oppose sanctions, and besides, during his trips to Rhodesia he found the Africans to be very happy. Miller's colleague, Harvey Ruffin, who served as the company's vice president, agreed. Writing in early 1967, he recalled that since 1959 he had visited Rhodesia 8 times. These trips, he said, usually lasted from 6 to 8 weeks, but on one occasion he had stayed more than 5 months. He was there in 1960 when all of the white people were forced to evacuate Congo, in the face of the rise of unprepared Africans, and he did not want to see a replay of this in Rhodesia. Dutifully, at the State Department's request, his company had not participated in the sale of 1966 crop Rhodesian tobacco, but, he complained, it has been costly to do so, not because we have salaried personnel in Rhodesia who are idle. 1° RR Triplett, president of Southern Tool Manufacturing of Winston-Salem, concurred. Sanctions, he felt, were a shameful hypocrisy, and, like Ruffin, he had no desire to see the events of the Congo repeated. 10 Senator Sam Ervin, the folksy lawyer who helped to force President Nixon's resignation during the Watergate scandal, needed little convincing. He was an adamant opponent of sanctions. Still, L. E. Wooten of L. E. Wooten and Company of Raleigh, writing in a personal and confidential note, first enticed the senator by referring to a possible donation to Ervin's upcoming re-election campaign before reaching his substantive point. If the has one single friend in high office, he argued, Mr. Ian Smith would be one of them. If the communists, scum of the earth, are to be permitted in droves to come to this country, why not Mr. Smith? 1 A. P. Steele Jr. of J.C. Steele and Sons of Statesville, North Carolina, which manufactured clay working machinery, also was a carrier of this anti-left virus, but his focus was different. He was upset that Washington would ally with what he called the socialist government in London against properly conservative Rhodesia. Degree. J. O. Howard, president of Howard Green Electrical Company in Raleigh, was also upset with the Wilson socialist British regime. Degree *. However, A. L. Skinner of Charlotte, struck a more familiar note. He wanted to import tobacco from Rhodesia and was upset that he could not. He was resentful that London consorted with Havana while the good people of Cuba are treated lots worse than the blacks of Rhodesia. These anguished and impassioned words from captains of industry could not be ignored by any elected official who preferred to remain in office. As L. E. Wooten had hinted, campaign donations might not flow to those who were hostile to Rhodesia, and in states like North Carolina, campaign donations came overwhelmingly from the corporate sector. Moreover, Harvey Ruffin's example showed that there were byproducts of the U.S. engagement with Rhodesia that were not trivial. The hard currency brought by Americans travels to Salisbury. Unfortunately for Zimbabweans, solid support for Ian Smith was not solely in the U.S. South. Just as the rising Republican Party was establishing a base of support in the South, it was doing the same thing in the far West. Senator Frank Church of Idaho had raised Republican hackles when he led an investigation of the Central Intelligence Agency that had forced the secretive agency to unveil the family jewels, covert actions that some would have wanted to have kept hidden. This was a gift to the Soviets, it was said, and now Church was under extreme pressure from his constituents to show his true grit by backing Rhodesia. To hell with Russia and communism, snarled William B. Knipe Jr. of Boise in a letter to President Ford, adding reassuringly, "We have nothing against black people per se, we sure as hell believe in aiding and protecting whites and white capitalism anywhere." 1° Cent. This message was typical of the correspondence received by Church, a liberal senator in a conservative state, who was perpetually concerned with political survival. A. J. Buckman, chairman of the board of Buckman Laboratories Incorporated, a transnational corporation with holdings in Japan, Australia, and Europe as well as Southern Africa, told Church that it was a gross oversimplification to project majority rule, and argued, "This is as unsound for blacks as it is for whites." Buckman did not want the source of essential minerals to fall into communist hands. 7 Many of the senator's correspondence on this question were not above hurling racist invective. John Lyonman of Estate and Business Planning Consultants in Edina, Minnesota, displayed his wizardry with words by merging the red and black scares in his reference to Mugabe and the Soviet-backed Komu as Marxist guerrillas. 198 These executives backed up their words of support by concrete action, frequent travel to southern Africa. Tourism proved to be valuable for Rhodesia, and, again, the United States was essential in boosting this industry. The presence of the wondrous Victoria Falls and the awe-inspiring monuments of Great Zimbabwe meant that Rhodesia would be a magnet for tourists. There were safaris with vistas that could not be glimpsed in North America. There were hotels and meals that seemed downright inexpensive given the strength of the US dollar. When these US visitors arrived, whatever anxieties they possessed were eased by the presence of such familiar sights as Holiday Inn, Budget Rent-A-Car, Avis, and Hertz Point 19. Consequently, travelers from the United States became a frequent sight in Rhodesia during the UDI era, though sanctions did impact the level of tourism. In 197's, Salisbury expressed surprise that it had not suffered from a fall in overseas visitors, though it also noted, the one exception is the US, where a highly organized anti-Rhodesian campaign has caused a marked fall in American visitors. 1. In 1972, there were 340,000 tourists. By 1978, there were only 88,000, the lowest total since 1963.11. Thus, the drop-off was not among U.S. tourists alone. Between 1972 and 1978 was the pivotal year of 1974, the point at which the war escalated and travel to Rhodesia became something more and less than a bacchanalian revel. There were other reasons for the slippage in tourism. In 1969, Rhodesia was expelled from the International Union of Official Travel Organizations, which harmed its ability to coordinate with the tourist industry globally. After it became apparent that a war was gripping Rhodesia, many tourists were frightened away. This included U.S. citizens, though those who did come gained a reputation for free spending that made their presence even more desirable. But those who came also found that certain national parks were closed because of the threat from guerrillas. 14 In 1978, Wonky was termed a ghost park, as tourists at this national park had been attacked by guerrillas there 9 times in the past 6 years. 135 Still, these conditions did not deter visits by influential visitors like William Randolph Hearst, who termed Ian Smith a miracle man. 1. Sent the singer Johnny Ray, who came with funds for the Terrorist Victims Relief Fund. 7 Actors Cameron Mitchell, Ray Milland, Trevor Howard, Britt Eklund, and Roy Ely, who all came to Fort Victoria to shoot a motion picture. 8 The pianist Jorge Bolet. 1. Degree The actors Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton, who visited Victoria Falls in 1975, 12 Degree and others too numerous to mention. Salisbury facilitated this influx with government-sponsored Meet the Rhodesians tours. 90% of visitors on these tours were reputedly from the United States. Tour guests were matched with suitable hosts and spent time in Rhodesian homes. Often long-term relationships including romantic affairs ensued. *1 These sojourners from the United States not only brought precious foreign currency, they also brought with them a sense that Rhodesia was not isolated and was not dangerous. As such, they boosted morale. Undoubtedly, morale was boosted when Lowell Thompson, a millionaire from the United States, piloted his private plane over Rhodesia's most remote cattle country and decided, "This is pioneer country, this is the place to settle." Approaching So and hailing from Spokane, Washington, Thompson returned to the United States to sell his home and move. A qualified mining engineer and former mine owner, he possessed certain skills and was prepared to move to Rhodesia, as he put it, lock, stock and barrel. 2. His piloting skills were especially prized, for Salisbury went to great lengths to attract those who could fly planes. Pilots were valuable not only for tourism but, potentially, for the war and sanctions busting as well. These visitors to Rhodesia often had to run a gauntlet of angry Africans. In March 1968 in Harare Township, Americans meaning Euro-American tourists were stoned and bus windows were shattered. The Zimbabwe News found the beating up of a group of American tourists commendable. After all, the journal commented, they were only sanction busting anyway. 23 They had no right to come to Harare and look for amusement when white people were killing our compatriots, it was alleged. 2 Plus this was the kind of racialized rhetoric that ZANU specialized in, which endeared them to their fellow black nationalists in the United States. When mysterious murders of other whites were reported in Guilo and Fort Victoria, the message emerged that perhaps traveling to Rhodesia was not cost-free. 5 Despite the costs, it was difficult to keep U.S. companies away from Rhodesia. After ZAPU brought down 5 rebel aircraft in the midst of a raid on a refugee camp in Zambia, Joshua Komu claimed that ever-ready batteries manufactured in South Africa and a parachute made in the United States by a New York company were recovered. 6 It was difficult for U.S. companies to claim that their presence in Rhodesia was innocent and not connected to the war effort, for Salisbury proclaimed that the government could intervene in a firm's operations if the nation in which the firm was located observed sanctions. This pointedly included the United States. 7 And when ZAPU began shooting down aircraft, U.S. tourists had to be concerned that they might draw an unlucky card and be seated on an aircraft downed by a guerrilla's missile. Despite sanctions, the United States did not move to stop the flow of U.S. tourists to Rhodesia. It is estimated that by the latter stage of Rhodesian independence, U.S. tourists made up a fifth of the total Rhodesian tourist trade and brought in a year in much-needed foreign exchange. These U.S. tourists were also a living and fluid pro-Rhodesian lobby. 18 Yet at times being a tourist in Rhodesia was just as perilous as being a mercenary. In 1977, a hunter from the United States, Galen Lang, 45, of Illinois, hit a landmine while driving with a professional hunter who was accompanying him. Lang suffered only a broken jaw, and his companion, Edgar Cooper, sustained fractured ankles, but this was just a sign of things to come. In the spring of 1979, a 19-year-old from California died when the vehicle he was traveling was ambushed by a terrorist gang in southeastern Rhodesia. He was evidently a tourist. The agency and intervention of Africans in stifling the tourist industry is the most dramatic example of their overall impact on the diminished fortunes of the Rhodesian economy. This factor, above all, countervailed the corresponding interventions by U.S. business on behalf of the Smith regime. The war was fought primarily in the countryside, particularly near or on the sprawling farms that dotted the nation. These enterprises often were targeted by the guerrillas. At times this complicated protection of the farm and the farmers by the Rhodesian military. Particularly after April 1974, many farmers who were overwhelmingly of European descent found it difficult to grow their tobacco and other crops when guerrilla forces had them under siege. Consequently, many of these farmers saw the need to develop tighter security that was not necessarily dependent on the reliability of African workers. Tom Wigglesworth, a retired British military officer, who farmed in the eastern highlands of Rhodesia, was all too aware of this problem. In August 1978, he was captured by guerrillas and held in Mozambique. He had fought in Malaysia and Yemen and patrolled the border between East and West Germany, but this hardly prepared him for the harrowing experience of being a prisoner. Further, mineral and ore mines were often distant from the few metropolitan areas of Rhodesia, and these enterprises felt the need for security guards too, particularly to discipline miners, whose conditions of work often drove them to united action against their employers. And, as so often happens, when private interests become involved deeply in war-making, this opened the door to increased corruption. This was an area where the United States could and did make a significant contribution. Asterisk. But it also created opportunities for the enterprising to profit. There developed mercenary firms that accumulated a substantial amount of capital by purporting to supply personnel as they aided in killing. El-Khamas Enterprises in Anaheim, California, was led by James Scott, a former Green Beret, and Jerry Tardillo, a veteran of the Bay of Pigs raid on Cuba. This mercenary firm, in which some of the mercenaries themselves were active investors, supplied top-grade professionals, pilots, doctors, and the like to Rhodesia. By February 1976, they were doing brisk business. 34 John Banks was born in Britain and served with the British Army before joining the U.S. military. Just as in the days of Frederick Burnham in the 1890s, there was a fluid movement back and forth between those who served U.S., then British interests, and vice versa, a continuation of the Anglo-American alliance. Before fighting in Vietnam for a year, Banks had helped those who wanted to leave the former German Democratic Republic depart. Reputedly, he worked for the Central Intelligence Agency as well. By May 197s, he had decided to form the International Security Organization, a mercenary army that could be hired out to the highest bidder anywhere in the world. This was a propitious moment for such plans. It was just before the declaration of Angolan independence in November 1975 and the intervention of the South African military and the Cuban military along with U.S. mercenaries. Banks was able to thrive as a result. 5+ The Rhodesians often had to rely on the private sector in the United States because of intermittent hostility from the U.S. government. Such private links were a way to draw upon the vast resources of the superpower without incurring the wrath of administrations dependent on African American voters. When the government did not prosecute as frequently as it could have, this encouraged more entrepreneurs to enter this lucrative field. This milieu inspired the development of headhunter firms that could find a particular worker with a particular skill. It was a perfect occupation for a military logistics officer mustering out of the U.S. military. Along with El Camas, another critically important mercenary firm was the mystery American military organization called Military Advice Command International, headquartered in Abingdon, Pennsylvania. Their Salisbury representative, Thomas James Blemming, was 28 years old in 1975 and a former Vietnam veteran who had been awarded a Silver Star. He had come to Rhodesia, he told a local reporter, not so much to profit but more as an ally in your battle to preserve Western customs and way.